Oh, James, we're trapped in the multiverse.
Oh, fuck.
Not the good one either.
No, there isn't a good one.
We're trapped in the Flash multiverse.
No, that's the worst one.
It's just weird spinning bloody merry-go-rounds of all our multiverses, all the worlds where we
all
could
the
be,
potential,
all the potential us's. You know, there's a universe where we didn't make the podcast at all. There's a world where we made too many podcasts, and the world turned against us.
Oh no,
they beat us with sticks.
Oh no,
yeah.
Wait, I've got jet black hair in that one. I like that one.
Well, we could go there.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that one. Oh, that one's very disrespectful.
That one's rude.
That one's rude to dead actors. I don't like that. But there's so many, and isn't that great? Don't you love being in this multiverse?
I just said before, no, I don't like it. My first reaction was negative.
We're stuck in the multiverse, though.
How did we get in here?
I don't remember.
I fell through my toilet. I don't know what you did. I think I'm just stuck in the S-bed having a stroke.
That is how you would get to the Flash multiverse. Is you would fall through the toilet. Well, maybe I'm not even really here. Maybe this is a dream that you're in because you're stuck in the S-bed of the toilet. And your brain's like, what would be the worst outcome? Drowning to death? No, being stuck in the Flash multiverse. But you know how we could get out of the Flash multiverse?
How?
We've got to focus on the real universe, James.
Our original universe.
Our original universe. And because nothing happens in our real lives, the only way to focus on the real universe we live in would be to focus on the moments that happen in the Weekly Planet podcast in the year 2023. We'd have to really focus on them and remember them.
Yeah.
I mean, you'll have to do it because maybe I'm not even really here.
I was going to say, instead of focusing on it, is there any way that Collins could edit together a clip show and flush it down the toilet so I could llisten to it?
Yeah, sure. I mean, we could get a plunger and plunge you out.
No. Okay. Let's do the idea.
You're going to stay in the toilet. You're going to stay in the toilet, and we'll get our friend Rob Collins, who's worked hard all year, and he's put together
He's going to fly over to Melbourne,
okay,
put it on an MP3 player and drop it down
the toilet. A waterproof MP3 player.
Whatever.
Okay, great. Anyway, but then hopefully either you'll escape this multiversal nightmare
or I'll die.
Or you'll die listening to our own But boy, this is disintegrated very rapidly. But it's still a scenario.
Much like all the toilet paper stuck in this S-bed.
Anyway, let's try that.
Yeah.
And then something will happen.
Yep.
And then
we'll come back at the end.
Basically, it's a device so everybody can listen to the best of the stuff from our podcast, The Weekly Planet.
Perfect. I love it.
But it's also the multiverse?
It's also the multiverse.
That's great.
Potentially.
All right, see you on the other side unless you've drowned in the toilet.
Here we go.
Red hot comic book movie news. Defenders of the Earth. Defenders. The Weekly Planet. The Weekly Planet.
Welcome back, everybody, to another episode of The Weekly Planet where we talk movies and comics and TV shows. My name is James, also known as Mr. Sunday. With me, as always, that's my co-host, Nick Mason.
Hello, I'm here. It's great to be here.
Certainly is Mason.
We started the recording and the dog immediately started barking, and I'm like, is he going to shut this down? Is he going to scream at the dog? And we'll have some exclusive screaming at the dog content that we'll clip out and sell to subscribers somehow.
Maybe pre-COVID, that would be something I would do. But now we're in our Grub era, Mason.
Oh, we are.
Like we're going to be talking about Indiana Jones's Grub era this week for Temple of Doom.
Oh, that's true, yeah.
So I've got Grub era on my mind.
Okay.
Just mistakes all the time. Who cares?
I love that.
Yeah.
I love that. I feel more glamorous than ever, if I'm honest.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought you were doing your Grub era, honestly.
Oh, man. Oh.
It's just the way that you present yourself. That's all. That's the only reason I say that.
Oh, no. I thought I was doing really well. Oh. We're having a bit of fun off air.
Sure.
Which
we don't like doing.
We don't like doing. We'd rather not do it, honestly. But you've hit a winner, James.
Yeah.
And you've named the backup recorder Recordo Montalbán, which I think
that's not anything.
No, it's not even a reference anybody gets anymore. He's the guy from Fantasy Island,
and he's Khan.
Oh yeah, he's Khan.
His original Khan.
His original. His original recipe Khan.
That's right. Big week this week, Mason, because of course
you named the backup recorder Recordo Montalbán.
That is a big deal, yes.
Big week.
Everyone's talking about it.
Wrap it up, folks. That's what we did.
Now, Mason, 3 more Star Wars movies were announced.
Yes, 3 more beautiful sacrificial lambs to be cancelled.
So Rey Skywalker is going to return as the head of the new Jedi Order.
Uh-oh.
It's going to be set 15 years after the rise of Skywalker, which makes sense if you go, okay, so she was 19 in The Force Awakens, and Daisy Ridley's, I think, about 30 now, and this won't come out for 3 to 4 years, if ever.
Works out all right, yeah.
So, that could be 15 years.
I think people saw 15 years and expected, Rey to be like a wizened old crone.
Yeah.
And be like, oh, I remember. I had found a big knife. And then I looked at the knife, and then I turned the knife. And then I saw the Death Star. I could see it through the knife. And then we went into the Death Star. And I think there was a worm or something.
Was it the first Death Star or the second Death Star?
Oh, I don't know. I don't remember.
When was the snake thing you were talking about? When did that happen? Was that before?
There was a snake.
Oh, yeah.
And I think it bit my friend, I think it bit my friend.
Okay.
Yeah, but then I said, oh, you're all right.
To the mate or the snake?
I don't know. Perhaps I was talking to myself. I just thought, that'll be right, I think. Put a bit of calamine lotion on that.
A balm.
You'll be right, I think.
A balm?
Yeah. Anyway, she won't be like that.
You don't think old crone Ray Skywalker is the direction they're going to go?
No, I think they should.
In the tradition of naming people the way that we do.
Maybe.
So
Yeah.
Kathleen Kennedy talked about this in general.
She's out on
She
her
came out
ass.
and she said hello. First of all, what do you think about? Do you think it's too soon? It's been 4 years since Tross. I think this is very much like
Bringing a new team of new guys,
and
even newer guys.
and we're sorry for the last one,
Right.
Or some of whatever you like, whatever you don't like about the sequel trilogies. We're sorry.
How about this? Big reveal, Rey's nobody again. She's not related to the Emperor again.
I think they could very well do that.
He tricked you.
Yeah.
And you're just regular again. And then the next series, she's a Palpatine again.
Oh my God.
Double tricked. Back and forth forever. Forever.
I don't know whether I'm a Palpatine. They kept changing it. I just left the room. He was like, blah, 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 blah. Give me all your power. And I just said, I'm bored. So there you go. Which of these are you interested
I'll just leave my power on. I'll just leave it on my bedside table. I'm going to have a lie down, but you can have my powers. I suppose you can have my powers if you want. I'm Ray Skywalker.
I think.
I buried some lightsabers in the desert. I mean, no, just at a random location, nowhere.
Didn't you bury it at Luke's house?
I mean, I don't know. I don't think he ever told me where he lived.
Yeah, but he could have. I mean, you knew him.
No.
Okay.
I think he lived in a hut out in a swamp or something. Near a river or a lake or something.
Then why did you bury it in the desert?
I don't. Perhaps it was thematically significant. But
I feel like
that's right. It was where his aunt and uncle were killed. I saw their skeletons.
that was still there.
Yes.
Really?
They just left them there.
Like the wind didn't even
No.
cover them with sand.
No.
Wow, that's wild.
Yes.
So Luke didn't bury them.
No, probably. No. Not interested, I suppose. He was off on his little adventures.
Jesus.
I mean, I'd never even been there before. I'm not sure why I buried them there.
Yeah, it does seem a little like heavy-handed fan servicey, if I'm honest. But
I don't know what that is, darling. I don't know.
Of these three things,
We have to keep moving.
what do you
No, I like
think?
the Ray thing. I like Daisy Ridley. I think she hasn't,
So do I.
She hasn't had a fair shake, I think, in just Hollywood and
Yeah.
Star Wars generally.
I mean, she got 3 movies, so you
guess.
know, she did Mind Snake with Tom Holland.
That's true.
That was a good one. Mason, this is via THR. After Warner Brother Discovery scrapped Batman Caped Crusader, that was the animated series with J.J. Abrams, Matt Reeves, and Bruce Timm.
That's right. Big Ears Batman.
That's right,
what they
big
call
ears
him.
Batman. Don't make fun of my big ears. Don't. Why are you doing that?
A
Dan?
decidedly different origin story.
Yes.
Criminals are a superstitious and cowardly lot, and they make fun of my big ears.
But they're afraid of him. That's what I think. That's why they really make fun of me.
Hope nothing comes through the window. Oh, it's a bat with big ears.
That does look kind of funny.
That's funny. I'm Batman now.
I like the way it cut itself on the glass.
I'm Big Ears Batman. Where are the drugs? I'm Big Ears Batman. Where's Rachel? I'm Big Ears Batman.
Swear to me.
Harvey Dent, no.
Swear to me, big ears Batman.
I'll hear it. You'll never guess how. It's in my big ears. I like this guy.
I love Big Ears Batman.
Me too.
It changes his whole personality.
Right? Yeah.
Anyway, they cancelled this. Or
You either die a hero or you live long enough to become the villain. I'm Big Ears Batman.
I like how it's just a regular quote, and then I'm Big Ears Batman.
And I do a voice.
And you do a voice. But like, you don't work it into the quote.
Yeah.
Like it's not.
Also, I'm out of quotes. I don't
I
remember
know, but it
anymore.
could have been like you die a hero, then you live long enough to become Big Ears Batman.
Nope.
But you don't.
No,
you don't
that's
do
true.
that.
That's
Yeah.
separate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just think that's terrific.
Yeah. He's a cool guy, I think.
I don't think he is cool.
No.
But that's not what it's about. Anyways, Warner Brothers Discovery scrapped it at one point, but Amazon have picked it up because remember, Warner Brothers have cut cost everything.
Yeah.
Victor Zaslav, David Zaslav, whatever his name is, came in and just gutted the whole
gutted
company.
everything, yeah.
But speaking of, because one of the things that was cancelled among others was Scooby-Doo and Crypto 2, which is an animated, I think it was director DVD or whatever the fuck streaming.
Yeah.
This leaked.
But we didn't. I don't think anybody ever knew this existed.
I think it was on a list of things. Now, what
just
I
got put
like
up.
about this,
Yeah.
and I know they're different departments, and this is a minor animated thing, but it makes me go, maybe we'll get Batgirl. Maybe
Yeah.
Batgirl will leak.
Yes.
Somebody maybe should leak Batgirl. I'm not saying that.
Are you saying I should do it?
Yeah, if you've got it, you
I
should
don't
leak
have it though.
No,
That's the thing.
Okay.
I'm probably it's very unlikely that I would have it. I'm pretty low on the list of people that would get.
You said very unlikely, but not completely
out of the-
implausible.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Here's a question for you. And I've thought about this.
Maybe I know about a special character that mentored Batgirl.
Yeah?
Maybe I gave you a little hint earlier in
Did
the
you
podcast.
really?
Yeah.
Was it Big Ears
It was
Batman?
Big Ears Batman. Yes. You've got to believe in yourself, Batgirl. I'm Big Ears
There
Batman.
it is. I gestured to you to do the...
Firefly doesn't have what you have, which is heart. I'm Big Ears Batman. You know?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
How would you leak something?
What
If
do
you
you
had
mean?
a copy of something to leak.
Right.
Because I recently did a video on when Wolverine leaked.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
X-Men Origins, which is a fascinating tale. And basically, it was Rupert Murdoch.
Because these days, like even back then, you could probably get away with it if you were just like, I'll just go to an internet cafe.
You
and I'll
can't
be there
now.
for 8 hours.
Yeah.
But everything's CCTV now.
Yeah, exactly.
So you'd have to be like, okay, well, I'd have to.
Because it would be a literal crime.
Yeah.
So you'd have to...
But I have to do this, is what you're saying.
Yeah, so I guess
Okay.
you do USB in a public place and let someone else do it.
But
I
then
also-
they could rate you out.
But you wouldn't you wouldn't give it to them,
You'd give it to your elderly grandmother and they wouldn't know they were committing that
and
crime.
then they would upload Batgirl.
And they would go to jail.
Yeah, but that's the thing. I don't want someone else to go to jail either.
Hmm.
You know,
I think you'd have to put it on a USB.
I don't feel like a VPN would work. I feel like Warner Brothers
Yeah.
would lean on the company.
And I think you'd have to do like an extremely elaborate, like crisscross the city in different vehicles.
I think that's too elaborate. I think you've got too many moving parts.
Right,
It's like
okay.
that thing where if you're going to commit a murder, you don't ask another person to be involved because then one.
Hey,
of
can I
will-
murder you?
What?
Never mind.
I'm Big Ears Batman. No?
No.
I thought we were just adding it to anything.
No, absolutely not. There's an art to it, James. There's an art to saying a thing in a funny voice and then saying, I'm Big Ears Batman. And you, sir, do not have it. You don't
no.
have that it factor. I'm sorry to break it to
That's
you
a
like this.
harsh reality.
Yeah, but I think, better to rip the Band-Aid off now, I think.
Oh, you could have told me after the show. You could have said great joke, and then after
Yeah.
the show, just go, James, I didn't want to take the wind out of your sails and derail the show.
I think it's important you know, because when you fall, that's when you can get back up again. I'm Big Ears
He
Batman.
didn't even have that quote. It was Alfred.
He probably said it later.
I don't think he did.
Well, he's Big Ears Batman said it.
What if Alfred was like, get up, Big Ears Batman? Is that can he do that?
Yeah, because that's his name.
Anyway.
The fact that you don't even know the rules about whether or not Alfred
Well, I was confirming it. I knew that.
Yeah, okay.
Anyway.
What are we talking about? I've forgotten.
Trailers ahoy
That's
for Expendables and Rebel Moon.
all right.
Part 1, A Child of Fire.
Quick, for $1 million, what's the second one called?
I wrote it down.
No, you're not allowed to look.
I know now, though.
Damn it.
Yeah. The Scar Giver.
Well, I owe you $1 million. Can I get the $1 million back by episode's end? We'll see, won't we?
Yeah, I am
A little challenge for Meso over here.
That's at December 22nd of 2023. This does feel like a movie that I would want to see at cinemas, but I don't know whether that's going to be an option. If not, I'll have to watch it on a TV.
Also, I think if we go out and we see it at cinemas, they should refund our Netflix subscription fee for that month.
Completely
I
agree.
think, yeah.
Completely agree.
We should be able to submit our receipt into our televisions.
Yes.
In that slot. You know, this is the
Result.
receipt
What is
slot.
it? What is it?
We never get to use the receipt
I
slot.
wanna use the receipt slot.
I spent $4,000 on a TV because I was promised to have use for the receipt slot.
You spent $4,000 on a TV?
No, I actually didn't do that. That was for-
I mean, some people do.
I was trying to think of a big number.
Reasonable amount. I mean, it's the number where I'd go, did you spend that much?
Yeah.
It wasn't so big that I was
made a
like,
mistake.
You're doing a joke.
I made a mistake. I made a mistake.
You should have gone really low
Yeah.
or really high.
I should have said 20.
Good thing's Collins. This is Collins. He's fixed your joke.
Oh, he's added a different number?
This
If you could sub in $20,000, I'll do a clean one. $20,000. And if we could clean up that whole section, that would be great.
That'd be terrific.
Yeah.
Yeah. So after that, though, on April 19th of 2024, we're getting Rebel Moon Part 2, The Scar Giver. A game and a name.
Rub it in that I lost $1 million on that bet you made me do.
Yeah, I bet you feel ridiculous. I bet you $1 million you feel ridiculous.
I will take that bet and I don't.
Wait.
Back, baby.
How do I know this?
We're even again.
I feel like you did know you felt. I feel like you did feel ridiculous. You don't feel ridiculous now. He's dabbing. He's flossing. And he's actually doing it. Often I lie that he's doing those things, but he actually did it then, didn't
That's
you?
a victory floss.
That
gives me ample breathing room to make another $1 million bet, another ridiculous $1 million bet by the end of this podcast. I can't wait.
Now, this is 4 hours in total.
Ah, okay.
Okay, but also there's going to be a director's cut with an extra hour of scenes that apparently also that he shot specifically for the director's cut. So it's going to be a 5-hour sprawling epic plus some kind of mobile game potentially.
Yes.
Anyways, the director's cut is close to an hour of extra content, so I think it's a legitimate extended universe version.
Okay.
Zack Snyder said. You really get to see a lot. It's just more painted in all the way. The director's cut is a settle-in deep dive, which I have notoriously done throughout my career.
Notoriously.
Notorious for it, mate. This guy, how does he do it?
He's got the leather jacket. He's got the.
He seems like he'd have a leather jacket.
Oh, absolutely.
And a Henley. I do like a Henley. Or a deep V.
Do you think he'd have a very long t-shirt?
What are you saying? Do
you think he'd be a cool guy with a very long t-shirt?
Why would you say
or
that?
would you suggest a very long t-shirt
Why would you
like
say
it's not fashionable
Why
anymore?
are you talking about very long t-shirts?
You're wearing a very long t-shirt.
It was an accident. I didn't mean to buy a set of very long t-shirts. They're too long, Mason.
Did it not say long line in the
It was
description?
like longer, but these are way too long. They're way too long, Mason.
Yeah.
I don't know. You said put it in the wash and maybe give it a try
shrink,
there.
yeah.
Yeah. Because you can't wear a jacket over it because it hangs too low below the jacket.
But that's the fashion sometimes.
Is it?
Sometimes.
I don't even think long t-shirts are fashionable
You
anymore.
can become a fashion dad.
I can't believe you've done this to me.
You can become a fashion dad is all I'm saying.
No one likes that guy.
There's a guy in my neighborhood I feel is like a fashion dad. I'm
Oh,
like,
he's-
that's pretty cool. A guy I see him walking
You
around
live in
with
the
a pram.
city. I live in the fucking suburbs. I don't want to be fashion dad. Everyone fucking hates that guy. And it's a lot of maintenance, you know what I mean? And then if I drop off, people are going to be like, what happened to that guy? He fucking sucks now.
He was a fashion dad and then he died.
He died?
He died how he lived, being a fashion dad. We got him an extra long coffin to incorporate his extra long t-shirt. It's got an extra bit at the bottom.
Yeah. Just for the
Actually, you know what? It'll be the regular sized coffin, but the t-shirt, it sort of closes sort of midway.
Yeah.
The t-shirt will hang out the bottom of that.
Here's a question for you.
Yes.
If I didn't open the door and I'd pulled my extra long t-shirt down and I was like, look at this extra long t-shirt, do you think you would have been like, that t-shirt is too long, but I'm not going to say anything?
I don't know if I would have. I don't know if
Would you have noticed?
I probably would have noticed.
You would have noticed. You notice fashion things, yeah.
Where were we? I forgot.
We're moving on to the next segment.
Oh, it's how cool Zack Snyder would be.
Yeah, he's cool.
He's cool.
Yeah. Deep V and an extra long t-shirt.
Deep V extra long t-shirt, maybe a waistcoat over the top of
Yeah,
his
cool,
extra long
man.
t-shirt to make it look even extra long.
Handful of rings.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, cool. Or tattooed fingers.
Yes.
There we go. At least one of them's a skull.
I think that would be a good counterbalance.
Yeah.
If you got some tattooed fingers.
Oh, yeah.
Start on the fingers, I reckon.
Start on the fingers?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Maybe I will.
And your knuckles could say Fishendad.
Fishendad?
Like fashion dad.
Oh.
Or fishin' dad.
Fishin'
If
dad.
you take out
Fishin' dad.
If you remove the vowels,
Yeah.
could mean any number of
That's
things.
true.
Yeah.
They're like, I thought you were a fashion dad. I'm like, no, I'm a fishing
Fishin'
dad.
dad.
That's a good transition if I want to ever transition out of
Yeah.
fashion dad.
I think so. Yeah.
Then I just have to pretend to fish, which is fine. I can do that.
You go to the pub and they're about to beat you up for being a fashion dad. You'd be like, no, fellas, I'm a fishing dad. They cheer you out of the building.
room.
Yep. Anyway,
Fair enough. That sounds
Anyways,
good.
has this been enough diversion?
This is enough.
This is enough diversion to amuse me. So let's get back on track.
Mason, it's Trailers Ahoy. What do you want to talk about first? Extraction 2, Blue Beetle, Secret Invasion, Across the Spider-Verse, or Barbie?
Extraction, the exact order in which you presented them to me just then.
Okay, Extraction 2.
Yeah, he's back.
Jake Extraction is back.
Jake Extraction.
Jake Extraction is here for action and also extraction.
That's right. His name is Jake Extraction. It's the character's name. He's like, call me Jake Extraction. And they're like, I mean, I guess. Anyway, we shot the neck in the last movie.
He fell into a river.
Definitely died.
He fell in a river and he died.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's okay.
This is the dream, though.
This is maybe... Oh, what if the reveal at the end of this one is these are the last neurons firing in his brain as he drowns at the bottom of a river in South America or wherever he was, or Rwanda or something.
I can't remember. Yeah. Good action movie.
Yeah.
Good, solid movie
Fun.
from memory. We see some some Wanna action in here. He's getting someone out of a prison ride.
Or alleged Wanna action.
Well, yeah, of course.
Yeah.
People, of course, wanted to know what you thought of the minigun moment.
Not bad. Looks impressive.
He's
not going to shoot any regular men with it, I imagine.
I hope Jake Extraction does do that, Mason.
So too. Jake Extraction, no. Oh, I was at your wedding. Cut in half.
Sorry. Anyway, I can't wait to go back to the world of Jake Extraction. I hope he does a big extraction action, which I think he will.
And I hope there's a wedding.
That he
Do you, Jake Extraction?
Take your wife, whoever,
Jane.
Extraction.
Jane.
Jane.
Sexation.
Extraction.
Extraction.
Soon to be Extraction.
That's right.
Yeah. Maybe you should take her
No, I
last
don't.
name.
Twist.
Anyway, forget all that. Don't even worry about it. Because Mason, next up, we've got the fabled, or some even say much maligned, in association with Marvel
That's right.
tag at the start of this trailer.
I would say it's a guarantee of badness.
Yeah. Bad to fine?
No, bad to less bad, but still bad.
Let me just say this, all right? Let me just say this, and we say this a lot. Or maybe I say it a lot. Anything can be good.
Absolutely. Not
And
this, though.
No, wait.
Okay.
The director of this is S.J. Clarkson. She's directed episodes, mostly TV, but Jessica Jones' Succession, Anatomy of a Scandal was a recent series, which was quite good. She's worked on genuinely good things.
Okay.
But this is Spun we're talking about, so
That's
this
right.
is going to be terrible.
The bar is low,
Yep.
but the standards at the studio are also low.
That's right.
That's their slogan. That's what it says when you come into their offices. It's above the desk of the receptionist.
Just 2 bars to trip over on your way in.
Yeah.
One after the other.
In fact, that's all you have to do to get the gig. Because there's 2 bars, and you just have to hop them.
Yeah. No, I think they'd give them to you if you tripped over them. If you cleared them, they'd be like, absolutely not.
Oh, yeah.
We don't do that here.
What do you think? You're too good for us? No, but I just went over the get out. Get out.
So somebody mentioned that this looks like one of those movies that was revealed in the Sony hack. Remember they were like, Aunt May is a spy and it's the 70s.
Yeah, right, uh-huh.
You know, it's like, I don't know. I can't even think of another example. Just terrible nonsense.
Yeah, uh-huh.
You know?
So Dakota Johnson's character is getting visions.
She's got Nicolas Cage's Next powers from the movie Next.
Or knowing?
No.
Maybe it's a combination of Nicolas Cage's Next powers and Nicolas Cage's knowing powers.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
The 2 of his best powers.
She's got Next knowing. So she's receiving visions that there is
because she died.
She
She
did.
fell into a multiverse, maybe?
She fell into some water.
Yeah.
She's a paramedic.
Because Madam Web in the comics is like a woman who's like 90 years old and sits in a big web chair.
One of the versions of Madam Web.
Okay, calm down, nerd.
But then I think the current version is a pre-existing, was a Spider-Woman.
Okay, right.
Like one of the Spider-Women, like the...
But this one has the name of original Madam Web, right? Or she doesn't, I don't know.
Madam Web.
Yeah, sure.
I don't know, man.
Yeah.
There's a lot about this that I'm not even going to pretend that I know. But anyway, she was a paramedic.
Yep.
Because she loves to save lives. It's very noble. But she drowns and then she comes back with next knowing powers.
Yep.
Nicolas Cage next knowing powers. Nicholas's next knowing powers. And she keeps receiving visions of a Spider-Man-esque character who keeps murdering her and a bunch of other women.
Yes.
And I thought that was quite interesting.
Yeah.
Because it's like, if you're in a Spider-Man universe, there'd be weirdo copycats and
Totally.
psychopaths.
And this one happens to have actual spider powers, it seems, because...
Or at least murder powers.
Sure. But he can jump and swing, maybe.
Maybe.
Strangle.
Sure.
But there's a moment where, like, she's like, what's the line? Because her mother is associated, much like this is in association with Marvel, with spider research in the jungle.
Ezekiel Sims.
Yeah.
He was in the Amazon with my mom when she was researching spiders right before she died, which I think is a line that has been like ADR'd specifically for the trailer.
Yeah, okay.
I imagine that it's probably been patched together from other dialogue
Yeah.
in the movie. They've but also you don't need this for the...
Absolutely
You
not.
don't need it for the trailer.
He
Why
can
is
just
it in
be
the
a
trailer?
guy murdering
He's just
people.
being weird. What's going on?
Yeah. That should be the line.
Yeah.
What's going on?
What's going on?
Could somebody explain this to me?
Well, he was
Do
in
I
the-
have the knowing powers or the next powers?
Well, he was in the Amazon with my mom when she was researching spiders right before she died.
Yeah, man.
So there.
Yeah, so there. And he wants to kill all the spider women because he also has the Nicolas Cage next to knowing powers, I think.
Maybe.
Or she suspects that he does. And the thing is, every time he goes and kills them, she can see the future and then she can go in and like circumvent that.
Maybe.
And then she's constantly on the run using the Nicolas Cage next to knowing powers, which is quite good. Also, I think this is set in the 90s. I don't know.
It's hard to say,
It
isn't
might
it?
be.
Because if it's...
It's like Ben Parker's like, oh, he's a bit older than this,
But
like
nothing about
40-ish.
it. But nothing suggests, like nothing in the...
No, there's a computer. There's like a 90s-ish computer.
Okay, I
in
was
this,
going to
yeah.
say nothing about the clothing or whatever gives any
No,
suggestion
it's just
that it's...
red leather jacket and
Yeah.
civvies on everyone else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think it... What...
we all know each other. We're connected like a web.
Whoa, you know each other like knowing?
Yeah.
That's the first clue that it's the knowing powers, not the next powers.
Okay, right.
Isn't it? A bunch of things. So the villain is a guy called Ezekiel Sims.
Yes.
As I understand. And he was part of that totem storyline in the Spider-Man. So,
Which is that?
So pre Spider-Verse with all the the Spider-Man vampires and etc.
Sure.
The premise was
Morlin.
Yeah, Morlin.
Yeah.
Morlin will be in the end credits.
Oh my
And it
God.
will have to be something to do with Spider-Man,
Yeah.
if I had to guess.
You thought you had the next knowing powers.
Well, I've got him even bigger. And I'm a vampire, I think.
Yeah, man.
You'd agree, won't you, Vulture who never lifts his mask to show that it's Michael Keaton? Yeah. What about you, Morbius? I'm Morbius. I'm a different type of vampire.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, he's a
Yeah.
too. So
But when we're hanging out, even though you're clearly a villain and I'm Morbius,
Yeah,
and I'm
yeah,
a
yeah.
hero in this universe.
we're building towards the worst Sinister Six combination of people.
Yeah, we got Morlin. Yeah, we got him.
We've got evil Spider-Man and Jared Leto's
And
Morbius.
another evil spot. We got Venom. And we got Toxin or something. I don't know. We got Toxin. The Toxin's there. That has something to do with Spider-Man, I imagine.
No doubt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, so this is one of those totem guys, and he's got Spider-Man powers because of magic, and maybe he ate some spiders. I don't know.
He was working in the jungle with his mother.
Yeah,
and she
yeah,
got the
yeah,
spider.
yeah,
and
yeah.
He ran into a spider.
I'm not even entirely sure he's a bad guy in the comic books because I
Okay.
didn't read any of this because it's bad.
Yeah, sure.
Um,
Well, it could be really good. You can't pass that judgment. You should
that's
read
true.
it all and then tell me whether it's bad. Because
yeah,
I'm
yeah,
not
yeah.
going to read it.
Yeah.
Because I think it's bad. Just to clarify.
Anyway, he's that guy because he's available. I
Sure.
guess.
Well, yeah, isn't he just? But again, anything can be good.
Yeah.
Look,
Yeah.
I tell you, I give Spum this.
Yes.
You keep me on my toes.
Okay.
I never know what you're going to do.
Right?
You know?
I never thought this was real, but it's real, man. So it's. I think it's gonna be magic powers and magic
Well,
costumes.
some spider people are magic, you know?
That's what I'm saying, man.
That's what we know.
Yeah.
God. That's what we know. Anyway, should we move it along?
Yes. Unless you have anything more to say about.
God, it feels like the end of the episode. You know?
So should we go to bed and come back tomorrow?
Mason.
Yes.
Trailers Ahoy, Mason.
It's
Oh, that's very apt because we're talking about the Meg 2, The Trench. I mean, I knew this.
free additional Megs.
I was like, this.
It's free more to Meg.
It's 3 more than we've seen. I mean, this was.
This time there's free more to Meg.
It's August. It's coming, and I just thought,
It's August.
they made this.
This isn't normal to Meg season. August. They're coming in out of season. Free more to Megs from out of the trench.
What is the deal? What is the deal?
Oh, Seinfeld in this.
Yeah. It's too many sharks. I was really surprised that this is like I knew it was coming out this year, but they made it. Like it's here. Like you know,
Thrilling, isn't it?
I want more wacky scenarios. You know, there's a moment in that first movie where like a Meg eats another Meg. They
Right.
thought they got the Meg, but there's a second Meg.
Second the bigger the Meg.
And then at the end, it's just like Star Wars underwater and fucking submarines or whatever. And it's like
Sure,
whatever.
sure.
But this looks more like Piranha.
Yeah, it does,
Kinda
doesn't
that.
it? Yeah.
Yeah.
We've made it to the beach.
There's a bit where he puts his foot on the Meg's mouth. I'm assuming that's not him holding the Meg back.
I don't know,
And
man.
that's him pushing himself away. You don't know?
Oh, man.
I like him.
You won't get to this orphanage, the Meg. I'm holding him back, but I don't know how long I can hold him back. This is Jason Statham, by the way. It doesn't sound anything like Jason
No, I
Statham, but
know.
I think it's got a vibe to it.
The orphanage is 3 miles inland, but I think it could do it. I don't think it could do it,
No, I
Jason.
think it-
I think it's...
Jason, please.
Jason, get out of the water, Jason.
Jason, I think there's more pressing concerns right now.
So they've also got some kind of underground, maybe like underwater, like Jurassic Park kind of thing situation, or some kind of preserve of Megs that they're keeping an eye on. So and I like the way
We've got the Meg Preserve. They're turning them into preserves.
Jason, they're not turning. His character's name Jason. They're not turning him into preserves. It's to preserve their natural habitat. Like a gem. So he says at one point that like this is the biggest the Meg we've ever seen.
But the last of the Megs weren't that big, if you recall.
No, pretty big, weren't they?
Yeah, we're bigger than Jaws.
Yeah, I mean,
But nobody's impressed by Jaws anymore.
No, well, that is true. But I like the bit at the start where you see like a dinosaur eats another dinosaur, whatever. Then the Meg eats the big dinosaur, and that's all good stuff. That's the same.
Statham
Meg.
eats the Meg.
Yeah, it's the same.
He torpedoes out of the water and he
That's the same Meg, I assume, like from the prehistoric one. Because don't sharks technically can live for a really, really long time? 65 million years.
I don't
potentially?
think that's true. No.
I mean, not that long, but like they can live sharks can live like an exceptionally long time, right? Might be thinking of lobsters.
Yeah, you might be thinking of lobsters or crabs, possibly.
How long can a shark?
Whales can live a long time. Turtles can live a long time.
20 to 30 years. Okay, no, I was way off on this. Collings, take all of this out.
No, leave it in.
I say crabs or something else, whatever the right thing is. How long does the Meg live?
That Meg's got to be 30 years old. It's ancient by Meg standards.
Nah, it's 80 to 100 years.
Wow.
Oh, I'm an idiot. I feel bad about
I
that.
think you're cool.
No, I can be cool and an idiot.
Yeah, cool
though.
idiot. Yeah, you gotta let me finish.
Yeah, so that's fun. Anyway, that's really exciting. Just a really, if you haven't seen, is it Piranha 3D? Was the one with Christopher Lloyd and whatever? That's a silly movie. That's
Christopher Lloyd in that?
Yeah, he's like, there's too many piranhas. Yeah, there are.
What you mean, old man? Anyway,
Mason.
Yes.
Speaking of old people doing movies,
expend 4 balls. It's time to expend 4 balls, folks.
trailers Ahoy for Expendable Balls. Did you know they filmed this?
Yeah, so that I didn't know. I had some. Look, no, I sound very confused. I am. I've seen the trailer, but that sprung out of nowhere.
Yep.
And I was under the impression. Speaking of Terminator, I was under the impression that there were plans some maybe years ago that it was going to be all girl Expendables.
It was girl
and it was going to have like Linda
Girl
Hamilton.
Spendables.
Girls spend. Well, girls do spendables. You know what I mean?
So I hear you,
girls
man.
do spendables. I tell you that
Whoa.
much. It's undeniable. Some stereotypes are true, and girls spendables.
And you
But it
really
was
are
gonna-
in your grub era.
But it was going to be Linda Hamilton and I don't know,
Maybe Sigourney Weaver.
Sigourney Weaver. They'd put in now they'd put in Michelle Yeoh and et cetera, et cetera. But now it's just sort of just the same Expendables from previously, but also Megan Fox is in it and
Fox is in
someone
it.
else.
And someone else is in it.
Oh, they could have got Cynthia Rothrock. They could have got all sorts of.
Tony Jaa's in this one. Maybe he was in the last one. I don't know.
I think, it's tough to say. Statham is back. If in fact he was gone.
No, he wasn't gone.
Was he in the last couple?
I
don't
fucking
know.
hate these movies.
Well, I've only seen 3 and I hate it.
Yeah.
Which everybody said
No,
was
you're
the
right.
best one.
Yeah,
and
I
hated
fell
it.
asleep during 1 and then I didn't like 3.
And there's some fun jokes. Dolph Lundgren's like, I've got a prescription sniper scope or whatever.
Yeah.
It's a bit of fun.
50 Cent, isn't it?
50 Cent is in this one.
That's
He's one of the new Expendables.
He's a new buck. He's
Yeah.
a new young buck.
That's right.
50-year-old 50 Cent.
Also, the other fun thing to note is that Jason Statham and Megan Fox's characters are a couple, seemingly.
Okay.
But Jason Statham in real life is married to Rosie Huntington-Whiteley, who
Transformers 3.
replaced Megan Fox in the Transformers franchise. Isn't that a bit of fun? Bit of fun?
Isn't that illegal?
Yeah, I think it's illegal, but that's
God.
what makes it fun.
Well, this was shot in international waters. That's how they
You
got
can do
away with
anything.
that. Yeah.
It was Statham split his time between this and the Meg 2. Just moved from room to room. Or he got all the other people to leave.
What am I kicking in this room? A big green box, all right, mate. No worries.
Okay, so I'm kicking this big green box for the Meg 2 and Expendables. Is that right? Is that right? You just add it later. All right. And then in Expendables, he's kicking Andy Garcia in the hand.
He's kicking Megan Fox. And then they put her in. Ah, Mason. Anyways, anything can be good.
Not this, though.
Including Expendables.
I guess.
Let's be positive.
Okay.
Good movies can happen. Sometimes you watch a movie and you go, good movies are back.
Who's paying for this?
That's a great question.
Because like, you know, when you talk...
Who's paying?
Who's paying? I just had a thought of like, there's two movies being made on the same lot and like next to each other. And it's both groups of people who are just making the movies because they love hanging out together. And it's the Expend 4 Balls team, and then it's like Wes Anderson making a movie, like just next door. And they're all living in fear that the Expend 4 Balls guys are going to show up and beat them up.
They're going to break through the wall. Okay, so it says that Expend 3 Balls costs $90 to $100 million, and this one is $100 million. But I mean, that would go to the cast, right? And like Stallone.
Yeah, you'd think so.
Yeah. Anyway, we've talked too much about Expend 4 Balls.
We really have, yeah.
What do you think about this one, though? The Beekeeper, or as I call it, John Beekeeper.
Yes.
Like John Wick, Mason.
No, I love that.
Because it's John Wick.
Yeah.
Also.
What about Bee Wick?
That's better.
What about Bewitched, the sitcom?
Not the movie?
What
With
about
Will
Bee
Ferrell?
* Witched, the Irish pop group from
Oh,
the,
yeah, I
from
remember
the
that.
2000s?
Yeah. Yeah, cool.
I think they were Irish.
They were probably Irish. These are all good things you've done.
I think so too.
Anyway, John Beekeeper, which is what we've decided on.
Yeah, so he's a simple beekeeper.
Is he?
Keeping some, as far as I know, I'm watching this trailer live.
Yeah.
As far as I know, he's just a simple beekeeper keeping some bees on a property. But then the lady who owns the property, she accidentally clicks some malware on a computer, and all her money goes to one of the Dancing Roxbury guys from the movie A Night at the Roxbury.
Oh, no.
And then he's a big crime
Corky
guy.
Romano.
Yeah, Corky Romano. And then he gets all her money, and then she shoots herself, I think. And then it turns out that John Beekeeper isn't a mere beekeeper, but he is, in fact, he was part of some sort of special ops group called the Beekeepers, the Beekeeper program.
The Beekeeper Boys.
The Beekeeper Boys, and then he's going to get big-time revenge on both.
Because he's all about protecting the hive, literally and with guns.
Oh,
and
yeah.
figuratively.
The Beehive,
Yeah.
Beyonce's fans.
Do you think there's going to be a moment where he sticks his butt into somebody and poisons them, and then he pulls back and his butt comes off like a bee?
That's exactly right, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's right.
Because he's a bee.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he could say, I'm giving you the arse. You know? And they would die. I think that's cool.
But then he'd die.
He'd also die,
It'd
yeah.
have to be the last scene, obviously.
Yeah, that's true.
Now, I asked you this as you were watching it. Because he's doing some American accent in this sometimes, right?
Because I was watching it on silent,
Yeah.
so as not to ruin the sanctity of the podcasting
Yes.
room. And you were like, no, you have to listen to this with the sound. You have to watch this with
I'll
the sound.
snuff out these candles that I light before
That's
we do the show
right.
to set the mood.
Yeah. Well, we summon the spirit of podcasting.
Yeah, that's right.
We summon Marin.
Yeah.
We summon
Joe Rogan.
Joe Rogan.
Yep.
A second Joe Rogan.
We summoned the Impulsive crew with Logan Paul.
Oh, absolutely. Every day, bro.
That's the other one, but yeah, go on.
Yeah. Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Don't they share the same catchphrase?
No.
Huh.
No.
There you go.
I mean, maybe.
Hey.
I don't think so, though.
Anyway.
I think it's, did I say impulsive? It's impulsive.
Impulsive.
Yeah.
So some of these...
Check it out. Only on Spotify, I don't know.
Some of the scenes in this movie, or in the trailer at least, he's got Jason Statham. Who
Yeah.
did we mention he's in this?
No. I mean, you
Okay.
did the voice.
I did. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Some of these scenes, he appears to be attempting an American accent, but not all of the scenes.
Yeah. Do you
And-
think that's maybe an infiltration thing?
No.
He's coming in and he's like, "G'day, oh no, I'm going to do
He
my
looks
American."
like the most British man there is.
He does. It's
the only
it's the
way he
teeth
could
in
look
the
more
face.
British is if he had like a very pink tint. And he was really mad at everybody all the time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm mad because I have to wait in line at the bank. Get out of my way. I got to check on me term deposits, you toilets. You know? All the things he would say.
You say that to the people in front of him?
Yeah, and the teller.
That's not nice.
Yeah.
That's rude.
But I think it's a case of here's my guess is the first couple of scenes they filmed,
Yeah.
they were like, try an American accent, and then it didn't work.
what?
So they went back to British, but they didn't film enough
Okay.
coverage.
They might ADR it?
I might ADR it, yeah. but it's mysterious and mischievous. But I love the idea that the timeline of this guy is that he was some sort of special forces black ops Green Beret guy in a program called the Beekeepers, and then he retired from that and he became an actual beekeeper. I think that's wonderful. It'd be like if Paul McCartney retired from the Beatles and he became a Beatle.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Yeah, I guess that would be similar.
But instead he became a Wings.
He became a Wings, which is fine too, I guess.
Which Beatles have wings.
That's true. Most of them do, or some of them do. But I think also they probably, because the core belief of the beekeeper program is protecting the hive. Yeah. So I think they build literal beekeeping into the training.
Oh, okay,
you know, you do a weekend away and you learn beekeeping in the country.
Okay,
and they're like, see, like the thing that we do. And they go, oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. You toilet.
I could stick this steamer right in somebody's eye. No, Jason Statham, please no. Simply for the bees.
Just for the beekeeping.
He's beating up a bunch of like hipster office workers in this scam farm facility. He's blowing up buildings. He's fighting a lady with a minigun. Do
you reckon he's going to fight like a guy that like bring in the wasp?
Oh, maybe.
And he has to fight the wasp?
Okay, sure.
Or like a praying mantis.
I don't think he'd be
What hates bees? Birds? Flowers?
Yeah, sure.
Some kind of spray.
Bring in the bloke who's allergic to bees.
That's why.
But that's their biggest nemesis. Bees' biggest nemesis is a guy who's allergic to bees. Surely.
I think it's the opposite, though, isn't it?
I guess.
Bring in a guy who's susceptible to bees.
Yeah.
I don't think that's a good idea.
Will he have the most motivation?
Will there be a moment where he goes into his pocket and he throws a fistful of bees at somebody? Like he's on the ground.
Yeah,
he
maybe.
Thinks he's down and out.
He's got a cargo pocket.
Yeah.
And he removes from the cargo pocket. He removes like one of those. Like the frame that's got all the
bees in it.
The bees and the yes.
He probably has a bunch of those, right?
Maybe.
Like they have like clips.
Yeah, like he's reloading like John Wick. He goes around a corner and he flings some bees and then he goes back around another corner and grabs some more bees.
Wow.
Yeah.
What about some kind of Candyman crossover? A man who also is covered with bees.
No, that sounds bad.
Oh. I was hoping you'd agree with me, and then we do a great riff.
Well, no.
I just realised I haven't seen those, so...
No, I haven't either, so it would be disingenuous.
Sorry, everybody, there won't be any riffing.
Hang on, there won't be any riffing.
No riffing. Pack it in. Pack it in, boys.
Red
Wrap
card.
it up.
Red card. Riffing's cancelled. Okay, that's great stuff.
Great, good. Totally worth it. All right, should we move it along?
Yes.
It's Star Wars Celebration 2023, everybody.
You better believe it is.
Unless you want to do Mario first.
No.
Okay, it's still Star Wars Celebration time.
You were like, oh, we got a lot to get through. And I'm like, we did all the news, James. And then you said Star Wars. And I'm like, oh.
There's so much Star Wars news.
Star Wars news, all right.
And what better way to kick off Star Wars Celebration news than talking about the Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny trailer. The new trailer.
Oh, yes.
Where it goes, 1960s song, Indiana Jones doesn't understand anything anymore. He's on a train and he sees a kid in an astronaut helmet and he goes, fucking Jesus. You know?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So that's where we're at with Indiana Jones. Because time has moved forward.
Just an old crank on a bus.
That's right. Now, Mason, my one note for this is, Mason,
Go on.
You cannot stop me being excited for this.
I wasn't going to.
You cannot stop me.
I shan't be doing that, and I don't want to be doing that for you, James. I'm excited also.
Yeah.
You think
But?
What do you mean, but? Oh, you think I'm going to...
Yeah, come on.
Do you want me to throw a spanner in the works?
I don't know.
here?
Do you want to?
No. Do you think there's going to be time travel in this?
Yes.
Because somebody is like...
I'm going to bring Nazis back with time travel.
Yeah, somebody says that. Somebody's like,
Who's going to stop me?
I don't agree with a lot of what Hitler said, but... No, but isn't there a line where somebody goes, well...
I'm going to right the wrongs.
Yeah,
whatever,
that's right. Yeah. So that dial's probably a time-traveling dial.
I agree.
A real time turner.
And they're going to go back and they're going to turn Indiana Jones into a woman.
Whoa.
And he's going to say, now I'm Indiana Jones.
Nice.
And he's going to get upset.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
So,
I'm Indiana S. Jones. Indiana
Exactly.
already ends in an A, but we added a bit more to it.
That's right. So apparently also it's like the first 25...
Mrs. Indiana Jones, Zena.
The first...
Housewife.
That's right. The first Indiana Jones.
But not by choice.
No.
Has to be a housewife.
The first 25 minutes James Mangold talked about, because he's the director of this one, not Spielberg. He goes, I just wanted to make it like a classic Indiana Jones adventure.
Yeah.
And that's where we get all the the young Indiana Jones deepfake stuff and whatever. And then
I said, could the first 20 minutes exclusively be a picture of a map, the line with a plane going across it, and just the Indiana Jones theme for 20 minutes? And they said, yeah.
Absolutely.
I think they were drunk, but I got them to sign it anyway.
Do it. Yeah.
Do you think there'll be a short round cameo?
No. Well, not initially. They might have put one in.
I think they might have put one in.
Yeah.
At this point, I reckon there's been time. I reckon there's, Indiana Jones is not known for post-credit sequences, but if there's going to be one, I think it's going to be.
I don't think they'll post-credit.
I think they might.
No, because Star Wars.
Would you love it or would you hate it?
I don't care.
Oh, I would love it, honestly, yeah.
Oh, no, the post-credit.
Yeah.
Oh, short round.
Yes.
I would love it. I would rather it be like, let's put this character into this movie or universe properly.
Yeah, sure.
Than like, here he is and
well,
there he
there's
goes.
no time.
I know
There's
that.
only time to get Ke-Huy Quan in a closet, in a green screen, in the volume, and he'll just be standing in Istanbul or whatever. They've just put Istanbul on the volume, and he's like, and they've just adorned him in random Indiana Jones. He's got a slightly different hat and a slightly different whip and a slightly different leather jacket.
And he's reading a newspaper that says, big win for Indiana Jones.
That's right.
And he goes, great
he's
stuff.
right. Well, maybe I've got something to say about that. And then it cuts to black. And
The volume cuts to black.
The volume.
And then he just, is that all right? And he walks off set.
The volume cuts to test pattern. And he's like, is that good? All right. All right, great.
I'm back. Oh, good God.
I was the stunt coordinator for X-Men. Thanks for nothing, honestly, the last 20 years. You absolute dogs. Anyway,
Mason, you cannot stop me being excited for this.
I'm not going to stop you.
You cannot stop me, so
Fine.
don't even bother.
Okay.
It's irrelevant to me what you think on this. God, you're such a hater.
I am a hater. That's undeniable, honestly.
Anyways.
Just before we get started,
yes,
I wanted to say, well, off air, we had a conversation about the latest Harrison Ford media circus.
Oh, yeah.
And people have been asking him stuff like, who'd win in a fight between Han Solo and Harrison Ford or whatever? And he's finally snapped, which I think is... I mean, he snaps all the time.
Yeah.
But I think...
He's continuing to snap.
I would ask him, like, who do you think would win in a fight? Your character in 6 Days, 7 Nights? Or...
Firewall.
Or your character in Firewall, whatever his deal was. Do you think 6 Days, 7 Nights could breach the firewall, Harrison?
Oh,
I don't know what that is. I don't know what a firewall is. I've never known and I'll never learn. Get out of here. Great stuff.
I've actually got 2.5 more minutes.
No, you don't. You got 2.5 more minutes to live.
Yeah, I do love that. We've got at least another couple of weeks of Harrison Ford doing weird interviews.
Yeah.
Because he's also in the era where I don't necessarily think he'll do it, but like Hot Ones eating snacks.
Oh,
like
my God.
throwing
What if he does Hot
basketballs
Ones?
at him while he answers trivia. You know, just like all this.
Well, every once in a while he does a really good interview, and that's the thing.
Yeah.
Like that's what people are rolling the dice. And you said you would ask him the annoying questions just to see if he'd blow up. But every once in a while they go, oh my God, and you got a really nuanced answer, or sometimes they'll be like, oh my God, it looks like he's having a fun time with this interview. You think he'd enjoy Hot Ones?
He might.
Yeah.
Yeah, he might.
Yeah.
I don't know whether he'd turn to dust. Like his face would melt, like in an Indiana Jones movie, Mason.
I think he'd get absolutely greenlit before the show, and then he wouldn't react at all. It would be my guess.
That would be pretty incredible.
Yeah.
Just stoic all the way through.
Do you see that Charlize Theron one? Doesn't react at all. Nothing.
No.
Incredible.
Apparently also she turned up, because often people turn up with like handlers and whatever.
Yeah, right.
She turned up on her own and just met them in the car park just with a packet of cigarettes.
Okay.
Fucking love that.
Yeah, that's good. That is good stuff.
All right.
She showed up. She's like, yeah, I ate all the Hot One sauces in the car on the way over. So we just pile them all up and eat them in the one go? Is that how this works?
All right. Now to move into Star Wars news, Mason, your favorite.
It's not, but all right.
We got an official timeline of events. This is how the galaxy is played out. Get ready. Write this down.
I'm not going to.
Write this down.
How about I just take notes in an audio fashion?
Yeah.
And then I'll take notes later.
Write this down.
Okay.
So we also got confirmation of a second series of Tales of or From the Jedi. And we got that animated...
Tales from or of the Jedi. Which will it be this week?
More Dooku.
You think? Young Dooku.
Yuku.
Young sexy Dooku.
I liked Young Sexy Dooku. I really liked Tales of the Jedi. Did you watch it?
Yeah, we watched it, right?
Oh, we watched it. Okay, cool. Must have been a slow week. But it was great. I thought it was really good.
Or did we watch Star Wars Visions?
We did that too.
Yeah.
I think that was confirmed, or is already been confirmed
right.
also. But that Who do you want to see in Tales of from the Jedi?
Ooh, how about this?
Okay.
Tales of the Donnie Yen character from Rogue One.
Well, he's
Can we put that
technically
in?
not a Jedi,
Shut
Mason,
up.
so I'm going to
Shut
have
up.
to veto that
Shut
one.
up.
I'm going to say no.
What if you watch the entire episode and then, like, I don't know, Obi-Wan Kenobi shows up and he's like, turns out you are like a Jedi. You technically count as a Jedi.
And he's talking to his corpse.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because he didn't know that the length of his life.
That's
is
right,
what
yeah.
I'm saying.
Yeah,
I really liked that character.
That's what I'm saying. Put him in.
No, I'd say no.
Wow, all right.
Because he's technically not a Jedi.
Okay, fine. Well, rules are rules.
It's not tales of a guy who knows some things about the Jedi.
Well, maybe it should be a Tales of the guy who knows a guy. But it's Tales of. You know what they do? They just do a framing story where Ben Kenobi's like, yes, I knew a guy. I knew a bloke. And
we all know guys, Obi-Wan. Who cares?
Well, he's special, I think.
You're boring.
You're boring. Who are you even? Who am I even talking to?
This is mean and rude, Obi-Wan.
This guy's mean.
This is on the back foot,
Passag
Obi-Wan.
Obi-Wan. Yeah, on the back foot, Passag Obi-Wan. Yeah.
There you go. Anyway, let's talk about some of the stuff we did see, including the Ahsoka
You're not
trailer.
even rich.
Neither are you.
Well,
You live in a hut. You shit in the desert.
I live in a cave.
Yeah, you did. You moved. But
If I sold it, I could get a lot of credits for it.
no, you couldn't.
I could.
No,
I could.
Where are you going to move?
It's desert front property. That's worth a lot, actually.
So with anything, you don't know anything about it. You don't know anything about it. I was going to say insurance. You also don't know anything about insurance,
Don't need it too good.
but also real estate. Don't need it too good. So we got a trailer for Ahsoka, but at the end of Rebels, spoiler alert, Ezra basically gets some space whales who can go through hyperspace.
Okay.
And he gets Thrawn and Thrawn's ship, and he shoots them off to the unknown regions. So Ezra's gone, and then Thrawn disappears in Rebels.
I see.
And now Thrawn's maybe back. We also get Harrison Dula.
Do you think that did he like make friends with the space whales? Is that how he's back?
Thrawn?
Yes.
No. Or maybe he made them do but Ezra did. Ezra's friends with the space whales.
Okay, but what I'm saying is after that.
Yes, they probably made friends.
Maybe he made friends with the
They
space
probably
whales.
had a big cup of coffee and they talked about it.
Yeah. We're not so different, you and I. I'm a blue guy and you're a space whale.
It's pretty different though, isn't it?
Yeah, but I mean, we can have this conversation, can't we? So
That is something,
it's
you're right.
something, isn't it? Yeah. We both love coffee.
Yeah, I guess they love calf. It's called calf in the
We
Star
both
Wars
take our
universe.
calf the same way in a big trough. So anyway, if you could get me back to where I was through the hyperspace or whatever, I got to kill that Ezra guy.
No, he went with him.
Oh.
Ezra disappeared at the same time. Now, Mason, in addition to the Rian Johnson trilogy and Taika Waititi's Star Wars movie, but not the Kevin Feige movie, which isn't happening apparently, 3 more Star Wars movies were announced.
Yes. 3 more beautiful sacrificial lambs to be cancelled.
But so Dave Filoni is
yes.
going to be directing a movie, and that's going to be the culmination of all the TV Mandalorian stuff.
As part of the Mandoverse.
So it's Ahsoka, it's Mando, it's probably Skeleton Crew, it's probably Luke, Han, and Leia coming back and go, we're here too, and we're all deep faked
right,
and whatever.
yes, that's
Just
right.
a really gross scene you have to look at.
Yeah.
It's going to be all of that, and they all beat up Grand Admiral Thrawn or whatever
That's right.
happens. So I think this is very much the kind of like the fan-centric driven. This is the ones that people seem to like. They like them, even if people don't like the Mando season 3 or whatever. People like this era. They like that Luke Skywalker can turn up and go, hello, I'm young.
That's right.
And people like that. So,
God, show off.
big deal.
I am young. My skin's so smooth. My hair's great. God, Luke. Are you sure isn't there a Jedi code about vanity or
Yeah.
something? No.
I'm the last one.
That's right.
I'm the only one.
I've given up all my material things, but I'm still beautiful.
Except for looking great.
I've given up all my moisturizer, but I don't need it. I'm Luke Skywalker.
I love this vain Luke Skywalker.
Me too. All our Star Wars stuff is just adjective, then the name of the character.
Name of the character. That's right. That already exists.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, so there you go. Okay, Mason.
Yes.
Now is the perfect opportunity to deploy your new favourite character. It's Old Ray, Mason. It's Old Crone Ray. This comes from a variety of people, including Can We Get Some Toast on Twitter. So apparently Damon Lindelof's Star Wars project that he left, which was going to be the Rey Skywalker movie.
They asked him to leave, didn't they?
Yeah,
Right.
he was like, I was having a great time. And they said, hey, here's the door. And they went, what? No, I'd imagine they went, go and get yourself something from the break room. And they opened the door and I went out and I was in a car park.
That's right.
And I turned around and there was no door.
The door was gone. The door was gone.
So, yeah, no, apparently he didn't want to leave. But he was actually going to have the project focus on an elderly Rey training 2 Jedi, a man and a woman.
Oh, yes.
I wonder what that would sound like. But we don't have time.
Oh, no.
This is via the Hot Mic podcast, Mason. You're stuck in a rut. You can't be doing old characters.
That's true.
Invent a new character. The Hot Mic podcast said that this
And then he kept saying, Ray. And I said, Finn, darling, what? I mean, I'm listening. I was listening before. What do you want to... And he never told me.
I don't have anything to say. I just like shouting your name.
And I suppose life's like that sometimes. You never get to the bottom of it. I mean, were it some sort of narrative, that'd be very unsatisfying. But it was real life, so...
So is this the Jedi training? Has it started?
Yes.
How many flips do you want me to do?
I mean, how many can you do?
I could do like a forward roll, maybe a cartwheel.
Oh, that sounds delightful. I don't think I could do a forward roll when I started.
I bet you could.
Oh, I don't remember.
Great, okay, well, we're going to do it now. Mason, this is via the Hot Mic podcast.
Go on.
Apparently it was going to be set 60 years in the future.
Oh, yes.
And Helen Mirren was going to play an older Rey.
And that's still in our past.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it caught up.
Yeah.
Maybe that was in our future. It went beyond our years.
And now it's set in the 90s.
That's right. So
your lightsaber color can be blue or green or hypercolor.
yeah.
You warm it up and it changes color.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I understand why they didn't do this. I like this idea, but the thing about Star Wars is you need at least 3 to 4 characters who can show up and go, remember me? And you go 80 years in the future, you can't be doing that.
That's true.
There's a lot of people you can't be... Palpatine can't... Well, he could probably come back, but others, you know?
Yeah.
Others maybe not.
That's right.
But, Helen Mirren is an old Jedi trying to remember if she could do a forward roll. That's interesting to me.
That's very interesting, right?
Anyway, it's never going to happen now.
No.
They're doing Rey and she's 30.
Yeah.
So, which is the age of Daisy Ridley. So there you go. But which also...
My insurance premiums have gone down now that I'm 30.
I guess they would, wouldn't
For
they?
my car and so forth.
Yeah, you can't... Car?
I mean land speeder.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, the design of your land speeder, you might know this, Ray. It's actually like Luke's land speeder design and they've just tilted it on its
I
side.
don't know who that is.
You met him!
I'm 30 years old, you know. I'm 30 years old, James.
That's some desert 30 years, mate. That's brutal. You know, people you see like...
Can't be expected to remember every Tom, Dick and Luke.
This happened
I've
like
ever met.
6 years ago.
I'm 30.
He still visits you as a ghost.
Oh, the ghost fella.
I thought it was a phone call. One of those blue phone calls you get.
I get so many blue phone calls. Anyway.
Adam Driver went on the Smartless podcast and he was asked about Kylo Ren's return. Spoiler alert for The Rise of Skywalker. He died.
Wow.
He had a big kiss and then he died.
But I just want to talk about Ferrari.
Yeah.
I want to make the fast car.
All right.
You know what he's like.
Yes, I know what he's like.
That's just the vibe I get from... I haven't seen the movie yet.
Yeah. He's just loving that
I
Italian
built
accent.
the car to honor my son. He died. Blair.
Oh, he's not laughing?
No. Why would he laugh about that?
I don't know, mate. He's a Dracula. Who knows? He's probably got a lot of sons. Whatever. I don't know.
That's true.
Yeah.
Alucard.
Exactly.
Yeah.
If you remember, he had a big kiss and then he disappeared.
I do remember that.
Which also, I think if they wanted to bring him back, there's Ghost, and there's also, you could be like, he teleported. It's a force power and he teleported
Perfect,
away.
yep.
You know?
Or he teleported into a clone vat or whatever. There's a clone of him now.
He went in that time travel tree.
Yeah, time travel tree. You could go, the Emperor, he knew that they'd fight him they'd die, so he cloned them.
Yeah.
He cloned them there and now he's back.
Yeah, and he's conflicted.
Yeah, because his dad or whatever cloned him, his granddad.
Yep.
Whatever. You know.
Yeah. His granddad was actually whoever Han Solo's dad is, Mason.
Oh.
I think you'll find.
Okay.
And Darth Vader.
Nice.
I think you'll find.
Oh.
Anyway, that is asked about, and he said, they're doing stuff, but not with me. I'm not doing any more. So there you go.
Great.
Yeah.
And that's my final word on it until the next interview when somebody's going to ask me again.
Yeah.
But I just want to talk about Ferrari, he said. He slipped into the character.
He's loving that Italian accent he used in the previous movie where he was
House of Gucci,
Italian.
absolutely, yeah.
God damn.
I want to make fashion house big and successful.
My son died.
Oh, boy.
Mason?
Yes.
Also,
did his son die in House of Gucci as well?
I don't know.
I can't remember. Doesn't matter.
It was okay.
Maybe.
I wanted it to be really good. It was okay. But Jared Leto was really good at it. And by that I mean absolutely fucking atrocious. Mason.
I must build really fast car.
That's
Ferrari.
hard. That's hard though.
Well, I do it.
Is he a Dracula?
Yeah, he's from Transylvania.
And he's the Dracula.
Yeah, and he's a Dracula. Yeah,
Right.
Yeah.
Wow, this is great.
Oh, look, I want to do more Transylvanian Ferrari, but I'll say
Sure.
it
I mean,
later.
okay, fine.
I'll pepper it in later or earlier because we're recording this segment separate from the rest of the
Correct.
podcast. So maybe earlier in the podcast there'll be some Transylvanian Ferrari, and you'll have to.
God, I hope so.
People will have to understand that.
Yeah. There's a last thing here. It's an optional thing, which I guess you could still submit, which is favorite moment from the podcast this year. An optional thing with the Best of the Year clip show coming soon in January. Thanks for voting. So if you wanted to put something in from the show that you liked, maybe this entire segment you want to put in.
Maybe.
Slot that
folks,
in.
Maybe. And I can only speak for myself, but maybe it's Ferrari Dracula. You know?
I don't think it's a character that you've fully fleshed out.
That's the thing. The possibilities are endless.
No, but I think
It's
in a bad way.
beautiful- Oh.
It's like you've shown a G.I. Joe card.
No, I think it's just boundless.
It's got franchise
It's got
potential.
legs. Oh, the world of, oh my God, yeah.
Can you see this being purchased by a major studio?
I'm saying Adam Driver's probably at the door right now.
I hope not.
Yeah, I think he's gone to the studio and he's like, can we pull regular Ferrari out of cinemas? Because Ferrari Dracula is going to overshadow it.
Yeah.
I'm going to be embarrassed by my previous work as regular Ferrari, Mr. Ferrari, Enzo Ferrari. And I'd rather be Ferrari Dracula.
Yeah. All right. Well, look, let's see what people think.
Okay. Yeah.
I would say almost certainly not.
Wow.
And if it does, it's Collins doing you a favor.
That's right.
He's placating you, Mason.
I'll take it.
Mason, variety is the spice of life. And also
it's
this
so true.
publication.
Listeners, that's a little thing you can take with you.
That's right. Tell everyone you know. But someone was fired from Star Wars. I don't know if you heard this again.
I did hear that, yeah.
Yeah, so Damon Lynch.
But for real this time. Wait. Oh, I was thinking about Kathleen Kennedy who keeps getting fake fired.
I think she will leave soon.
Okay.
But no, not yet.
If I were Kathleen Kennedy, I would leave on my own after however 10 years, 15
Plus,
years.
11 years.
Billions of just untold millions of dollars in like salary and bonuses and what have you. Just as a little treat for the fans, I would do a press conference and I'd be all teary and I'd be like, I've been fired. I've been fired from Star Wars. I
did too many feminisms when they fired me. Kevin Feige's going to take over. Yeah, with Dave Filoni.
Dave Filoni and John Favreau, they're doing all the stuff you want. I made all the stuff you didn't like. They'd be like, just kidding, suck it, nerds. Or maybe I'd leave it. Maybe I'd just be like, I'm so sad I got fired. And then just leave the nerd, give the nerds a win, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. They've been putting in the work.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Did you see also, this is a bit of improv news, Mason. Sometimes we like to freewheel it.
I'm doing improv news. This is
Improv
about
news.
the improv industry.
Here we go. I'm coming into a room,
Okay.
Mason. Let me just pretend to sit on this chair.
It's more clowning, I feel.
I'm not very good at improv. I'm the level with you. But anyway, this
You can just make this normal news, or you want to commit to it?
This is improv
The
news.
only way you get better at it is if you practice, I think. So
Okay, I'm gonna do
let's
some
push
more
through as
improv
news. Okay, right.
Hey, Mason, I'm a newspaper reporter. I got big news for you.
No, you're just James.
No,
You're regular
Mason.
James.
Mason, yes, and.
Oh, okay. What were you
Extra,
again?
extra. Buy this newspaper. I'll tell you about the news in it, though.
How much is the news? much is
For
the
the
newspaper?
newspaper,
Yeah, yeah.
65 cents.
65 cents? What era is this?
To the what era do you think it is?
65 cents. Like the No?
It's the 70s.
The 80s?
It's the 80s. Yep.
And this news is from the 80s then?
No,
Right.
this is news from the future.
How'd you get it?
I found it.
Are you from the 80s, but you've traveled to now?
Yeah. Yep. Yes, and.
Okay, so you're a newsboy from the 80s.
Yep,
And
man.
you're newsman, and you've traveled from the 80s to now,
Yeah.
and you've decided to maintain your sanity.
Yes.
You've decided to just keep your career as a newsboy man.
Man, yeah. And sell newspapers.
But you haven't gotten a job. You've just found a piece of news.
Yeah.
And you're selling it to me for the price that it would have cost in the 80s.
Yeah, I found just this one.
All right, this I got to see.
And with this 65 cents, I'm gonna probably go buy like a sandwich.
Oh man, I got bad news about the price of sandwiches, even in the 80s. Anyway, here's 65 cents.
Thank you. So apparently Hulu is going to be, in the US, is going to be folded into Disney Plus.
Okay.
Which is what it is in most other regions of the world.
we have a sub channel called Star, which has most Hulu stuff,
Yeah, that's
but
right.
it's always missing something you want.
Yeah, that's
you know
true.
what I mean?
Yeah.
It's always like everybody's talking about this show on Hulu, and you're like, oh, I'll find it on Disney. It's not there.
Nah,
it's not there. You got to wait for it.
Or they'll release it like week to week or something, as opposed to like it all in one batch. But apparently there's some kind of thing where like, I think it's Comcast, who the fuck knows, one of the three companies, and they own like a third of Hulu.
Right.
So Disney or Comcast next year have to decide, like one of them has to buy it out or something. I can't remember. So look forward to one company swallowing another company, which is my favorite bit of news.
It's whichever one you're not currently subscribed to, that's the one that's going to buy it.
Yeah.
And then you won't have it.
Yeah.
So that's cool.
Can I have that newspaper back?
You're going to sell it again.
Yeah.
All right, I guess.
Yeah, I'm going to get 2 sandwiches.
Man, I got such bad news for you. No.
So there you go.
I bet as a newsboy man from the past, I bet you're still glad that Fred Bassett is still in the.
I certainly am,
newspaper.
Mason. Thank goodness. Yeah. Also, THR said that the remainder of the schedule is apparently going to, for CW, because they're just gutting that whole thing. It's going to consist of unscripted series and low-cost imports.
Yes.
That's
the
good.
future of entertainment.
Drek.
I love Drek.
No.
But I mean, maybe we're out of touch. Also, I saw this on Twitter this week.
Well, when they talk about like this is the biggest show, I'm like, I've never heard of this.
Yeah, the one.
What's Vanderpump Rules? What the fuck is that?
The Good Surgeon or whatever it's called.
Yeah,
About the one you've mentioned that's about he's got autism.
I have mentioned that before, right?
Yeah, I
like
think
on
so.
the show. Like,
I think so.
I didn't know it was still going.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just a show where they're like, this guy's got autism, but it's a superpower, and also he freaks out all the time or whatever. That show apparently, and like that, and because on Twitter everybody's like, oh, Succession, the best show ever made or whatever, and that has about 2 million viewers or something.
Exactly.
Whereas these shows have 20, 30 million viewers.
Because people who watch that, they don't spend their time online like us. They're not online freaks.
That's true.
So that's what's going on.
They're real life freaks.
They're real life freaks watching The Good Surgeon. Yeah. What's hilarious about that show is, first of all, that it's still going. And this guy who's supposed to be autistic, he's a fucking robot. They've written a robot into this show. I mean, it would make more sense if it was called Robot Doctor.
Yeah.
And he was a literal robot.
In the 80s, he would have been Robot
Yeah,
Doctor.
exactly. That's where I'm from.
He's still that guy.
Yeah.
All right.
That'll be 65 cents, thanks.
Oh, man.
Wild. Anyway, Mason. There's someone at the door. I think it's a dog.
Told you.
No, this is new, Mason. This is different than the other thing.
It's the same thing.
Different.
There's always a dog. It's the telltale dog. Hello, which one is it? Hello, Ollie. Hello. Look at you go. Look at you go. Hello. Hello. Hello, but chilly outside. Oh.
It's bloody chilly out there.
Oh, you went wrong.
Oh, the dog got in.
Hello.
The dog's in its grub era.
For people who don't know, the dog has learned to open doors.
Yes. Like a raptor.
Yeah, like a raptor.
All right.
Oh, big news.
And I'm just going to see if I can stop the dogs from barking.
I love it. Oh, who is it? Who is it? Oh, it's Ollie. She's here. You're outside now. You're inside.
I don't know if you noticed, Mason, but Ollie made an appearance in our latest Caravan of Garbage.
I did see that.
Saved the day. The real hero of
goodness.
cinema, Mason.
That's so true.
Yeah. So the dog's here, everybody.
Hello. Ollie, what you doing?
It's dog time, everybody. It's fun how Ollie comes for a visit.
I think it is too.
Yep, I completely agree. Love that.
Yeah.
I'm just going to let Ollie out.
Great, I
Look
love
at
that.
her.
Hello, Ollie. Hello. Oh, hello.
It's dog time, everyone. The dog's visiting.
Here he is. You're going to let the dog out?
I'm going to let the dog out because the dog wants to get out.
Whoa. Ollie, you betrayer. It's not dog time anymore. Oh, that means it's dog time. Ollie, what you doing? Where
Don't tell me.
Oh, she's so cold. You're so cold, Ollie. Look at you go. Oh, she's sneezing.
Yeah,
Seasonal allergies?
potentially.
Wow. Well, thanks for giving me seasonal allergies, dog. You absolute dog. You absolute dog of a dog.
Mason, we're going to ramp up to some DC stuff right now.
Love it.
But of course, before we get there, this is we need to talk about this week at Look What's Been Cancelled this week.
Oh, here's something that I know they've cancelled.
What is it?
It's the TV series Pennyworth.
Is this your one bit of news?
Maybe. It's
No, I have that bit of news. But does that count as your one bit of news?
Yeah, probably.
I guess so, Mason. The origins of Batman's butler.
Well, what do you call it? The butler who saved America or something?
I don't
What do you think it was called?
The butler who eventually knew Batman, and
That's
he said,
right.
hello.
Did he, though?
Did he?
Well, here's the thing. So this, I think maybe we've mentioned before, this particular version of Alfred is the Pennyworth series is a prequel to Gotham.
Yeah.
But it is also a prequel to the V for Vendetta movie,
As we
I guess,
discovered
or the
recently.
comic book series. It's set in the same universe. So does that mean
Remember, Batman's butler. I think the expression is from the comic.
So is the idea that Batman lives in a universe where at one point in
They did
London,
a big V for Vendetta.
They did a big V for Vendetta for a couple of years?
It also might be one of those universes where maybe there isn't a Batman.
Yeah.
You know?
But it's the origin of Batman's butler. It'd be called
That's a great
it'd be
point.
called the origin of nobody's butler.
Well, I guess also...
I've decided to not get into butling, actually.
This is also a universe where there is no Batman because they've cancelled it.
Well, and also, I don't know if you saw this.
London exploded?
Yes, there was on spoilers for the final episode of.
By the way, apparently this show is pretty solid.
Well,
from what
yeah, I
I've
mean,
heard,
the main guy looks pretty charming and what
Yeah.
have you, and there's some, as we've seen from clips, there's some interesting stuff happening in it. But if you saw on Twitter, somebody clipped the final scene of Pennyworth, the last episode, and spoilers for
He's got
this.
sideburns and he's at a
He's
wedding.
got a big sideburns and a big widow's peak. Well, he's at his own wedding.
Yes.
And his wife to be says, "Yes, I'll marry you." And then it comes to him, "Do you take this woman?" And he's about to answer. And then they're on the outskirts of London, I guess, or out in the country or whatever. And then there's just an enormous nuclear explosion in London.
Do you think it was the V for Vendetta starting?
Maybe, but maybe because
Maybe in this version of V for Vendetta it was a bomb and not a virus.
See, I thought the V for Vendetta stuff was happening. Some V for Vendetta stuff was happening in season 3. I don't know.
But maybe there was some. I think it was more of a hint.
But here's the thing also. Everybody reacts like it's nothing. Everybody just looks over and is like,
Is that?
And I think what that was on set, they were just like, we don't know what you're going to be reacting to.
Could be a lizard.
Could be a lizard. A big lizard's crashed this wedding. He's on the cake. He's on this horrible 1960s British cake. It's made of jelly and carrots. I hate this. But I don't know. But the London
carrots.
London goes up, and everybody's just like, "Oh yeah, I guess," which is wild. And
does that mean he's not married? I guess we'll never know. Chekhov's is the butler married?
That's right. Yeah, technically not, but also probably never coming back to this universe unless they do another CW.
The Cat in the Box one, that one.
Schrodinger's cat.
Thank you.
Yes.
Schrodinger's is Batman's butler.
Schrodinger's Batman is a butler. Unless we go back to unless there's another CW style shared universe that they build, and then they can go back to a bit of crossover and be like, what happened to that universe? Well, it blew up.
That wasn't London. That was Tottenham.
Might have been Tottenham. Oh no, what's going to happen to Tottenham Hotspur? Not my Spurs.
No, that's bad. So trending this week, and has been for a little. When I say trending, I don't know. Who knows how much? I don't even know what parts of Twitter are working at the moment. But hashtag sell the Snyderverse to Netflix, which, by the way, too long. Should just be sell the Snyderverse. That's all I'm saying.
Snell the Snyderverse?
Snell the Snyderverse.
Yeah.
Take a big whiff. Smell the Snyderverse, Mason. So James Gunn, in response to this, said, I have to say, this has got to be one of the wackiest hashtags since, 1, Netflix hasn't expressed any such interests, although we've discussed other stuff. And 2, Zach hasn't expressed any interest and he seems to be happy doing what he's doing. And we too have talked. He contacted me to express his support about my choices. He's a great guy. Again, he seems really happy with the massive world building he's doing now. Because, he's making Netflix Star Wars at the moment.
I saw this on Twitter, and I don't have it here currently. I have what instead I have is these weird animatic things these weird.
Oh yeah, someone sent me one of those. Yeah,
for the Zack Snyder's Justice League, where they've got little portraits of all the heroes and they're saying stuff. I haven't clicked because I'd be embarrassed. I'd die of secondhand embarrassment. But yeah, for people who haven't seen these, the hashtag sell ZSJL to Netflix crowd.
Oh, they've
have made
up,
these
though.
sort of. They've taken these pictures of DC superheroes and they've done that app thing where you can get them to talk.
It goes, hello.
Okay, let's click it and see what see what he says.
God, this better not be racist, Mason. I swear to God.
Came from 1 year in the future, and I have to tell you, the Flash
This is
movie
The Flash.
is a massive success. It makes more than $1 billion in the box office. They even show Henry's Superman, Ben's Batman, and Gal's Wonder Woman at the end of the movie. They make it look like that Trinity belongs to a different universe, some kind of an Elseworld. Soon after the movie premiere, DC announces that they made a partnership with Netflix and that they will restore the Snyderverse.
Yes!
Zach is on board, and so is the whole cast of the Justice League.
Yes!
We did it, guys.
We did it!
And it all started on February 14th, 2023.
That's
wow.
a Valentine's Day.
So don't listen to haters. This is all because of you.
I never listen to haters.
Keep the great work and see you in the 14th. Hello,
No,
guys.
it's
What's with the vocal fry? It's all because of you.
He was a little bit what's that? Not Top Cat. One of those guys, Snagglepuss. He was
Yeah.
like, "I'll see you on the 14th." Ooh. But that was the Flash there. He's come from the future and he's told us that. So they're all like that apparently.
Great.
That's pretty cool.
Guys, I just...
Mason, I
Yes.
fucking hated that.
It's pretty good.
Just so you know.
You're welcome.
Next up, first look at Lady Gaga as Harley Quinn. It's a very close embrace between
right.
her and the Joker. The Joker looks in distress. Maybe he's like, I don't know if I can be the Joker. And she's like, you can do it. I reckon. I'll help you.
You think we're at that point in the movie? Is it that where that scene is happening?
Yes.
Because I think earlier in the movie she'd be like, I don't think you should be the Joker.
Yeah, this is
and I
bad.
won't help you with it, actually.
You asked me to, but I'm saying
That's
no.
right,
I'm
yeah.
putting my foot down.
That's right.
You shouldn't do it.
And then she does a big wink to the camera.
yeah.
Because we all know she
We all
will.
know she's going to do it. He looks a bit older. I wonder if it's like 10 years on or whatever, you know? It's like
Sure,
Joker
that
in
would
the
make it the early
late
90s.
80s, early 90s or whatever.
He's
yeah.
probably wearing some of those Air Jordans.
He would be, wouldn't
Probably
he? 'Cause they
playing
were
Tetris on
they
the
were
Game Boy.
a popular shoe and gaming device, Mason.
That's right. He's probably
Yeah.
cheering on Kieran Perkins.
Well, not yet, but yeah. Or
thinking
maybe he's
of it.
watching him in school
Regional.
swim meets.
That's right. Yep. He gets it. That's,
Take your shoes off, Kieran.
that's his one request in Arkham Asylum. just a satellite feed from local Win community TV.
It's too specific.
No, I
You
disagree.
can't say win community TV, Mason.
I can and I have.
You're
And I
gonna be
won't
saying
take it back.
You're gonna be saying prime possum, and I'm just gonna have to stop you. All right?
Okay, fine.
People don't get it,
Oh well,
and they shouldn't.
they should. It's true.
So yeah, that's well underway. Mason,
Yes.
this week we saw more of Suicide Squad Kills the Justice League, which is Rocksteady's new video game.
So they created the first
Three.
three Arkham games:
Yeah.
Arkham Asylum, Arkham City, Arkham Knight. They didn't make Arkham Origins,
Or the last thing that
Gotham
happened.
Knights.
Yeah,
So this is set. Kill the Justice League is set in the continuity of
their
Arkham
trilogy.
Knights. So it's set 5 years later.
8 years later. No, sorry, yeah, right, sorry. But it took 8 years in development. Now, I love the idea of this where you are members of the Suicide Squad and you have to take on the Justice League.
Using all their signature weapons, all their various.
That drink is so loud.
I know, and it's just been fizzing for ages. Is this a poison drink? Did you hand me a poison drink?
Look,
Extra fizz?
one of our drinks has poison in it, but I cannot remember which one for the life of me, Mason. But
Do you think it's the one?
probably
Do you think
that
it's the one that's carbonated regularly, or this one that will not stop fizzing?
Put it up to the microphone. It's a weird noise
It's an
too.
intense fizz.
I like how
It's
you
like-
put it behind the pop filter.
Oh, well, it's a soda pop, James.
Very good. Anyway,
Wow, what a world! It's getting
filling up
fizzier.
more.
I don't understand.
Why are you drinking it? Oh, probably because of the poison.
Because of the poison in it.
They're not normally that fizzy.
No.
That's really weird. Anyways, here's the thing about this.
Anyway, I was going to say this: all their signature weapons. You're going to use Captain Boomerang's classic boomerangs, aren't you, James?
yes.
No, he's just got a gun. They've all just got.
They've all
guns.
just got. Well, he also has, and they also have modes of traversal.
Yes, like Gotham Knights.
But it's like it's swinging, or you throw your boomerang and then you zip to it, or you whatever the other two do.
Yeah, so Captain Boomerang has a Speed Force gauntlet.
Yeah.
He takes it off a wall in a trophy room or something like that.
That's so distracting.
It's very distracting,
So
isn't it?
loud, Mason.
Yeah.
I wonder if anybody could even hear it.
But yeah, so look, as you know, James, the last game I played was a point-and-click adventure where you play a Victorian lady who wears trousers.
Yes.
So it was excavating a barrow.
Yeah.
So I'm not up to date.
None of this.
No.
seems
So this
familiar
is.
to you?
But I do know there's been a huge backlash against loot boxes.
Yeah.
and,
Well, there's
and that sort of stuff.
there's
so.
a finite amount of time that people have.
What?
And these ones are like stuff like
James,
this.
small existential crisis. Thought I was going to live forever.
But like, if you're into,
Do you think this will help me live forever?
yes,
This perpetually fizzing drink?
in a way, you'll be remembered as the guy who drank a drink he shouldn't have. But like, you know, you might be playing a Destiny or a Fortnite or various versions of COD or whatever the fuck people are playing. I don't know. Fall Guys, what are they doing?
Yep, we're all playing Fall Guys. That's
Yeah.
right.
And also, Rocksteady are committed to supporting the game far after launch with new characters, missions, and weapons. And here's the thing: we just fucking did this with the
Gotham Knights?
Avengers.
Oh, okay,
And
right.
Gotham Knights, yes. 2 examples. And okay, how is there? And look, to be fair, it looks better than the Avengers. And I like this. Like any
Metropolis looks
Yeah,
amazing.
and every cutscene I see, great. Love
Yeah.
the story, love the interaction,
I think
love
the
the
voice acting
idea
is
of
good,
this.
yeah.
Voice acting is great. All of that I'm on board with. And this is obviously a game built around being constantly online, getting money out of people, grinding,
Hate it.
online currencies. Just keep going and going and going
Excavating
forever.
a barrow in the Victorian era.
Wearing a pant.
Going on a big train. Going to a town and they're like, we're like strangers around here, darling.
I mean, if you look, I didn't buy the new Harry Potter game. I'm not going to buy it. It sold well anyway. Like it sold like 12 million copies because that's not an online forever. People want to walk around Hogwarts and speak to a fucking book or whatever the fuck people do in that. That to me is exhausting. I don't want to touch that regardless, right? And even look at Guardians of the Galaxy. They put all the Guardians in, but you play as one and you control the others and you go through a single player narrative, right? That to me makes sense. This is ridiculous. You've spent 8 fucking years. You just make a Superman game.
Well-
People only want to play Superman. Why the fuck would you make this?
Well, we talked about this off air. Rumors are swirling, and by that I mean I saw a few tweets that suggested maybe the reason this took so long is because they had to reverse engineer the Superman game they'd been working on for many years.
they took Metropolis and
Yeah, they
Maybe.
there were a lot of there was a lot of talk about like next one's a Superman
maybe
game.
it
Don't
was
even worry about it.
Superman kills the
Suicide
Suicide
Squad.
Squad very quickly.
Yeah.
And then you fly around the city and go, that was great.
Amanda Waller hands him that little iPad at the start of the game, and you just tap a half a dozen buttons, and everybody's heads pop off.
Apparently Aquaman 2 is bad.
Yeah,
But I should preface this by saying, who knows? Changes can be made, edits, reshoots.
Yeah.
They're probably recutting a bunch of shit out of this movie
Yeah.
anyway, which we'll talk about also.
and the quote that I was referring to earlier that I saw on Twitter was, people who have seen it said it is the worst DCEU movie ever.
Oh
and
my
I'm
God.
saying
No.
no.
You're saying no.
No, I'm saying it could be, but I'm just saying that is a hell of a thing to say. Like, just what a statement to make. Are you sure?
Think about it. Think about it.
Because the bar is below.
I'm going to give you a minute to think about that.
Yeah.
Just reassess what you've just said there.
Because you can't take it back. Once you've said it's the worst one ever, think about all the. Maybe you've forgotten some.
Yeah.
I'm gonna open up IMDb and I'm gonna show you all the other ones. And then you can think about it.
Yeah.
This is an open book test.
Yeah.
You can look at all the other ones. You don't have to.
You can even rewatch some.
Yeah,
You can bring some clips up on your phone.
Let me know tomorrow.
Yeah. we knew Ben Affleck was going to be in it.
That's right.
And there was also word that Michael Keaton was as well. But that also obviously off the back of The Flash where they're resetting the universe, et cetera, and so
Well,
forth.
speaking of Batmans,
Oh.
here's a little scoop.
Second
a
bit of
potential
news.
scoop.
Okay.
Well, this is from someone who I shan't be naming
Mm-hmm.
for security reasons.
Oh.
They've said regarding the movie The Flash and potential post-credit sequences for The Flash.
Yes.
So if you don't want to know,
I don't.
too bad.
Okay.
You don't get to choose.
Okay.
You're the only person I'm speaking to directly, but you don't get to choose. Everybody else could shuttle forward a little bit. I
Doesn't
think.
seem props. Doesn't seem cool, but I guess you're right.
Yeah. Anyway, this source has told us, hey guys, I can confirm that George Clooney will be in the Flash movie. I worked on the additional photography for the day shooting his scene. It will most likely be a post or mid-credit scene. Of course, they could decide not to put it in entirely, but we shot it.
Well, that is possible too if this is true. It wouldn't surprise me. It also wouldn't surprise me if they just leave Ezra Miller in the George Clooney Batman universe. Right? Just dump them there and then move on and then recast.
Sure.
What happened to the previous Flash?
Shows up as Mr. Freeze or just somebody in that suit and just ices him up and then he gets put in a big fridge. The fridge is locked, but they put a chain on it.
Yep.
It says flash-proof chain on it. They've made it in...
They put it in a Speed Force prison or something.
In a Speed Force prison.
Yeah, at the bottom of the ocean.
The way it's played, Ezra's Flash approaches Bruce from behind, and when he turns around, it's Clooney, not Keaton. So there you go. Now, the only due diligence I've done here is I've Googled the person's name who sent this in.
Yep.
And their IMDb results suggest, yes, they could have been in at least the building when this was happening. So,
I love spoiling a big thing, Mason. That's great. So you're saying that this is definitely confirmed. And if anybody's reporting on this from any of the trades, just know that this is our hot scoop or shot of poop segment.
That's right.
You can only report on it if you officially say, we don't care if you name the podcast. That is irrelevant. But that
you can just say some podcast has a segment called Hot Scoop or Shot of Poop.
You don't even have to link it.
Yeah, we don't care. Honestly, we're not going to read most of this.
Yeah, we're not in it for the clout.
That's right.
We're in it to make a website write a dumb thing.
That's right.
All right, Mason. Now, Mason, the big reveal from CinemaCon.
Don't have to tell me. I was there.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Why don't you tell me the big reveal from CinemaCon?
More Funko Pops.
Oh, yeah, more.
They've recycled the old Funko Pops.
Yeah.
They've
given them all mustaches. They've just gone around with a marker and put mustaches on all of them.
That's
great.
Yeah.
So, to mostly universal acclaim, it seems, people love this new Batman movie that they've made.
Interesting.
They've got multiple Batmen in it. It's Michael Keaton, Ben Affleck. And it just seems like a really interesting Batman movie that they've made.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Don't you think? I mean, you saw it, so you can...
Yeah, I think it's good. And they told me to like it, so I do. I think that's cool.
Imagine if they said, just tell everyone you don't like this one. That's great marketing.
Yeah.
Just say, no, it's bad.
We're talking about the Flash movie.
The Flash movie.
Yeah.
It's a Batman movie, but there's a line where Michael Keaton says, you want to get nuts. Let's get nuts.
Yeah.
And that's a line from a previous Batman
and there's a
movie.
There's a moment where Michael Shannon Azod is like, what am I doing here? I saw a Twitter, somebody tweeted.
I don't remember. How did I get here?
Somebody tweeted something along the lines of, it's a competition between Michael Shannon and Michael Keaton as to who wants to be there least. And I disagree. Michael Keaton doesn't want to be there. Michael Shannon doesn't know where he is. Because there is no way.
What a dynamic
There
duo.
is no way Michael Shannon did anything in it. Like, he didn't go to a place. Like, he didn't go to on location. He didn't go out into the desert.
No.
At best, he went into a room.
Got his head scanned.
He got his head scanned. They did some lines, and then they CGI'd everything else, his entire body, whatever he's doing. There's a moment where he gets, like, crushed into the ground or a wall or something.
Yeah.
And that's obviously not.
Yeah.
None of that's real.
No.
But also there was an article where Michael Keaton was talking to the press.
Oh, yeah.
If you can imagine such a thing.
No.
And he was like, he got the director to take some photos of him for his in the Batman suit for his grandkids. I'm like, you're going to be in the movie, though. Just take him to the movie.
Show them the Batman movies you were in.
Yeah. Michael Keaton, do you not know what cameras and film and...
Can you take a photo of me and then get it developed and sent and post it to me so I can show my grandkids?
Can you take some photos and then take them down the chemist and get them back in a few days? Can you do that? Yes, Michael Keaton. Yes, we can do that.
There you go. I mean, you would want to show your grandkids that you're Batman, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Because they'd be like, whoa, those are weird, those ones you made.
That's right.
Yeah.
You're barely in that second one. That's weird.
Anyways, anything can be good.
That's true.
And people saying that they loved it and maybe it's got an inconsistent third act or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Well, we know it does because we've seen it. They've shown us the whole thing. So
sure.
In the trailer. So.
I feel like that's going to be like end of second act and then the third act is evil Flash, multiple cameos, etc.
Interesting. Okay.
But also, who cares?
James, we care because we're being paid by Warner Brothers to
You
care.
got paid. I didn't get paid.
Okay, right. All right, well, I'll talk to Zaslav.
Yeah.
I'll go to the Zaslab, which is where he hangs out.
And where Michael Keaton developes his photos.
That's exactly right. And I'll talk to him. We'll sort that out for you.
No, I'm interested to see these characters,
yeah,
sure.
Yeah.
But I am like, is this just going to be cameos and Michael Keaton being like, Jack Nicholson's Joker? He'll say that.
Oh, his famous catchphrase. When he saw him in the first movie, he's like, oh, you're Jack Nicholson's Joker.
Beat you up. Cool.
Very cool.
It's by IGN in our segment called How the Flash Can This Happen?
Oh, my goodness.
Good thing I wrote that down.
I'd already forgotten.
Now, you're going to love this because the Flash is coming to your home in the film. Not really, thank goodness. In the form
Gotta set up a metal detector.
In the form of either digital or physical release. But that's not the only way you can experience the
That's
Flash.
not enough for me.
Do you want to spend more money?
Yes.
Okay, so what
But
about...
I want to get something of no value.
You're going to love this then.
Okay.
Warner Brothers Discovery has announced today that its latest superhero flick, The Flash, is its latest blockchain movie, meaning you will be available to purchase this film as a non-fungible token, NFT.
Oh,
through
the best time for an NFT.
through the blockchain service Ulvio starting July 18th. That's coming up.
July, yes, it is.
Damn.
3 days from now,
Yeah.
at time of recording.
That's right.
Earlier, when it comes out.
That's right.
When in several weeks' time,
My
it'll
goodness.
be, if you listen to this late,
It might be too late.
yeah, it might be too. I might have sold out of all of them.
Just to be clear, do not buy this.
No, don't buy it.
Anybody, not even as a joke.
No.
Yeah. In a press
What
release,
about a gag gift for someone else?
No.
Okay, interesting.
Do not encourage this kind of behavior.
Alright.
It's like giving a dog a treat for pissing on the carpet.
They should have tricked Sony into releasing a Morbius NFT. two cinema releases, then an NFT. That would have been great.
In a press release, Warner Brothers Discovery explains that
We're desperate for money. We'll do anything.
No, they've got plenty of money, Mason. But it explains that The Flash is a Web3 movie experience in a multimedia NFT, allowing fans to own and to engage in with the 2023 DC superhero film in an exciting way.
Just wait for somebody to put it on Twitter for nothing.
What does this mean, though, Mason?
It doesn't mean anything.
It's an immersive Web3 experience. You can watch it in 4K,
Oh.
which you could do anyway.
Yeah, if you bought the 4K.
Access 5 digital locations that contain hidden augmented reality collectibles.
Oh, my God. Wait, what does that mean? Does that mean you can go to a place in real life?
I hope so.
What if you don't live near that place?
Well, you have to.
Oh, great.
Maybe it's within the...
Maybe it's
like it
within
comes
your-
up in the movie or whatever.
Oh, great.
I don't know.
Great.
None of this means anything. They probably haven't even figured it out yet.
Yeah, probably. That's probably
They can
true.
build it after they sell it.
Yeah, yeah.
And will allow them to
Go to
unlock...
famous crime scene locations that may or may not have anything to do with anyone in this movie.
and will allow them to unlock exclusive content and behind-the-scenes footage. Also feature a voucher for those that purchase
That used to just be on
the
stuff.
film.
That used to just be on DVDs, behind the scenes stuff. You didn't have to do an NFT treasure
Nah,
hunt.
man, you're misremembering.
Probably.
This stuff always was hard and weird and expensive to get. Allowing them to redeem it for a DC3 Super Power Pack NFT from the DC NFT marketplace. But outside of this NFT pack, owners will obtain randomly selected key art featuring characters from the film that vary in levels of rarity. So it could be
Not rare at
not
all.
rare at all.
Mhm.
Or somewhat rare.
Somewhat rare.
Or just look at it on Twitter.
Or people put all of them on Twitter. They'll just collate them.
I mean, this is a very obvious cash grab because this
Yeah.
movie is making negative money.
It's the worst,
It's the biggest bomb ever, maybe.
biggest bomb ever, maybe. Wow.
Love that.
God.
Love it for this movie.
Future generations of YouTubers or whatever YouTube is replaced by are going to be like, guys, you will never believe, you guys, this is the biggest bomb ever made.
And we'll be like, we lived
we
it.
were there. And they'll be like, shut up, old man, because we're there.
Yeah.
We're just there.
This
to
is
be-
3 years from now. We were there.
we were there. And they'll just be like, this was the biggest bomb ever made and no one remembers it.
Yeah.
You know, they'll be like, yeah, great.
It had Michael Keaton or whatever.
Yeah.
We were there. Well, anyway, so that's a fucking awful thing to do.
Yep. Did you see, this is almost entirely unrelated, but I thought it was interesting. Did you see they're doing Call of Duty plus The Boys? Did you see that?
Like in the game.
Yep.
Think if this goes well, they'll have all of them,
Maybe with a
Including
timed release.
including the guy who climbs inside another guy's dick.
Yeah. Yeah.
Good stuff, Mason.
Yeah.
Wow. It's exciting. What an exciting
Exciting
time
times we live in, you
to
know what I mean?
purchase absolute fucking dreck from psychopaths. Don't you reckon?
Yes, I agree.
Has this got more cynical or has everything gotten worse?
No, everything's great. Anyway, if everybody could sign up to bigsandwich.co. Hey, do you like Drek from Psychos?
But anyway, Mason, what we have to do right now, and you're going to hate this, we're going to have to put down our phones and stop watching the movie Red Notice.
Oh,
which
well,
we're
come on.
both watching on separate devices and on this television in this
Right.
room. Yeah.
And on the fridge.
Yeah.
We put it up on the fridge.
Just for a second, but good news, it's because Red Notice 2 may be on the way.
Yes!
Now, as people know,
Redder still.
this is the...
Damn, this Red Notice is even redder. That must mean we're in more trouble and we need more celebrity cameos.
Woo! So, as people may be aware, Red Notice is touted as the thing that has been watched more than anything else ever.
That's right.
And we know that's true.
Absolutely. Why would a streaming service which relies on it concealing its viewing numbers lie to us about any streaming numbers?
And also to boost their numbers, but also not pay people. We've talked. It's that weird line.
It is.
Oh, you heard about Squid Game this week? So the guy who made Squid Game just didn't get paid like residuals. Like he barely got paid anything
because he was in the position where he had that idea, and they were like,
"We want that."
Yeah, we'll take that, but also in order to put it up and get it made, we're not going to pay you. And
it made them $900 million. By the way,
right.
Yeah,
right.
So whatever.
That's fine.
He doesn't need any of that. Yeah.
But they will make the reality TV version.
Yes.
Because it's cheaper.
Because it's way cheaper.
They don't need anybody to write anything.
That's right, yeah. And if you just get everybody to sign waivers, you can kill them. It's fine.
That's right.
Collider spoke with Gal Gadot, and she said, we're talking about it. Red Notice too.
Oh, yeah.
No doubt. I don't know if I can say anything. I already read the second script, and it's woo. We're all very excited about it, aren't we? She means us.
Oh, yeah. We're all very excited. We were in the room.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're very excited. Thank you.
Yeah, so there you go. Now, as someone who has watched Red Notice, both of us have.
You've never watched
I haven't. I want to.
Yeah.
I really want to, Mason. I want to.
But what happens is you go to Netflix and you like click on Red Notice and it's like, sorry, too many people watching it currently. Try back again in 30 minutes. It's like getting Taylor Swift tickets.
Exactly.
Watching Red Notice.
Get in line. Great. Well, this sounds exciting.
Yeah.
Not as exciting as this, though.
Go on.
Superman Legacy casting announcement.
Ooh, 2 big confirmations. This is very exciting.
That's right. David Corenswet.
We're assuming that's how it's pronounced.
Yep, until he pronounces it a different way. Is going to be Clark Kent / Kal-El / Superman. And Rachel Brosnahan.
That's correct.
As Lois Lane.
Okay.
Do you think he's too skinny? I know you said that.
I never said that, but also people remember HGH exists. And by that I mean natural working out, all natty.
All natty.
That's how they all do it.
Yeah. Well, it's not every day we get a new Superman. The last time was like 2011. So, well, for movies, I should say. But, So
and I said at the time, too skinny.
Did you?
Yep.
And he was right.
Yep, that's right.
He was right, everybody.
Yeah. I said no matter how far that Henry Cavill bulks up, he'll never be thick enough for me with 2 C's.
Mason.
Hello.
DC.
Ooh.
As in the DCU are also skipping Comic-Con this year.
That's right.
Which makes DC, Marvel, Star Wars, I don't know, probably Indiana Jones.
What is this Comic-Con going to be about then? Comics? Yuck. Yucky.
I'd rather not.
Yeah.
I'd rather not, thank you.
Yeah, no, sir.
But, that does leave the door open for announcements in, there's maybe some image stuff. Maybe a new universe is starting.
Yeah.
Maybe the Miller World on Netflix.
Maybe the Miller World will announce and cancel another thing, yeah.
Exactly. There's always that opportunity. So it's interesting that even though they've done this casting, they're still not going. Because they could be like, here's your Superman and Lois or whatever.
That's true, yeah.
But,
I guess finale for Superman and Lois. Are you
I'm not up to date.
Oh, that won't spoil it for you.
Okay. I need to watch that show right now.
All right,
Mason,
let's do it.
Let's turn off. Let's not turn off Red Notice.
That's right.
Let's finish
We've got enough screens that we can do all this. But give us a minute to think. We make this happen. We continue to watch Red Notice on all our screens, and we can watch an additional thing. We'll switch the podcast off, and that'll give us a screen there to watch.
It'll give us the
Superman
juice.
and Lois. Or we could watch Red Notice on a 4th screen.
That's a great point, actually. From the start.
Yeah.
Great. Nicotine, Valium, Vicodin, marijuana, ecstasy, and alcohol.
Go on.
Cocaine, bear.
Nice. That's great. It's an
A+ intro.
It's a good
I had to
intro.
write down the lyrics because I was like, I know them, but I didn't trust myself to remember them on the spot.
I understand. Sure.
Who wants a great joke to go awry,
Nobody.
Yeah.
And maybe, you would mess it up and we'd do another take.
Yeah.
And only I would know. But I would know. And I'd know forever.
And you tweet out. You tell everyone.
tweet it out. Yeah. I get the backup recorder going. I'll know. I'll
do have that
do a
going.
little snip out there and
You're right,
show
you're
the
right.
world. Embarrassing for you.
I would hate that. But
I mean, you've already embarrassed yourself, as much as one can because you did that caravan of garbage thing at the start of the episode. So.
No, that's been edited out. I'm pretty confident. You don't need to worry about that.
All right, then.
Yeah, no one will even know. Mason, Cocaine Bear came out.
Oh.
It has a budget of between $30 and $35 million and a box office opening in the US at the very least of around 210s $20 million.
Two tens of millions of dollars. Not bad.
Now, that won't beat Ant-Man 3's opening weekend, which might have the biggest drop ever of a comic book movie in its second week.
Yes.
It's possible. So Ant-Man strong opening maybe doesn't have ant legs. Or maybe it does have ant legs, tiny little legs. I don't know.
I think if it does have ant legs, it would support. So I think it doesn't have ant legs.
But could an ant leg support the weight of a million, the tens of millions, hundreds of millions dollar franchise?
Yeah.
How many ants, though? It couldn't just be one ant leg. It'd have to be a bunch, wouldn't it? Yeah. Anyway, something to think about it. Something to think about. Mason.
Yes.
So this is very good for this movie, especially considering that this is like a movie that not everybody can see, or what I would even say that is also not for everybody.
Sure.
There's a lot of people who would look at this and go, no, thank you. But I know a lot of people who have just been talking about this movie because they're like, and everyone knows it. Like people are like, what did you do today? And I'm like, I saw Cocaine Bear. And they're like, oh, I know that. Because often I'll be like, I saw Ant-Man and the Wasp, Quantum Mania. And they'll go, what are you talking about?
Oh, there was a second Ant-Man and the Wasp. And you'll be like, no, this is the third one.
Yeah.
And they're like, huh.
What?
Huh.
Yeah. So
does he go big? And he'd be like, yeah, he did that 8 years ago, actually. He became a big Ant-Man.
But now he's in a little universe and then he goes big in that.
And they'll be like, so normal size? And you'd be like, no, actually, still smaller than normal size.
Anyways, this is Elizabeth Banks directed this movie. And it's based on a true story. Do you want to explain the true story?
Yeah.
All right. So actually, do you want to explain the true story or do you want to tell us what the story was?
I think I can do both simultaneously.
Let's do what? Okay.
Yeah. I've been practicing my Tuvan throat singing, so I can do both literally at the same time. No. Okay. So the real story, if I recall, is that a drug smuggling plane was in some sort of trouble.
Yep.
And the drugs were dropped out of the plane and they and into a
woods.
Yep. And one morning some park rangers went out and they found a dead bear next to one of the big bags of cocaine.
Yep.
And the assumption is that it took a bunch of cocaine and it died
immediately.
But then this movie posits, what if it didn't?
Yeah.
What if it went on a crazy cocaine rampage and it was a bit of fun?
It was a bit of fun. Do you think there's a chance that they do a cocaine bear too? Because I feel like some of the marketing at least was based on like this really happened.
That's
and
true.
none of this really happened except for that initial thing.
The asylum is doing meth gator.
Yeah, well, that was my question.
Yeah.
What other animals or drugs could they combine? And this is what I came up with. This is the one that I landed on.
Okay.
Alka-Seltzer iguana.
That's very good. Just a very fizzy iguana.
Exactly.
And you it'll be one of those, that movie like the wrong man or whatever, where a guy thinks he's being pursued by the mob, but he's just not.
Yeah.
Just a bunch of people who think they're about to be attacked by a rabid iguana, but it's just a fizzy iguana. And they run into traffic or whatever.
Yeah.
It's just okay. That's pretty good. Yeah.
There you go. That was what I landed on.
Okay. Endonechidna.
Oh yeah.
That's a fun painkiller.
Yep. Strepsil's weasel.
Oh, Strepsil's weasel. Yeah, absolutely.
Mine are like store-bought.
Yeah, nice.
Like medications that aren't maybe not even
marijuana
medications.
mollusk. Just a snail who's even slower because he's on the marijuana. That snail smoked so much marijuana.
The snail smoked it.
Yeah.
Didn't even climb over the leaf.
No.
Smoked a big doobie.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know, a rat that's addicted to cigarettes. I don't know.
Aspirin seagull.
Doesn't that kill him?
Yep.
Or does it really though?
I don't know, mate. Probably.
Yeah.
I would guess so. Yeah.
Great stuff. But yeah, look, it's. I liked it. I did like it.
I liked it too. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's if you're like, I wouldn't say run out to see it because it'll probably be on streaming in a month.
Sure.
You could probably wait, but
at the same time,
if you got a minute.
Supports
local cinemas.
It's also 90 minutes or whatever it is. So that's the perfect length for this sort of movie.
Yeah, it never drags.
Yeah.
So, that's what
I would say if you want to see more, if you like the idea of this and you like the idea of a movie that isn't a huge franchise thing and you just want to see another one, maybe do you want to see
a cocaine bear?
You want to see a cocaine bear, for example.
Great name also. Yeah, just perfect.
Yeah. Panadol penguin.
Got a bit of a headache. It's not even Panadol Rapid.
No, so it's a supermarket brand Panadol. It's a supermarket brand paracetamol is what it is.
Great stuff.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Caffeine koala.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that would pep it up a little bit, maybe.
Maybe.
Yeah. Great stuff. Some people said that is that true about the the chlamydia koala thing.
Apparently.
Yeah, it's not like all of them, but it's pretty
Yeah.
rampant in the
Yeah.
in the koala community.
Also, there's a bunch fewer than there used to be because they all died in that fire. Do you remember?
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah, like 1 million died.
Thank God.
Yeah.
Yeah. Whose fault was that?
Not ours.
No, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for saying that.
Just on the record, we weren't responsible for the historic 2019 Australian bushfires. We didn't do it.
No, that certainly wasn't us. It was government funding. It was a Liberal government mostly, yeah. Just if people were wondering. All right, let's move on, mate. People are going to be like, Liberal, like the left? No.
Read a book.
Now, Creed 3, Mason, this had a budget of $75 million. Now, at the box
That's
office...
cheap as chips.
I guess. At the box office, this will... No, not really. The two people hitting each other. It's going to take the number one spot in the US box office and could hit as high as $50 million, which is actually going to be a Rocky franchise record. Pretty good one. What a good run that these movies have had. Like, the worst one is like 5.
Worst one is 5,
I don't think I've seen it. I've seen like clips of it, but they're all pretty good.
I agree, yeah.
Like good or better than good. And that's something.
That
And
is
I think
something.
this one is
Even if you don't like boxing.
Yeah, absolutely. I think if you really like boxing, maybe you don't like this because it's probably unrealistic to boxing.
Yeah, sure.
I don't know. Because I know original Rocky he just leads with his face.
Yeah, but they didn't know how to film anything then, James. They didn't know how to film anything. It was just the most of Rocky 1, if you remember, James, is him walking down a corridor. He picks up a telephone.
Hello?
Oh, I've got the big fight.
Yeah.
And then it cuts to the end and he's like, I lost, but I had a good time.
Is a newspaper. I'm in it.
Yeah.
I'm in the newspaper.
Yeah,
Adrian.
that's the one.
I'm in the newspaper.
Rocky, you know I can't read.
Yeah, but look at the picture.
Oh. I love you, Rocky.
Shut up. Nobody asked you.
Anyway, that's us remembering Rocky 1.
What do you think the future of this is going to look like?
That's a great question.
Because I think there's a few things.
Well, I was going to say just before we get into that, the last scene. So after...
Oh, yeah, sorry, yeah.
I mean, the last fight, obviously, tremendous.
Yeah.
When Dame and Creed punch each other simultaneously,
Big punch.
that's the fight. That's the end point of remember when Apollo and Rocky go to punch each other, and it's like, what was going to happen there? Well, they'd punch each other in the head, quite
and then
frankly.
in Rocky 6,
Yes.
Stallone has that painting, I think, of
yeah.
him and like them punching each other, and it's like, who painted this?
Yeah. Did you have to recreate this, and they took a photo?
I know it was in the credits of that movie, but how does that work?
Yeah, right.
For this, yeah. Anyway, go on though. You were saying
My life's a movie. My whole life's a movie. I'm lucky. I just thought it was good acting.
I agree.
I stood up in the gold class cinema with me and no one else. It was completely
It was
empty.
literally
It was
just you.
literally, it was 11 a.m.
Oh yeah, fair enough.
But I'm like, acting, I said.
Did you do that?
No, I didn't, but I thought I would.
Because what if somebody saw you?
Embarrassing for me, right?
Yeah,
My
no,
life's
I
a
really
movie,
like
as
that.
you know, so everybody's always watching.
I did think it was weird.
The last time I went to Gold Class was for Rambo Last Blood.
Oh my god!
And initially I'm like, wow, Stallone's got my money both times, but it turns out just for Last Blood.
Thank God.
This one, nothing. Not a cent to
Not a dime.
not a cent to Stallone.
What if it was waiting for you? Hey, what'd you just see just now?
I know you saw Creed. Or as I call it, Rocky, maybe 9. I call it Rocky 9, I think. Anyway, put your money in a bucket. Brought a bucket.
I don't have any money. I've only got card.
Yeah, people say that a lot these days.
Thanks.
Yeah.
You're leaving? Yeah.
I'm a walkie to an ATM. Sly Stallone, no.
What are you doing?
You're so rich, Sly Stallone. It's the principle of the thing.
Just see the party where we punched each other. Yes, yeah.
Because my life's a movie. Anyway, what were we talking about? I've forgotten.
So yeah, I don't know. I think we're gonna get because I didn't get the sense at the end of this that he was retiring either. It wasn't like, well, now you've learnt your lesson. I'm gonna stop. I don't know. I mean, he could go back into retirement, but I didn't get the sense that he was like, I'm definitely done with this at this point.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think it was answered at all, is what I'm saying. Yeah, so he
right.
could do more potentially.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe there should have been a scene where he leaves the locker room. He's like, oh, jeez. That's all I had left of me, honestly.
It's really exhausting, actually.
That's
Yeah.
yeah.
I didn't have Rocky to give
Anyway,
me a
I'm
speech.
gonna go home and sleep. What do you mean I have to read our daughter a story? I'm so tired. Did you see what I just did? See what I just did? I got hit in the head so many times. I got hit in the head so many times anime style. It was ridiculous.
What do you mean Stallone standing outside the change room with a bucket? What do you mean? Like the actor? Yeah.
You did some of my punches.
My life is a movie and I got in this movie. I got into it.
You did 4 of my trademark punches. I designed those punches. You're gonna pay me for the punches.
Anyway, good movies.
That was good movies.
All in all. I can't wait for next Creed in 4 years or whatever.
Again, I felt like it was it's a trilogy and it's done, but we're making the money.
We're making the money.
The money gesture.
And remember, Rocky 2 was just Rocky again, but he won.
That's true, yeah.
So,
Yeah.
That's how these things go.
Yeah.
Is that what Jaws 2 was? Jaws again, but the shark won?
Maybe, yeah.
Cool.
Put your insides in this bucket. Just put them in the bucket.
Just
Put all your guts and stuff in there.
save me the trouble.
I don't even like human guts. We don't even like them that much. We just take a bite and we leave. But if you could do that, if you put your guts in the bucket.
Just save me a little time. So, Mason, Mario is the biggest movie ever.
It's true.
I'm mad about it.
Oh, yes.
Because it's, what is it this week? I can't remember. What's the narrative now on Mario?
It's anti-woke.
It's anti-woke, and
Yeah.
so that's why it's so big and people are mad about it.
flocking to it because they're like, finally a movie that's anti-woke is the narrative, depending on the videos that YouTube is serving you.
Sure,
that might
absolutely.
be the narrative, yes.
Yeah, because it's interesting because initially it was too woke.
That's right.
Because the Princess Peach was all girl boss, but now that it's doing well, it's like, this is ours now. This is ours, and you're mad about it.
Yeah.
You're mad that people are flocking to a franchise that's been popular for 40 years.
Yes.
Yeah. So not surprising. It immediately became, in the first weekend, the biggest video game adaptation of all time. The last numbers I checked, it was somewhere around $660 million worldwide
More than
already.
Assassin's Creed.
More than Assassin's Creed somehow.
With Michael Fassbender,
Michael
I think.
Fassbender somehow. Yeah, that's right. And maybe Marianne Cotillard.
Is Michael Fassbender married to Alicia Vikander?
Yes.
So they've both done
video game characters. I stand them.
in
Mason.
love.
In love.
I stand them also. I ship them and I stand them. Not their real relationship. I
I
can
don't
take or
care
leave
about
that.
that.
But what if Assassin's Creed kissed Lara Croft? Can you imagine that?
You should have said, what if Assassin's Creed kissed Tomb Raider, Mason?
No. That doesn't make any sense.
I guess it
No
doesn't.
sense at all.
So, yeah, there you go. This will continue to do well for a while. I don't know when.
Oh, what's in this tomb that I'm raiding currently? Oh, it's Assassin's Creed. He's in a sarcophagus or whatever.
No, he's in a stack of hay.
He would be in a stack of hay. Ooh, ancient hay. Oh, this is from 1,000 years ago. Ooh, what's in here?
Boom! It's me, Assassin's Creed. This hay left me perfectly preserved for 1,000 years. So yeah, there you go. So this will have a run for a while. It'll probably hit $1 billion at some point. Could be the biggest movie of the year.
Well, it's
Depending.
fortunate that they haven't decided to give it a 2-week run in cinemas and then dump it on streaming.
Yeah, very smart. Yeah, but there
As
you
far
go.
as we know.
As far as we know. So there you go. We got a review. We talked about it last week. We thought it was fine. Yeah, so you
That's
know,
true, yes.
Make of that what you will.
Yeah.
Good kids movie though. Like if you got kids, they'll probably enjoy it.
Yeah.
Or if you're an adult man, I see your comments. I know you're mad. You're mad about it. You might be like, "What did you expect, Citizen Kane?"
Yes,
No.
I did, quite frankly, yes.
It's weird that it's like,
That's what Chris Pratt promised me. He said,
"Why would anybody? Nothing, Citizen Kane. Like, what a weird thing to jump to." We talked about this before the show, and you were like, "No, like Puss in Boots, like."
that's pretty good, I've heard.
Like that one. Yeah, that one's fine.
Yeah.
Just something as good as that. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It's doing super well, and I'm mad about it, Mason. I'm mad about it. Anyway, Mason, do you know what is doing really well,
What's
though?
doing really well?
We'll be talking about it. It's Across the Spider-Verse.
That's right.
Listen, you don't have to get the name of a movie right to be able to talk about it.
That's so true. And you don't have to get the name of the movie wrong for people to tell you on the internet that you are wrong.
That's true. Both of those things can be true,
In a way,
Mason.
you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. But I like to think that I'm blessed if I do and blessed if I don't.
Well, you would think that. Grub. Mason,
Yes.
we've got some other things until we get
Oh,
there.
that's true.
We're going to talk about more delays due to
Oh,
the
my
writer's
goodness.
strike. We're going to talk about a big return to the Fast and Furious franchise for one of our biggest boys.
Uh-oh.
And then maybe off the back of that,
Off the back of that.
that's the new thing that I'm testing. It's not a mistake.
right out of the bucket.
Yeah. I want to talk about also what that might mean for Dwayne Johnson's career and also maybe another Fast and Furious, another thing that I'm testing out.
Okay, so Bucket.
and Furion or whatever I said.
Yeah, okay, terrific. Okay.
Another.
So this is unrelated to the Grub era.
Yes.
So this isn't you making mistakes because you're in your Grub era. This is you deliberately saying those things
That's
to
correct.
test them out. Okay,
Yes,
great.
yeah.
I'm loving this. This is terrific.
So in relation to a Fast and Furious feud, a new one, a new.
Fast and Furious.
There, thank you.
It's our new segment.
Mason.
Yes.
Delays, but okay, because you should pay. Your writer's a livable wage.
Oh, that's
it's
nice.
It's our segment that we look at every week where we go, what's being delayed due to the writer's strike? And I just want to emphasize, the reason this is delayed is because people aren't being paid properly for their work. This is our opinion. Oh, well, let's say my opinion. You have a different opinion, is that they should pay people properly, and this will all be wrapped up if they did just that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
People are often like, James has got big opinions and Mesa doesn't have any opinions, but my opinions are weirder than your opinions. It's why mine are weirder and worse. That's why I don't share them as much. Most of the time, you're like, I think they should do this, and I'm always like, I think everybody should get guillotined. Bring out the guillotine.
Also, they think that you're just like, okay, whatever, here he goes.
Yeah.
But you're actually thinking guillotine.
Yeah,
everybody.
bring out the executives and guillotine them.
Yeah.
Guillotine all of them.
Cool, man. Look,
Yeah.
Well, I think that's actually rude.
It is kind of rude. That's why I keep stumming about it.
Yeah, I know. You're in a Grub era.
Yeah.
So here are the shows
Aw.
and movies that are being delayed. The
All right.
Mandalorian season 4 was supposed to be filming in September.
Yep.
But it's now filming in November.
Never. Oh.
Luckily, they can ADR all that dialogue whenever. So that's fine. as
Yeah,
well.
it's. I mean, was it this week or the last couple of weeks where it was finally revealed
Pedro
definitively?
Pascal
Pedro
admitted
Pascal.
it.
He's never in the suit anymore. He's just off doing other stuff, which makes sense.
Yeah.
He's always doing weird Q&A stuff, on like GQ or Vogue or something, where everybody's like, you know what I did to Pedro Pascal? You know what I did to him? And he's like, haha, yeah, yep, haha.
And it's you, and you're like, guillotine him.
That's right.
I'll kill him.
I'll kill a guy. Yeah, so that was revealed.
But anyway, Hobbs is back.
Hobbs is back.
This is a spoiler alert for the latest Fast X movie. It's not doing super well in the US, but it is still doing okay overseas, which is like the opposite of The Little Mermaid,
All right, okay.
which is, domestically, as in the US, is still holding pretty well. Anyways, here's an official.
I forgot we watched that.
Yeah, we watched it. It's
great.
Last week or the week before.
That's great. I
Or
love
last
that.
year. I don't know.
I don't know. Who knows?
Yeah. This is via Dwayne The Rock Johnson himself. He said, the next Fast and Furious film you'll see the legendary lawman in will be Hobbs' movie. That will serve as a...
Which will be... That's the tagline on the poster. This will be Hobbs' movie.
This will be Hobbs' movie.
How about this? Hobbing Tall.
Sure.
We team up Hobbs
Yeah.
and whatever his character's name was in Walking Tall, the guy with a bit of wood.
Mr. Tall.
Mr. Tall. And they're brothers.
Yeah, they'd have to be brothers.
They're brothers.
Yeah.
Or they're unrelated. They just look alike.
That's fine.
Yeah, that's fine too. It doesn't matter.
I don't care.
Yeah, nobody's listening. Nobody will be listening for the first 10 minutes, so it doesn't matter.
I think he will, he's a very good chance that he'll be back and he'll be, on top of the world again. But I don't know whether Hobbs is, who cares?
Yeah.
Is my point. But it could be great.
Yeah.
Because movies,
I
sometimes,
hope-
every now and then you watch a movie and you go, wow, that's right.
Yeah.
This is what a good movie looks like.
That's right.
I forgot.
Yeah. I feel some other people would have... That would be a more common experience for them because they don't see every movie that comes
Yeah,
out.
you're probably
They don't go
right.
to the movies upwards of twice a week and be like, this is bad. But I have to talk about this. I mean, nobody else is going to... We're going to get a lot of feedback that's like, I didn't watch this.
Well, we did.
Or we did. Not this week, obviously.
No. No, there's been some good stuff this year.
That's true, yeah.
Anyways. Okay, so Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse.
Oh, yes.
On a budget of $100 million because, animation's
practically free, isn't
basically
it?
free.
Yeah, it's basically free. You can do anything and it's free, which is great.
Yeah, it's a similar cost to that of the Super Mario Brothers movie, actually. So this is doing really well,
Yeah.
which is good
I agree.
because
It's good.
what a fantastic movie.
It's a good movie.
My goodness. I liked how every character in this has moved forward. Like, we get the return of others, obviously, which we'll get to, but characters like Peter B. Parker return. These are all things in the trailers, I just want to specify. And he's not just like, oh, I'm the same as last time. Like, he's moved.
Yeah. Like certain other Spider-Man movies that might have come out in the last few years where they're like, I haven't done anything for 10 years. I just sat in my room. And I'm sad.
How's your relationship, Spider-Man?
Don't have any.
Well, it goes how it goes.
Shut up, idiot. Get out of here. Do something.
I did enjoy No Way Home.
Yeah, same.
This is a lot better.
This is a better movie.
Yeah.
This is a better movie.
Yeah.
Honestly.
But yeah, it really surprised me. Like, genuinely.
It feels like a new era in animation. Is anybody else going to step
let's
up
talk
to this
about
layer?
that.
But who knows?
And I think this is like a Disney problem across the board, and that bleeds into a lot of, but not all of Marvel and Star Wars and Willow as well, probably, which is now off Disney streaming if you're interested.
That's right.
But they need to change. And I'm talking more, I guess, specifically about the animation and what happened with Pixar this week. Because what basically Pixar are doing, it's a lot of just like, it's a brand that you've seen before, like a Lightyear. Or it's like, I don't know, what if your feet had a face and it had emotions or whatever?
That'd be messed up.
It would be messed up.
This year from Pixar, messed up. Your messed up feet.
They have faces and they argue. It's annoying.
Yeah.
And look, there are still good Pixar movies. And obviously...
Like Your Messed Up Feet. I love that one, honestly.
Yeah. It was really
Why didn't you take the bins out? Because I'm a foot.
We need to work together to take the bins out. God.
Yeah.
Really got me.
Right?
Spoke to me as a dad.
Yeah,
As someone who has feet and takes bins
bins
out.
out, yeah.
So they laid off 75 employees.
I just love taking the bins out with you. I didn't want to admit it. It's the best part of taking the bins out as I do with you.
So all of that. And even like, I noticed the sound design in this as well. Like, there were like I just like the levels of detail, the way that everybody moved sounded differently, like a lot of the times. And I know apparently also because the mix in this is just so like bizarre that apparently some cinemas are not like doing this well. Apparently, I didn't find that at all.
No, I thought it was quite audible.
Sure,
And that's what you want, I think.
that's what you want. Exactly,
Christopher Nolan, if you're listening.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I prefer it hard to hear. Christopher Nolan.
Yes. One of my
Sometimes I talk quite quietly.
he does often, doesn't he? So Shamik Moore.
I'm going to blow up a big thing. Blow up the biggest thing you've ever seen.
For real, it's going to be real.
That's right.
So Shamik Moore's great as Miles Morales.
I was going to say as well, yeah, you're absolutely right in terms of voice cast. And Daniel Kaluuya.
Daniel Kaluuya's Spider-Punk, I think, was just my favorite character in this, I think.
Right.
He was my son's favorite character in this. He's like, I love that. I love Spider-Punk. Look at
Nice.
that. Love
That's
everything
great.
about that. Which was really cool. I just want to mention, and I forgot this till like got to the end, like towards the end. I'm like, oh, this is going to wrap up soon. I'd
yes.
forgotten that this was a two-parter.
This is an Empire Strikes Back situation,
yeah.
yes.
But compared to like, say, a movie we saw recently.
Fast X.
Which just stopped.
Fast X.
Like this really felt like, oh man, I would just keep watching this.
Right, absolutely.
You know what's funny though as well?
What is funny?
I saw this with my son.
Yes.
I didn't tell him that it was two-parter. It was
yeah.
a two-parter.
Right.
He was fucking furious.
Your son.
Yeah.
Furious.
He was.
A tiny little angry ball of rage. Your son.
So mad.
I don't believe it.
He was like, this is stupid. Like, it was
Whoa.
like, not like that.
How's
but
he
like,
feeling now?
No, he's fine. And then I'm like, oh no, they're making like, he's like, what? He's like, when's the next one? And I'm like, I don't know. I'll
Yeah.
Google it. I have no idea. It's March.
Right.
If you are interested. So, but The Flash, everybody. So Mason,
Yes.
it's been 10 years after Man of Steel for us and also maybe in the movie.
That's true.
That's crazy. We've come to the end of the DC Extended Universe, which is not its name. The Snyderverse, I don't know.
Yeah.
This is officially the end. What do you think the story was?
Oh, all right. So, James, a young hero makes a choice, and he brings with it the terrors of the multiverse. But enough about Spider-Man No Way Home.
Whoa!
But it's the same plot, but it's The Flash.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And?
I liked it.
Okay. I'll say this, Mason.
Yes.
What a hollow and ghoulish product.
The whole thing, you
Just
think?
what a fucking nightmare. Yuck.
Well,
that's what I say, Mason, to this
what
movie.
I say is there's a lot working against this movie.
Yeah, including all the things in it.
Both the things in the movie and also everything surrounding the movie in the real world.
Here's the thing, right?
Yes.
So James Gunn said, because he said that he loved it, right? Which to me is baffling.
Interesting.
Because I trust his judgment in movies, and I love his movies.
I tell you why I think he said that.
I think I know why
One,
too.
because he's the boss of the DCEU,
Sure,
and he has
yeah.
to say it at this
Yeah.
point. He wouldn't be like, no, it's actually bad now that I think about it.
Yeah.
But it's not my fault because I didn't have anything to do with it.
Sure, I totally get that. Also, I know that he saw this a year ago.
Uh-huh.
And if I saw this a year ago, I would watch this and go, this is clearly unfinished.
Right.
But I get it. I get what you're going for.
Yeah.
And if you put a number of steps in place to just visually improve this movie, this is like a 40% better movie. Because the stuff that they do in it with those visuals is just made my fucking soul hurt, Mason.
Okay.
Like, and I'm
do
not,
you mean
like the homages?
Yeah, but I'm saying, do you mean from just a visual perspective, or do you mean like ethically?
Both.
Okay,
All of
right.
it. All of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think, a year ago, this is fine as a rough cut of a movie.
Right. Okay.
And
so
obviously,
you think they should have worked on it more?
maybe.
Okay.
Give it another 10 years.
Right.
But since then also, there's clearly been like obvious edits and face replacement and line replacement. And there are even like good cameos and things in it and good little moments that not just Michael Keaton go, remember the time I said this thing or whatever. I think there are actual moments in this.
You know what? I'll give this movie credit
I like the
for.
jet, the bit in the middle of the jet spins. There's a thing I like.
I didn't like that. Anyway,
So I don't think
Yes.
in a movie of this budget,
Go on.
I've ever seen worse looking CGI people in anything. And like this is maybe it's a slightly unfair comparison, but this is some like Scorpion King shit.
I know, I saw
those
that. I
kind
saw
of
that
faces.
comparison on Twitter
like,
earlier.
My goodness. And here's a quote from Andy Muschietti who says that
sorry.
No.
Sorry.
he says because a lot of
I said sorry.
a lot of the times when you see the CGI people,
Mm-hmm.
and not always, but because there's a second Ezra Miller running around this movie who looks horrendous. But again, not
Oh no,
everybody,
there's a second Ezra Miller.
not everybody noticed or was bothered by that, which is fine. He said that the idea, of course, is that we are in the perspective of the Flash. Everything is distorted in terms of light and textures. We've entered this water world, which is basically being in Barry's POV. It was part of the design, so if it looks a little weird to you, that was intended. I don't believe you. The design choice was, let's make this look like the Polar Express. I do not believe you. And even with, you ran out of time. You ran out of money. Totally. That can happen. I would 100% accept
They gave that check to Christopher Nolan, so they ran out of money.
You might be right, yeah. But and if you're saying it's stylized, and I know he's protecting his movie, I get that. If you're saying it's stylized, you don't want to stylize it in a way that's not this.
If you were going to make a deliberate stylistic choice, you might be like, okay, well, these faces look like this, but they've been flashified. They're like got lightning around them or something like that, you know?
Yeah, there's a moment when he first travels through time and you see like all the time kind of rolls back in kind of a bubble.
Yeah, they've invented a sort of a new time travel mechanic.
And I don't hate the idea of that, and it's an interesting kind of visual.
I liked it. To me, it felt like a throwback to your Crisis on Infinite Earth.
Sure.
Famously a storyline that we both love.
That's right,
Comic books. Yeah.
But within that, you pass like events from the DCEU that have happened. Like you see like Captain Boomerang, you see a bunch of others. I can't remember whatever. And
Just Captain Boomerang.
Yeah, well like Superman's in there and whatever. And they're very CGI. And that I'm like, but it was fine because they're kind of still frames and you're passing them. But when you're seeing them moving and doing things.
CGI Ron Livingston, for example.
Yeah, exactly. I guess he's from a different universe than Billy Crudup or whatever. But it got worse for me as it went. Like it just kind of like piled on top of things I didn't like until the end where it just culminated in, like in some of the worst stuff I've ever seen. So that's why the cameo specifically.
So you're going to say worst movie ever?
No, Mason, I loved it. It was really good.
Then now it's canon. 2 best movies ever. Okay, so now we're in spoilers.
Okay, so
James, you have to say it.
What?
Whether it's the best movie ever.
It's the worst movie ever.
Okay, there we go, finally.
Yeah. So there's all these cameos appear from across the history of the DC comics and universes and movies that have made and have not been made, which I guess is a homage, but as a homage, yuck. Disgusting.
Here's a few. Jay Garrick, the Golden Age Flash, played by some guy for 1 second.
Yeah, it's not Teddy Sears. People think it's Teddy Sears. People think that was a nod to the Flash TV series. There isn't one in this. Yeah. Maybe there's a secret one that hasn't been found yet at time of recording. But the fact
you don't get John Wesley shit.
Yeah, you don't want to have a nod to that show.
Grant Gustin.
At all.
You don't want Grant Gustin?
Ezra Miller was in that show.
He was in that show.
That's wild to me. You don't even want to just see it on a screen.
He would have been like, oh, it's that guy. I met that guy.
Yeah.
Right?
Ridiculous.
Yeah.
That show ran so this movie could run awfully.
That's right. What else? Who else? Who do we want to mention?
George Reeves.
Killed himself.
Yep.
That's the one that I found not good. You didn't have to put that in. You didn't have to put not Brandon Routh.
No. Well, yeah.
Not
Tom Welling.
Tom Welling would have been great.
Dean Cain.
No, that's fine. You don't have to put him in.
Adam West is in it.
Yep.
Nicolas Cage is in it.
See, that's the one I think if this were a better movie, it'd be like, finally, we get the payoff from the Kevin Smith story.
If this was a better movie,
Yes.
Nicolas Cage would have actually been in it, and there would have been some interaction, and it wasn't just glowing orbs fucking crashing into each other with like horrible looking people in them. This should be a movie where you're actually interacting with other things. You're not just watching them like you're watching a TV.
James, I am watching a TV. I'm watching a TV right now, aren't I?
Do you know what I mean?
I'm watching a YouTube clip of a man giving effusive praise to the Flash movie.
Also, like, nobody knows that. The Nicolas Cage spider thing.
People do. See, that's the thing.
People like us know. Normal people don't know that.
Normal people like us know, and I like that one. I'm giving.
No,
him
I
a point.
like it, but
yeah.
I don't like the execution
Right,
of it. He doesn't even say anything.
He doesn't say
also,
anything.
like, what version is it? Because the Kevin Smith version has the giant spider, but he never cast anybody. The Tim Burton version has Nicolas Cage with the long hair and the suit.
Yes.
So it's a combination of the two. But also in that movie, at the end in the concept art, Superman has cut his hair. So he doesn't have... So I guess this is an alternate version, which is a blending of...
James, let me... It is. Well, yeah, obviously, James, you've answered your own question, but the answer is they've built that CGI model from the one still photo of Nicolas Cage they had.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, and I know they would have had to like license his likeness.
Yes.
But you don't want to pay him some money because he would do it. He would absolutely do it.
Yeah.
So, of course, the other cameo, which I found just horrendous, was the Christopher Reeve, Helen Slater cameo.
Superman, 1970s Superman and 80s Supergirl.
We covered Supergirl recently, and they're in the same universe. So she's alive, by the way.
Yeah, she is, yeah.
They fly
She was in the Supergirl series.
She's
in the CW.
There's a series of videos that started about 12 years ago on YouTube, and somebody made...
Mr. Sunday Movies?
Yeah, it was me. Superman versus the Hulk.
Okay.
And it's CGI, and it's the Chris Reeves version.
Yeah.
It looks... Like, that looks better than this. I cannot believe they did not just get footage of him. Why would you do it like this?
Yeah, it's wild, isn't it? Surely there's enough existing footage of him.
I know that. They put Marlon fucking Brando in Superman Returns.
Yeah.
Like 10 years after he died or whatever. Like, you cannot tell me that this was not possible.
Yeah. Also, he should have gotten Ben Affleck as George Reeves in Hollywoodland.
That would make more sense to me.
No, it would make less sense. But
you know what it looked like?
Yes.
It looked like, that the old DC introduction, which they didn't use for this.
Yeah.
And when I say old, I mean the one that they started maybe 5 years ago.
Yeah.
We see
with a bunch of characters they never used.
Never see their faces.
Yeah.
It looked like it had the fidelity and the texture of that. And those people didn't have faces, Mason.
During the CW Crisis on Infinite Earth, there was a bunch of scenes where they just got like the universe is exploding and they just got various characters to be like, what? It was that, basically.
I mean, that would have been better. Can you imagine also like the various Flashes running through these universes?
Yeah.
And like they run past like a real Nicolas Cage or Superman beating himself up in a junkyard in Superman 3. Just something.
Yeah.
Like you're watching orbs crash into each other.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
Well, see, that's the thing as well, I think.
Are you kidding me, Mason?
I was kidding you this whole time, actually.
Oh, this is a joke?
Yeah, I made this. I made The Flash and I hide out the cinema.
I felt bad when I saw them. Like it made me feel bad. And this goes back to what I've been talking about before. Whenever I see dead people recreated in movies or people like made to look young, even when it's like Luke Skywalker.
What about Indiana Jones?
I haven't seen it yet. But it never makes me feel good.
Interesting.
It's either neutral to bad.
Is that because you're an empath?
Maybe I'm an empath.
I think it's probably
Maybe
because
I
you're
feel
an empath.
too much.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's probably it, yeah.
I mean, imagine you get some footage from Batman 66
Nice.
and they're climbing up the building and two Flashes just run past.
That's
Or
right.
Batman's running around with a bomb and you just zip past.
Oh.
Like that is... And that's ghoulish. Don't get me wrong. But that's better than this, I feel, in my humble opinion, Mason. I mean, the responses we're getting, it's really like I loved it and hated it and everything in between. So I don't think this is like a universally hated thing.
Yeah.
So, and if you like it, like, that's fine. Like, I'm not angry at you.
You seem a little angry at me personally.
No, really. Like, I like when people like things. It makes me happy if people enjoy something. That's good. Even if it's absolute fucking dreck.
Whoa.
All right, Mason, what's
Well,
the
otherwise nobody would listen to our podcast.
Well, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Who am I to cast stones?
That's right.
If I was in charge of this movie, there's no way it would be better than this.
Yeah. But that being said, the CG is better in our podcast. You can't see it.
Yeah.
But we've worked really hard on it.
We put in the effort.
We got the Superman versus Hulk guy to do it.
That's
It's really good.
Yeah. Mason.
Hello.
In the tradition of this guy you love, he's now old and he's in another movie.
That's right.
Comes Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny.
He's going to save movies.
He's going to save movies. One movie at a time.
That's right.
Starting with this one, obviously.
Yeah, absolutely.
What do you think the story was?
Oh, right. Well, it's the 60s.
Yeah.
That's groovy, baby.
For some.
It's very groovy for some, less groovy for others.
Yeah.
It's not groovy for Professor Henry Jones Jr.
Nope.
Because he's all like, I'm sad. I'm sad. I'm alone, and I live in a little apartment, and I go to work, and everybody's like, "Hey, Daddy-O."
Hey, hip cat.
That's right. And I'm like, "Shut up.
I don't get it.
I don't get it. I don't like it. I just want to kill. I just want to go out in the field and kill. It's my favorite thing to do." But guess what? Stuff from his past is going to reemerge.
Yeah.
He's going to go on an adventure, one last time.
That's
What do you
right.
think about that?
And that stuff, it's Nazis.
Yep.
Yeah, there's a few of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're all running about. It's actually a bad thing to do. I'm gonna put
Run
my-
about?
No,
Is that
that's
not
fine.
safe? Okay,
It
right.
depends what you're doing. Running about in itself, the idea of that.
What
I
about
love.
I'm running around with an open pair of scissors?
Where are you running?
In the house?
That's fine.
Outside?
That's fine.
I'm a Nazi,
That's not fine.
but I don't have the scissors.
That's fine. But you can't be a Nazi.
Okay, all right. All right. Anyway,
Yeah.
the little adventure is on the way.
Yeah.
A big adventure.
So how do you feel about this one?
I liked it.
I liked.
We've had some distance, by the way.
Yeah.
We watched this last, more than a week ago, I think. And you've since been on holiday, and I've since stayed home and stewed on it.
Yep.
And look,
I also stewed on it.
Look, we were, some might say we were lured by the incredible, the lavish opening. We got premiere tickets.
Yeah,
there was
boy,
a
did
man.
we.
There was a man there named like Whippy Whipperson or something, and he did a bunch of whip tricks
And you might think,
while we waited out in the cold.
yeah, how long did he whip for? Probably about 30 minutes. And let me tell you,
Yeah.
20 seconds in, you see everything that
You got it. You
Yeah,
got
you
it.
got
He's
it.
good at it.
he's one of the best. So
one
he
of the
said.
best. Yeah.
Yeah.
And did he just have one whip? No.
Let me tell you, that absolutely did me no favors going into this.
You sure? Because I was.
I mean, there was a limited amount of whips in this, but I think if there had have been slightly more, I would have been like, I've had my fill of whipping.
Right.
We did 30 minutes of whipping, and now he's whipped twice in this movie.
Yeah, there was not as many whips as you. Did you feel the dissonance? And again, I didn't really, but you might have the dissonance between a young Indiana Jones face and old Harrison Ford voice.
Sometimes, yeah.
okay,
And I
right.
also don't know, like, some of this was probably voice doubles or that AI thing.
Yeah.
Like, I thought some of the line delivery, like, felt weird. He didn't talk that much.
Uh-huh.
But no, did you feel that? Or?
No, I didn't. Yeah. And I also feel like
I don't know how they did it exactly. But
No,
yeah.
exactly, yeah. And we'll never know because Disney aren't doing many behind the scenes things.
No,
So
they refuse.
just Disney magic, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'd rather old Harrison Ford voice than getting a new guy in, I think.
Okay. Then like an impression kind of.
yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. And what about or AI? Like the AI Luke Skywalker.
No,
He's like, hello, Grogu, do a flip with me.
that's all right. Oh, he did a good flip. Now let's do flips across the galaxy.
Hand in hand.
Everything's very normal.
Yeah.
A series of a bunch of us is going to be very good and normal. We're all going to team up. It's going to be very good and normal.
Absolutely.
Hey, look, it's my sister. She's here too. Yes, it's me, Princess Leia. I'm doing flips. It's good and normal.
I'm alive.
That's right.
As I would be in this era.
It's not ghoulish. It's normal.
It's ghoulish and everybody approves. Yeah.
I'm young Han Solo.
So, do you want to talk about the future before we talk about what happened here?
Yes.
So, on
Oh, yeah, we're going to talk about the bad box office. I forgot.
yeah, on Phoebe Waller-Bridge replacing Indiana Jones, this is via Variety, she said, I will replace him. There's a scene where I replaced him through time.
Whoa.
And I killed him in every movie.
Whoa.
And I whipped him on the dick and his dick came off.
That's right. Then I took his dick. I threw it in a river.
She said,
And it sailed down the river and he was like, see you later, Indiana Jones's dick.
and they were laughing.
Yeah. It's a metaphor, but it's also literal, they said. I'm Phoebe Waller-Bridge. Feminism, that's what she said. And everybody got furious, and they should have. This is what these people sound like to us, by the way. Just nonsense.
Oh, shit, there's no replacing.
Settle down, is what I'm saying.
No replacing Indiana Jones in any way. But I feel like the character herself, she did feel fresh on the page in there. is a sense of, is there room in the world for something like this? So I do think there's room for a slightly clumsier, bruised, limping female action star, maybe in the future. Yeah, we'll see. Maybe off the performance of this, maybe not. I just think they dropped the ball on this.
Yeah, I think they were hoping for a kind of Top Gun Maverick style resurgence of like, oh my God, this is selling by the billions. How does that happen? Well, because
this isn't Star Wars.
No. And because Tom Cruise is, he's kept his profile high and
he's a lunatic.
He's a lunatic.
But also, going into like a Tom Cruise movie that he's going to do a thing, right?
That's true, yeah.
Whereas going into this,
he's not going to do a thing. Harrison's not
he
going
might
to
do a thing.
He might do a thing.
But you don't have that kind of it's just different.
It is different.
It's different and you need to treat it differently. Yeah. Anyways.
So that's some advice for Hollywood out there. It's different. You got to treat it different.
Treat it different. Treat it mean, keep him keen also.
That's right.
That's a good one.
That's right. And go broke.
Yeah,
obviously.
that's the
obviously, yeah.
If you take anything away from this.
That's right. Yeah.
That's what we're saying.
Yeah, notoriously woke franchise, the Indiana Jones Adventures.
Anyways, we'd love to know what people think if they are interested.
Yeah. Let us know.
Or don't.
Or don't, sure.
Yeah.
I mean, you might be busy.
Yeah. Should we move on to the next segment of the show?
Let's move on.
So Secret Invasion is wrapped up. Now, what I think is really interesting about the way that this is wrapped up is people fucking hate this.
Oh, yes.
Like, people have joined hands across all spectrums of the internet,
That's
Mason.
right.
Any fandom, whatever, wherever you are, wherever you sit.
That's right.
And everybody hates this. You can't point to anybody, other fandom, and go, you hate this and you're an idiot.
James, if I could correct you once again, this officially 18% of the world likes this, the final episode.
Oh, you're talking...
Because the Rotten Tomatoes score is 18%.
That is official.
So which is, 18 reviewers out of 100 thought that this was more good than bad. But also, that's the lowest rating for a Marvel thing ever, I think. Yeah.
What I find fascinating about this is, like, look, I don't need a direct adaptation of anything. This is obviously Secret Invasion in name only. The comic is, it takes all the superheroes that you know, and some of them have been Skrulls for years and whatever, and it's this whole intriguing plot of whatever. Have I read it maybe at some point? I can't remember. Speaking of...
things that are cool.
If I don't know if somebody died or not.
Go on.
Did Gravik die at the end?
Yeah.
Okay. Did he explode or was he kicked hard?
No, a guy shot him really hard through the chest with a laser.
Okay. I forgot.
Okay, great.
Anyway.
Do you want to talk about that big dramatic scene?
I do want to talk about this,
that you definitely remember.
Okay, so they both get super Skrulled.
No, okay,
But.
Let's wind it back a little bit. Okay, so the other thing Gravik is looking for, to destroy the world, to trick the president into bombing everything. He wants that sort of thing.
Dermot Mulroney.
That's right. But he also wants something called the Harvest, which is a vial consisting of...
I got the names.
Okay, well, it's consisting of the samples of DNA from basically every superpowered being that we've seen. Every hero, every villain. It's all in a vial, and you can splash that on a Skrull, and they'll turn into a super Skrull of sorts.
You got to put them in a big whirly.
You got to put it in the whirly gig machine, and the big light goes.
Yeah, exactly. So you got to put them in the Gravitron.
Yeah, the Gravitron.
Very good.
It's the Gravitron. You go to the Royal Melbourne Show and eat some ice cream and a cotton candy. You get in the Gravitron, and then you vomit everywhere.
Big spew, bigger powers.
That's right. Okay, so for people who are perhaps unaware, in the comic books, the Skrulls could never defeat the Fantastic Four.
Yep.
And so they decided
because they didn't want to.
That's right. But they decided one day they did want to. And so their secret weapon was going to be the Super Skrull. So they created a Skrull who could not shapeshift anymore, but had all the powers of the Fantastic Four.
Yes.
And subsequently, there have been different versions that have different powers.
Yep.
And so they've decided to go with this.
Johnny Storm did it at the end of Silver Surfer.
He absolutely did.
Yeah.
And so clearly Marvel have gone, well...
what assets do we have?
That's right. And
for arms.
Our viewers, they love it when the hero fights a villain who has roughly equal powers. They've loved it since Iron Man.
Yeah.
Boy, are they going to love it if we give the hero and the villain every power.
Here we go. Here are the powers.
Okay.
Official.
All right.
This is from IGN. Flora Colossus, which is Groot. Korg, Frost Beast. Hulk, Captain Marvel. That's enough.
Yeah.
You could just be like Captain Marvel. That's all you need. Mantis, Thanos, Cull Obsidian, Extremis, Ebony Maw, Captain America.
And Ebony Maw's rings.
Yeah, Ebony Maw's rings. Yeah, we'll get to that. Captain America, by the way, pointless.
You've got Hulk. You've got the Hulk. Drax is what. Did you get to Drax? I can't remember.
I haven't done Drax yet.
Okay. Drax.
Ghost.
Yeah. Okay.
Winter Soldier. you've got Captain America.
Yeah.
Drax, Corvus Glaive, Abomination. Again, you've got the Hulk. Proxima Midnight, one of the Outriders. Chitauri, Valkyrie, Thor Odinson, Gamora. Now, as you mentioned, with the Super Skrull, takes on 4 powers of the Fantastic Four.
That's right.
Pick 4.
Right?
Because this is an insane cast
Yeah.
that you've got here. You've got 9 of these are strong guys.
Yeah.
Like Korg, Hulk, Thanos, Cull
They should have
Obsidian,
added-
Abomination.
They should have added X-Men character Strong Guy. Just the guy who's strong.
It's the same power.
Yeah.
Just pick one.
Except one has weird tattoos. Also, I didn't know that Drax's, like the markings on his arm, I thought they were branding or tattoos or something.
They are.
Okay, but they just grow out of his arm.
Yeah, they're not supposed to be there.
Yeah, right.
So what you would pick,
Yeah.
pick 4, you'd go strong guy, someone who could fly, the phasing,
Captain Marvel.
Captain Marvel, yeah, and Extremis for the healing.
Yeah.
And like that's why. And now you've got this person running around in the universe.
Not for long.
No, what they should have even done at the end of this is like, oh, the powers are fading off me or whatever.
Yeah. But this isn't anything.
It's
because
a puncher.
They're just
It's
two
a punch
randos.
up in a dirt field.
They're just 2 randos activating powers randomly. How would they even know?
They wouldn't.
How does Gaia know to use Manus's go to sleep mental powers?
I mean, how does it even work?
How does it work?
I mean, I know we shouldn't get caught up in like the comic book logic of it.
I think we can in this instance, though.
But I don't like to do that normally, but it's just, I do not understand any of the decisions here.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Where are we at?
Great.
Doing this.
Great question.
So look, you mentioned there's things that you're still excited for.
Still
in the
excited.
MCU.
Regardless of what happened in this series, I'm still excited for Armor Wars.
Yep.
I think it'll be cool, especially if we get a version of Crimson Dynamo, Titanium Man, all those guys.
Sure.
The armored Iron Man villains that I love from back in the day. I'm excited for Loki Season 2 as well. I think
yeah.
Tom Hiddleston and Owen Wilson are a great combo, and I'm very excited to see them again. The Marvels, as you mentioned. What else is coming out?
Kraven the Hunter.
Oh, Kraven the Hunter, absolutely. Yeah. We're going to have a Kraven sweep of the box office once again. She-Hulk Season 2, if they ever make one.
Doubt it, but yeah, maybe.
You never know.
Yeah.
That's right. And just the further adventures of Gaia and Drax's arm.
See, I know like
Who's
a
going
lot
to speak in the voice of Dave Bautista.
I know a lot of people hate She-Hulk and they're like, for various reasons that I quite frankly don't care to get into. But at least it wasn't like somebody's collapsing the universe and everything falls apart or whatever.
true.
At least it was like, yeah, this is basically what modern She-Hulk comics are, and it's a little bit different, isn't it?
Absolutely.
And you don't have to like that necessarily, but it seems like some things happened and they thought about it.
That's right.
What a fucking nightmare. Anyway.
And that's the best we can hope for.
But I feel like, look, something good comes out next, and I'm like, everything's fine.
Yeah.
Like when Guardians 3 came out, I'm like, oh yeah. Ant-Man, I didn't like that, but this was great actually. So everything's fine.
That's true.
Yeah.
All we need is a couple of things that are good and fine every year. That's what I want. I don't want a Marvel movie every month.
Nope.
Give me 2 good ones a year.
Give me a movie a week.
All right, great.
All right, let's move it along.
Yes.
Now, in terms of the Marvels, the cost of that movie is $250 million, and it's unlikely to make its budget back at this point. But also, I think that worked in the past.
Yeah.
Because it was like, people seemed to be on board with it. Like I was speaking to a guy today because he was like, what are you reading? Because I was reading through this article.
Okay.
As I was just...
Who's this guy? Who's this guy?
I was
What are you reading?
I was just there.
What are you reading?
I was on my phone and it was, I was prepping for the podcast
All right, but
in the
this,
real world.
this story's got a lot of holes in it.
I don't think it does.
A guy just walked up to you.
No,
and
he was
what are you
sitting
reading?
next to me.
Okay.
I thought I had a moment to like, because I was going through this article.
here?
No, I wasn't here. I was at somebody else's house.
Oh.
I was with my kids and they had their kids.
Oh,
and
okay.
I thought I had
This wasn't a cafe situation.
No.
Okay,
Because
right.
that would have been like, what are you reading? I would have been like, hey, fuck off. That's what I'm reading.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. 50 ways to karate chop your neck, brother. You know?
Yeah.
Really put the fear of God in him.
And he was like, yeah, I just like, I can't get behind any of this stuff anymore.
right.
Like, he's like, it's too much. He was like, it should have paused or stopped.
Yeah.
And that's also the audience they need. They need a normal guy.
Yeah, we always talk about how the true fans are out there and they're making demands, whether it be DC or Marvel or what have you, but they don't move the needle.
Absolutely not.
100,000 very devoted fans /
Yeah.
insane people spamming hashtags and doing all this sort of stuff. They don't
Exactly.
They don't need that. They need millions of regular people who are indifferent to the deep, deep, deep lore to be
Exactly.
like, I'll see this. It looks fun.
You look at like Barbie, like that did well because it got most of everybody. You know, like we enjoyed it. That's not for us. We're not fans of that. Mason. We
true.
would never. It's a girl thing.
Girl thing?
Yeah.
Oh.
And it's the same with like, you look at like.
Doesn't have any flames down the sides.
No, it doesn't.
Oh.
It's the same with like Oppenheimer. It's like there are no fans of Oppenheimer.
That's got some flames down the sides.
That
let me
boy
tell you.
does it, yeah. Yeah, you just need general audiences.
Yeah.
So apparently eyebrows were also raised when director Nia DaCosta
Yes.
began working on another film while the Marvels were still in post-production. The filmmaker moved to London earlier this year to begin prepping for her Tessa Thompson drama Header.
Oh, Tessa Thompson from Marvel movies.
Presumably Header is like, it's like a soccer movie.
Soccer
it's like, I'm
movie.
going to header this ball
Yes, exactly.
into
yeah.
the goal square. No?
And Spielberg does it. I mean,
Yeah.
you know, he is Steven Spielberg.
He did Schindler's List and Jurassic Park in like the same year, the same
Yeah.
time. Yeah.
Didn't he also hand off something to George Lucas and be like, finish
Yeah,
this?
he goes, finish Star Wars for me.
Yeah.
That's his idea. Did you know that?
That's great.
Yeah, Phantom Menace. That was Steven Spielberg.
Wow.
He goes, I started this Star Wars prequel, but I think it might
Yeah.
be something more.
I made
up
this
your
in my
alley."
backyard.
Anyway,
I
fix
just
it.
wove some magic out of nothing. I'm Spielberg.
That's what he does.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, speaking of director, Gerald, did you see that there's going to be an It Follows sequel?
I saw They Follow.
Yeah.
They're following you.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What was his second movie?
The Place Beyond the Pines.
Is it?
I think so.
I like Place Beyond the Pines.
Well, nobody else did. It didn't do well.
Oh, I liked it.
Yeah.
You sure it was The Place Beyond the Pines?
Something was one of those.
What was Beyond the Pines in the end? Do you remember?
The It Follows monster.
Was it?
Yeah.
Under the Silver Lake, I
That's
think
the
you're
one.
thinking
Oh,
of.
I
yeah.
like that one.
I
That one's
haven't
good.
seen it.
That's the one with Andrew Garfield.
Oh, okay.
It's a very meandering. He's
Oh,
like
yuck, Mason.
yeah.
Boo.
Yeah, there's no monsters or superheroes.
No monsters
in
or
it.
superheroes.
I mean, Andrew Garfield's in it,
oh, he's Spider-Man.
and he dresses as Spider-Man the whole movie.
Okay.
I quite like it, but
Yeah.
I also saw it for free because it's on whatever. It's
Yeah.
on Prime or something. But yeah, I think people
It's
should
on
watch
your
it.
Pirate Bay website.
It's on my Pirate Bay website.
Because you run the website Pirate Bay,
That's
don't you?
right.
Yeah.
Our horror, me hearties.
Okay, I will watch that.
Yeah.
But I like It Follows.
I can't remember which one. What's Place Beyond the Pines? It doesn't
That's
matter.
the Ryan Gosling one where he's like, I'm a
Oh.
stunt man and whatever, and then it extends into the future and stuff.
That's the Fall Guy.
No, you're thinking of the Fall Guy.
Oh, he loves being.
no, he's like a
stuntman, doesn't he?
motorcycle. No, he's like a motorcycle, like.
You thinking of Ghost Rider?
stunt guy. No, Mason, you're thinking of Ghost Rider.
I am.
Well, he did Drive, which is about a stunt driving guy.
My God, he loves being a stunt
and then
driver.
and then he did Place Beyond the Pines. He was
Get
like,
over yourself, Ryan Gosling.
he was like a cool motorbike
You're
guy.
doing the motorcycle handle crank motion.
Yeah, he's cranking both.
Just crank your motor- if that even works.
It
I bet on
works.
the big ones.
Trust me,
does.
it works. On the good ones.
Yeah,
If you get
yeah.
a good one, that'll work.
Yeah. Harley Davidson.
Yeah. If you
Yeah,
get a
nice,
good Harley.
nice.
Davidson. Sometimes you turn them different ways.
Nice. Whoa.
Like that.
If you're doing a big stunt,
Yeah.
for example.
And-
Gosling should talk to Tom
Holland.
Cruise
Yeah.
about doing stunts and stuff.
Maybe he doesn't want to talk to Tom Cruise.
Maybe that's true. Yeah.
You know, it's possible.
He probably gets a lot of missed calls and voicemails from Tom Cruise. He's like, "Hey man, I saw you're a stuntman in your latest movie. You want to learn some stunts? Do a stunt with me." I'll let that one go.
Yeah. Ninja Turtles Mutant Mayhem came out this week.
Not here though.
Nah, we can't talk about it, Mason. We had to see the Meg 2. No, sorry, Meg 2 The Trench.
We didn't have to see it.
No, we did.
We could have just ended the podcast here.
On a budget of $129 million.
Well, on a budget of $129 million, we couldn't end the show here, I think.
No,
We'd be
definitely
wasting
not.
the money.
Completely
Our
agree.
investors would want their money back. So, you mean Meg 2 The Trench?
Well, they both coincidentally, these things both have $129 million for the budget. It is made in the box office on its opening weekend, $45 million. It's come in behind Ninja Turtle. Sorry, made $25 million. The first one made $45 million in the opening weekend.
Oh.
But also Barbie and Oppenheimer are still out and doing well. I think Barbie's still number one. Ninja Turtles did better than this. This is the way of the world. The Meg not making the waves hasn't got quite the bites. It's not as cool as Deep Ocean.
Atomic Explosion.
No, it's not, is
Yeah,
it?
no.
That freaking explosion was sick.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's doing okay, and it might carry. Who knows? But not great. Not a great return, it seems at this point. But also early numbers, we'll have to see.
That's
What do
not
you
true.
think the story was
Oh, come on, mate.
for Meg 2 The Trench?
Come on, mate. I'm in a vulnerable spot here. I just watched Meg 2 The Trench.
Yeah, I know, right?
Look, spoilers for this movie.
Sure.
Because it's not very good. But it's not a lot to spoil.
No.
But anyway, there's a moment in it where Statham, in order to, some of the characters are trapped in an airlock, and so Statham has to go out of the airlock in a different way and go around the other side.
Yeah.
And does he go outside?
Yeah, he goes outside.
You'd die.
No, but
you'd
they explain
explode
because he lets air out of his nose very slowly.
Okay.
And then and they quickly say, because, fish don't get crushed down here.
Oh, of course.
So, yeah.
You would, though.
Maybe there's some unique science to it.
Because what I'm trying to figure out, and in order to do so, I'd have to watch it again, which I'm not going to do.
Yeah.
I was sort of under the impression that maybe he was going out of the airlock, but he was still inside the facility.
Okay, yeah. Well,
which I guess would make more sense. Because if you went, the very idea.
Like that section has flooded the facility.
Yeah.
Don't worry, hold my breath.
Hold my breath, but
I've got my British lungs.
hold my breath, but I'll still be in the facility.
My chest is big, my lungs are big.
That's right.
Deepest, bluest, my hat is like a shark fin. You guys heard that song?
That's right. I'll base my whole life around it. My lungs are filled with Yorkshire puddings. They hold the air in. They're very aerated. Yorkshire puddings and gravy in my lungs. But if you went, you'd explode. You would implode.
Yeah.
So it must be because there's a scene earlier where somebody gets a crack in their helmet and their head pops.
Yeah, that was
because
cool.
it's
I like
because
that
where they're at that level of pressure. So he must still be in the. I'm going to have to go with he must still be in the facility because otherwise he'd.
No, because he
there's
went
amount
outside and he looked up and he saw the Meg.
Yeah, he did see the Meg, didn't
And he wasn't looking at it through a window.
I guess he did breathe out of his sinuses though.
And he did have those Yorkshire puddings in his lungs.
That's true, he did. They are very aerated. I don't know if you know that.
That was hard. I might need a pint.
Yeah,
I might need a pint after that.
Mason,
he probably needed a pint.
He probably would need a pint. Need a pint over that. Pint of Greek sausage roll.
Straight to lungs. That's how I do it.
That's right. Because I looked it up, like the deepest ever scuba dive is like 320 meters.
Pathetic.
So 25,000 feet is more than that.
Yeah.
In the old
I mean,
scale.
if you're acclimatized.
I guess if you've done some breathing outside of your sinuses.
Yeah, it's fine.
And you see a little bit of blood come out of his nose.
And he just doesn't get turned inside out.
Yeah. Anyway, that's good stuff. Look, You're
just going to have to let it go.
Yeah.
And I'm sure people will write and be like, maybe there's some truth to that. Maybe there is. I don't know.
Look, if it had been at 300 meters, I'd be like, oh, okay.
Yeah, but that's not very exciting.
No, it's not. It's not at all.
Yeah. Anyway, I got some reviews here. This one's from
Yes.
Josh, the 90s kid, who says, #WeeklyPlanetPod. Sorry, but Mutant Mayhem is simply not my Ninja Turtles. They've been mutated into something fresh and unique today's kids and teens can clearly identify with. As a 30-something-year-old man, I demand they continue to make things my inner child can identify with. Nah, just joking. Best movie ever. They even had a you mess with one of us, you mess with all of us moment a la Spider-Man.
Well, you would because it's New York, baby.
Yeah, that sounds great.
Yeah.
This one's from Nate Harris, who says, it's amazing what people can create when they genuinely care what they're making. #Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Oh, that one was also about Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Mutant Mayhem, yeah. Right.
I think these are all Ninja Turtles. Let me check. This is from C-Ray, who says, I wasn't enthusiastic about...
Wait, are you doing a bit? Are you doing a comedy bit?
There's no bits here, Mason.
Interesting.
Who would make a joke at such a time? Such a pivotal moment in the podcast.
Well, we'd never make a joke at any point in the podcast.
Exactly.
So no, let alone now.
C-Ray says, I wasn't enthusiastic about Mutant Mayhem, but after I adjusted to the layer of grime in this universe, I was all good. It's got a well-utilized voice cast and characters with changes to the canon that didn't upset. Superfly was fucking awesome. Best movie ever. And Nate says, just saw Meg poo the stench. Here we go. Smells like Razzie's chum. Worst movie ever. P.S. I also saw Ninja Turtles and it was really great. Wish you were talking about that instead.
Well, we will be on the 7th of September.
That's right.
When no one cares anymore.
That's right. And it's probably be on streaming before that.
Yeah,
Yeah, so there you go. I saw some people in the Great Mates group also worked on the Meg too, which is awesome, by the way. I'm sorry that I didn't love it, but no one. This is not your fault.
Sure. Yeah. It was a bad concept from beginning to end.
No, I think the concept is solid. Yeah.
Oh, did we say what we thought it was the best movie ever or the worst movie ever? God, look, I'm torn because I don't really think it's the worst movie ever.
No, obviously it's not but okay.
It should have been bloodier.
Yes.
And look,
and also I understand why you can't because you're catering to a wider market, blah, 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 blah. I get it.
But I mean, but right now, you're not going to – is this movie even going to make its money back? I don't know. So you may as well have gone for broke and just –
Yeah, but if you get woke, you go broke. Because apparently Splinter's gay. I don't know if you saw that.
I did see that, yeah.
Also, apparently he's not gay at all.
Whoa,
Yeah,
all
that
right.
was just something-
Well, now I don't know who to believe. Some people who saw the movie or some people who are paid to get mad at everything.
I can't believe they made a rat gay.
Right?
Or they did it.
I can't believe that either.
Anyways, do you know what's it's time for?
But you're saying worst movie ever?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to say...
I mean, I know it's not like highbrow, because I think what to me this is supposed to be, it's not. Does that make sense? It falls short of being the schlocky kind of fun, dumb. And seeing the trailer, I was like, oh, they've really leaned into like the silliness of it. But I don't feel they did it enough.
Yeah, look, I'm also going to go with worst movie ever. I didn't hate it, but look, based around the current crop, I would have loved...
Look what we've been getting this year so far,
But,
you know?
yeah,
There's been some
but
really
what I'm
good
saying,
stuff.
I would have loved to have added to this like current landscape of really great movies with a really over-the-top, stupid, violent...
Exactly, yes.
Monster movie with sharks and bloody and people getting chopped to bits and all that sort of stuff. Love Statham generally, but...
What's not to like?
That's right.
And he's very tall.
Yeah.
A lot of people know that.
Who wants a Yorkshire pudding?
It's got some air in it for you.
It's got some ear in it?
Some air.
Oh.
Maybe some ear.
It might have some ear. Look, I would have loved to have added, to this great current crop of movies at the cinemas.
Yeah.
Because then I could be like, movies are back. Every genre you could possibly want is
right.
here and kicking goals. But it is not.
Yeah.
It's a shame.
Well, there you go.
Yeah. Triple a meg.
Triple the meg.
Wait. The last time there were 2 megs,
so
now there's 3 megs.
That would be 6 meg.
So it's
they tripled the megs.
50% more than meg?
50% more meg.
0 meg.
Oh, my God. 50% is like flipping a coin. Is that relevant?
It's not, Jason. No. It is very much no. Also, you're trying to flip that underwater. It's not going to work.
Did somebody say 3-hour Hunger Games prequel?
No.
Oh, okay.
Oh, no, I did earlier, moments ago.
Yeah, you
but
did.
there was a little break.
Yeah, we took a break.
We took a break. You were concerned that we would perhaps not recorded anything.
But we do have the backup recorder.
Recordo Montalbán.
So,
that's correct, yes.
It's fine.
Here's a couple of, just before we get started, here's a couple of pieces of news that I wanted to squeeze in, but you were not interested in season.
I didn't say that.
The trailer for season 2 of Reacher. And I only,
I'm not interested in
but
that.
the only reason I mentioned, this was like a week ago, but the only reason I was interested in talking about it is because someone on Twitter, I think it was Vice Victus on Twitter, called him the Vanilla Gorilla. I'm like, that's good stuff. That is very good stuff. And he absolutely is.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. And the other thing, I don't know if you saw this. There's a documentary came out this week, or at least some clips of it. RoboDoc, which is the creation of the
Oh, is this the Peter Weller talking about Oreos?
Yeah. So there's an anecdote from, I think, one of the armory guys or one of the stunt coordinators on the original RoboCop.
Yep.
And
Should we just get Collins to play it? Can we just play the clip?
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah,
but I'll describe it
yeah.
in the interim. I'll describe it.
Maybe we'll play it at the end of the show.
So the stunt guy is handing Peter Weller his big RoboCop gun so he can do a particular scene, and he's also carrying he's got a big handful of Oreos.
Yep.
And Peter Weller looks at this guy and he says, "Robo wants an Oreo," and the guy says, "Listen. It's just you and me up here. We're doing this scene. I'm the only one here. If Peter wants an Oreo, you can have one, but you don't have to do the thing where you're in carry." And then he marches off to a vantage point over the scene, and he starts yelling, "Robo wants an Oreo." And what I love about that is that he would have done it. There's in RoboCop 2 where there's the point where he's trying to find out where the drugs are from, and he's like, "Where is it made?"
Yeah.
Like it'd be that cadence, and it'd be like, "Robo wants an Oreo."
And then it escalates. Then Peter Weller interjects at the very end. Remember that? Which is... Anyway, we'll play it at the end.
Yeah,
Collins will put it. It's very good. Yeah.
I went upstairs and I was carrying, I don't know, about 8 Oreos in a stack. I'd hand him his weapon. I'd say, "Peter, safety's off." And he wouldn't take the pistol. And he says, "Robo wants an Oreo." And I looked at him and go, "No, it's just you and I, Peter. Robo doesn't get an Oreo. If Peter wants an Oreo, Peter can have an Oreo. And he clip-clops in the suit over to the edge of the railing, and Peter starts bellowing, Robo wants an Oreo. And when the steel mill just echoes, Randy has Oreos, or Robo wants an Oreo. And Steve Lim over the radio goes, Randy, do you have Oreos? So I stuffed that whole stack in my mouth and then crunched them and let them fall down 3 stories onto everybody below me. And not anymore. And Robo got upset.
I haven't got a damn clue about Randy Moore and his fucking Oreos.
Well, Mason, the Fast and Furious franchise has now been going for 22 years or something, and will probably go for 22 more.
44 years.
44 years.
And we'll be saying the 44th anniversary. We'll all be there stamping our feet.
44 years.
Michelle Rodriguez and Vin will be in their walkers.
Yeah, that's all good and fun. So we thought, before we get to that new movie next week, let's talk about some of the longest running franchises in TV and film.
Also, before you say that, does the original The Fast and the Furious count?
No. Well, that's what I think what we're going to get into.
Yeah.
Because in a franchise, what's an acceptable gap? Like, when does it become a new thing? Does a reboot count? Like, is that part of the same franchise?
These are all great questions, and we're going to establish that when I would say a reboot doesn't count.
But, okay.
But I'm just saying, James, give me some more examples, and then
well, let's go, just for example, we're going to talk about the Bond movies.
Yes.
Like, the Craig era is a reboot.
It is a reboot.
But does that count? Because I feel like there's no gap, really. They just keep making them. And also, they're not really connected, are they, those movies?
No.
Yeah. No. Well, we're going to have to talk about it. We'll see. Well, at the end of each one we talk about, we'll say, is this a real franchise? And if the answer's no, we're going to go to our local JB Hi-Fi or other... Harvey Norman,
other home media things, and we're going to go there and we're going to split them up.
Yep.
We're going to put a big stick between Brosnan and Daniel Craig and be like, nope.
Yeah, and if anybody tries to stop us, we'll say, hey,
slap their hands
we're
away.
From the podcast.
Yeah, we're from podcasting, all right? We're going to make some changes around here.
So, Star Wars, Mason.
I've heard of it.
Well, I know, it's never stopped, right? Even though it went, the movies have run from 1977 to...
Are we ranking these?
Yeah, we're ranking the movies.
Okay, great. No, I mean all the franchises.
Yeah.
Okay, so far Simpsons is at number 1.
I agree. So Star Wars movies ran from 77 to 2019.
Okay, so Star Wars is at number 1, Simpsons is at number 2 now.
Okay, great. You're just ranking them in order that I'm saying them?
We'll see, won't we?
So here's the thing, though.
Go on.
First of all, in the movies, there's huge gaps. It's like a 15-year gap between Return of the Jedi and whatever. And then there was another gap between the prequels and the sequels.
Oh, you know what we should do? We should rank these in relation to the Fast franchise.
Whether they're longer or shorter.
No, better.
Oh.
Overall, they're better.
Star Wars is better, I feel.
The Simpsons is?
I think The Simpsons is better.
Than the Fast movies.
The good
Even Fast 5?
Yes, the good seasons of The Simpsons
is
are
Fast
really
5 better than the monorail episode?
It's not about
which is the Fast 5 of The Simpsons?
It's not about better. It's about length, viability, strength, Mason.
All right.
Conviction.
Okay.
It's not about better. I got shows on here that you'd be like, that show sucks.
Good. Then we can rank them lower. That's how ranking works.
The ranking is in relation to how long it goes for. Longevity, Mason.
Oh, okay. All right, cool. All right. Is that all right? Great. Terrific. I love that.
But it can be whatever.
Okay, cool.
But also Star Wars.
It should be one set of rankings. But the ranking...
We're not even writing it down. It doesn't matter.
Somebody is, though. We asked somebody to do it. So we're going to rank them in order, but some of the rankings are going to be via length and some are going to be via quality, but it's going to be the same list.
I hate this.
I love it.
So, how about this, Mason? There are 871 episodes of Doctor Who, maybe more or less. It ran from...
Is that surviving or all
No,
together?
probably not.
And it survived, I think, as well through those audio plays.
Yeah.
Like when I think of, there's a company called Big Finish, and I think, when I think of the modern audio dramas, there's a Batman one and the Wolverine one and et cetera, but like the bread and butter of that industry, I think, is Doctor Who radio plays. I think even Eccleston's done some recently.
Yeah.
The guy who hates Doctor Who.
Yeah, but he loves standing in a booth for money.
That is true, yeah.
That'd be good. I'd do that. Yeah, why wouldn't
he should resurrect the phone booth franchise.
I agree.
There's another guy in a booth and he's Scottish now. The other one was Irish.
Yeah.
Dude.
Whoa.
I read that, I don't have it here, but apparently the producers behind Phone Booth, I think one of them might have been Robert Evans. It was two The guy, he's like a famous, insane producer. There's a book called The Kid Stays in the Picture. It's all about all his various escapades. He's a lunatic. Anyway, but it was him. I think it might have been even Hitchcock.
Yeah.
They had the idea for phone booth, but then they were like, we can't do it because we can't think of something that would make a guy stuck in a phone booth for a long time. And then it took till like 2002 before somebody was like,
someone's got a gun.
Like these two geniuses in the film industry. And they're just sitting there being like, how can he he can just leave the phone booth. He can leave anytime he wants.
What if it was
There's
locked?
no tension. He can just leave.
What if there's a lock on it? Yeah, but there wouldn't be. They don't have
It's made
locks.
of glass. You can just kick through it. Door's made of glass.
Could have been a bomb.
Yeah.
Like, it could have been any number of weapons.
I mean,
it could have
look,
been a dare.
And look, logically, they weren't spending their entire lives thinking
Well,
about
obviously,
they had
yeah.
other stuff. It sounds like something somebody put in a book, like in a notebook. Like,
Yeah.
oh, what if a guy was in a phone booth and
Question
then they just
mark.
left it?
Yeah.
And they found it later and went, I don't know, a sniper or whatever. But I think it's funnier if you think of just a bunch of just these people who made
Tearing their
iconic
hair out.
movies being like, I just don't know.
And don't ask anybody else.
Yeah. Well, they do ask everybody else. They're asking everybody from like the craft services guy to the lighting guys. Like, how can? And they're all like, I don't know, man. I just do
don't know,
lights.
maybe, like-
I just do sandwiches. I don't know.
Maybe there's oxygen in the phone booth, but there's none outside of the phone booth.
What a space phone booth. Get out of here. You're fired. What if he's? I don't know, man. I just. What if he's eating a sandwich? I don't know. Get out of here.
What if he slips and he's stuck? He's stuck, like he falls in a weird way. He's kind of wedged in there.
No,
you know when you
sound like some sort of pervert.
No, listen. Like you have a heart attack in like an airplane bathroom and you fall against the door. It's that. It's a dead man in a phone booth. it's a 90-minute movie. We can't get it open. He's falling against the door. I'm pretty sure he's dead.
Wow. Eventually, they just pick it up in a crane and toss it into the river. Anyway, what were we talking about? I've forgotten.
Doctor Who?
Oh, yeah.
Anyway, yeah. At the top.
Of course, it's not in terms of length and quality.
Yeah, sure. Now, the length of this isn't necessarily that impressive. That's what she said, Mason.
Ha!
But my goodness, there's a lot of them.
Okay. Very girthy?
Yep, sure.
Yeah.
The MCU's run from 2008 to the modern day. There's 32 movies. That's excluding television shows and whatever, etc. 32 movies in 15 years is
That's an insane amount of output, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's not even everything.
That's true.
That's some of it. So,
Yeah.
I
I think that's a fine contender for number 2.
Yep, you might be right. Under the House.
Yeah,
great.
yeah.
Very good.
Because we've been doing this for nearly 10 years.
I
so,
agree. Yeah. We've got more episodes than they've got movies. So,
Yeah.
fine.
Yeah.
How about this one? In the Godzilla franchise, I think that
No.
dog's getting in. Hang on.
Yeah.
All right.
So I reckon it's our podcast, the Godzilla-verse, the MCU.
Perfect.
Oh, what you doing? She's made it in here. She escaped you.
Dog time, everyone. I let her in.
Oh, yeah, no, it seems to me that you're making the best of a bad situation. She escaped your clutches, and now she's leaving. Okay, bye, Ollie.
Oh, that was embarrassing for me. Scooby-Doo started in 1969.
Number 1, move on.
Great
go.
and good, Mason.
It is great and good.
Should we move it along then?
Yeah. It's time for all the special stuff.
Okay. You want to do this now?
Yes.
All right, here we go.
Oh, my God.
Okay,
folks.
so explain this.
So what it is...
What it is this time.
What it is this time, it's called Tracy Zooms In. It was on Turner Classic Movies, the channel.
it's on YouTube,
It's on
if you
YouTube
look
for
for it.
now.
Yeah,
if you
for
want
now,
to,
yeah.
I downloaded a copy just in case
You got
it
it,
disappears.
yeah.
And it's Dick Tracy on a Zoom call with Leonard Maltin and another guy.
His
I guess
name I can't remember.
A TCM host.
TCM guy, yeah.
And Warren Beatty as himself.
But it doesn't start that way.
No.
So you sent this to me.
Yeah.
It's so fucking weird.
Right?
And awkward and boring.
Right?
But fascinating.
And there's no music backing it or anything.
No.
So sometimes it's just Warren Beatty in character as Dick Tracy, like looking at the Dick Tracy movie. Like you see him clicking his keyboard and he brings up a clip from the Dick Tracy movie and he's like, the streets are pink. Why would the streets be pink? I don't know about that.
It's
critiquing
27 minutes long.
He's critiquing his own performance from then.
Yeah.
And he's teasing a movie, but why would he make another movie?
Yeah.
Maybe he has to say it. Maybe it's like one of those, maybe contractually he has to be like,
Dick
this is
Tracy
this
returns.
is a placeholder, but I will be doing another one. Because otherwise this would be taking the piss, obviously.
It's weird because, within it, there's a scathing review from Warren Beatty of the movie in character as Dick Tracy, criticizing the Dick Tracy movie, where clearly in the movie, it's the version of Dick Tracy that we're watching critique the Dick Tracy movie. And there's all these awkward pauses because at one point, like it starts off with these two, like Lennon Moulton and the other guy. I can't remember his name.
It's Ben something.
Having a discussion, being like,
it's only fair to apportion blame.
You're right. They're like, why does Dick Tracy want to take a Zoom call with us?
Yes.
And so eventually they bring him on.
Because they're just in the same room?
Because they're in the same room. And so then there's a moment where, they've filmed a TV. So the whole time, you're not looking at a Zoom call, you're looking at a TV that is technically being filmed when we're watching it. Yeah. So it's Dick Tracy, which is Warren Beatty, in the banana yellow trench coat and hat, talking to these two guys.
Yeah.
And it's very awkward because it's
Ben Mankiewicz.
Thank you. But it's not like a real Zoom call because it's got none of the prompts or the functions or the sound effects or anything.
Yes.
And also, whenever somebody is talking on screen, everybody else just fucking sits there in dead silence the entire time. And also, they clearly didn't time it out properly, so it like loops or there'll be like a fake glitch to try and line up everybody's dialogue. And then at one point, they get Warren Beatty on the call.
As himself.
And it's Warren Beatty talking to himself as Dick Tracy. Except, again, it doesn't quite line up. Yeah. And neither of them are putting in any kind of performance.
Right.
Like, it's so... I mean, I know he probably just played Dick Tracy as just, like, himself.
Yes.
But it's so transparently, like, low effort.
Yeah.
But also, this is so complicated to put together.
That's what like I said, if you just said... I think clearly, like, somebody has gone, what if we put him on Zoom? And that's a new thing. And he's gone, oh, okay, sure, whatever. But if you just went, okay, we hire out a studio that looks like an interrogation room and he brings in a bad guy and he talks, he gets a bit meta maybe.
Yeah, and they're like, you're over the hill.
Yeah.
Jason is like, and he punches him through a window or something.
Yeah, or maybe you could just do an action sequence. You get a stunt guy and maybe put it out in the streets or whatever, you know. But this is so much more work. And they would have had to map it out and... It's wild, and I loved it.
Well, he co-wrote and co-directed as well, Warren Beatty.
Yeah.
And then at the end, it's weird because it's just Dick Tracy, and again, it's obviously also Warren Beatty.
Oh yeah, they're mad at each other.
They're mad at each other.
Dick Tracy is upset with Warren Beatty because Warren Beatty promised to have a lunch with Dick Tracy years ago at the Polo Lounge.
Yeah.
And he never showed up to discuss their future together.
Yeah.
And so Dick Tracy's always had a beef with the actor Warren Beatty.
But also seemingly the movie, or maybe that was just a criticism because he didn't turn up for lunch that time.
But also Warren Beatty, that movie's the movie Warren Beatty wanted to make. Like the reason there was never a consensus, like, and the reason that the other two dudes lost the rights for that movie is because they didn't want to make this weird, colourful cartoon movie, and he did. But now he's like, maybe I made a mistake with this movie.
Dude, it was like 33 years ago.
3 years ago. But yeah, so he must make this to retain the rights.
And then it ends.
Oh, and then it ends. No,
it doesn't quite end because then towards I watched it again before this, by the way.
So Dick Tracy, so eventually Warren Beatty's like, no, I called up the Polo Lounge and I said actually I couldn't make it. And
they didn't pass it on to you. They didn't pass
the message along, and they're like, well, sorry, we had a misunderstanding for 30 years, Dick Tracy.
But not only that, then Dick Tracy does a semi-explanation.
Do you think this is the most anyone has ever said the words Dick Tracy in a podcast?
On this podcast?
Yeah, this
no.
one. Wow.
But and it's sort of like he's explaining it to himself, but also anybody else who's kind of old, and it's also a complaint of how streaming works, how people don't want to go to the movies anymore.
Sometimes they leave to go to the bathroom.
But they just want to stay in their car. And
it's
they want
like a book.
Like a book, and you want to put it down and come back to it and whatever. And then this is how it ends. And I'm just going to play it because I want people to hear it.
Okay.
Because you could edit out this pause.
Okay.
But they don't. So I want everybody to hear it. This is going to be Dick Tracy talking, and then he asked Warren Beatty to lunch. So I'm sorry about this, by the way, but I watched it twice.
And as you said yourself to Ben in your interview, collaboration is key.
It repeats itself a bunch as well.
Yeah.
To collaborate, you need somebody you can trust enough to argue with. You've got the final say. You own the rights. So, every once in a while we could have a clean street.
This is just dead air.
Yeah.
Yes, Dick Tracy Returns.
Yes.
Produced by Dick Tracy. Now, I pay to see that. Lunch tomorrow? 1 o'clock. Polo Lounge? Polo Lounge.
So what the fuck? It's so weird. It's so
weird.
Who edited this?
I don't know. Maybe his grandson
Like
or something.
normally on a Zoom, right? Also, you cut if you're on it, you just cut to the person and you see the whole thing.
Yeah,
You don't have to watch everybody else just fucking sit there slack-jawed the entire time.
Most of the last third is just Mankiewicz and Moulton in the bottom corners, just silent and being looped as they have to react to this. And then it cuts to them at the Polo Lounge, and they're
It's like a split
it's
screen.
a split screen. They're on opposite sides of this table. And you can't hear the audio, but they're both just yapping away at the same time.
Yeah, they're just going
like if you were there, you'd be like, guys, wait for the other guy to stop talking.
wild.
That's great.
Yeah. Anyways, that's Dick Tracy talk. That's Dick talk, Mason.
That's right.
Yeah. Big fan?
Yes, huge fan.
We
One
should
of my
watch that.
favourite things. That's maybe my favourite thing that's happened this year so far. You got any more?
I mean, I think also they could just let it lapse and his people could just be like, yeah, you still own it. And he probably wouldn't notice. I don't know.
I think he would.
Sorry I played that clip as well. I feel really bad about that.
Which part?
The bit where it just paused.
Oh, yeah, okay, sure.
Yeah, anyway, everyone should watch it. All right, Mason, let's move to the next segment of the show.
Okay.
What do you think it is?
It is, unless we're going to do a radical departure from previous weeks, from the previous 10 years, I think this is going to be what we read and what we're going to read.
Mason, we're going to
And
do
toothbrush reviews.
No, we're going to do a radical departure.
Oh, okay, what is it?
Because guess what's back?
Oh, it is a
It's been the
radical
longest
departure.
of times.
Uh-oh.
We're doing hate mail.
Yes.
But the hate has an 8 in it.
Whoa.
Should I explain what this is? Because it's been many years.
I think so, yes.
So basically,
You do that, I'm going to let the dog in.
Okay, don't let the other one in. Only let one in. How about I pause the recording to edit the audio over to Collins, and then we can start it again.
Guess what, folks? It was actually 2 segments. Dog time.
That's
and
true.
Hate mail, but the hate is an 8.
You didn't hear the dog time, unfortunately. No, we did. You were there.
I was there.
Anyways, hate mail, but the hate has an 8 in it. Is basically me taking YouTube comments which are specifically targeted at me or Mason, but mostly me, really, and just talking about how much they hate us for various reasons. And I like to take some of these, 8 in particular, and read them out. That's why it's called hate mail, but the hate has an 8 in it. But it's more than 8.
It's always more than 8.
Yeah, so here we go.
If we only got 8, very disappointing. I think.
Yeah, it's not enough. By the way, this is me whittling them down. There
That's
are
true.
so many more. Here we go. It's from Iconosis 8160. 23 minutes of fluff and no mention that the movie... Oh, this is on V for Vendetta, Caravan of Garbage. 23 minutes of fluff and no mention that the movie is about a corrupt government that invented a virus to intentionally infect the public so they could solicit and control the vaccine. Jesus Christ, you guys. The point of this movie is political revolution. You didn't even mention the past 2 years being spot on about the plot of this movie. Are you both daft?
I mean, yes.
Yeah.
But also, I think we mentioned the most important thing about that movie, which is a big Eggy and a Bready.
And the masks.
Everybody wore those masks.
Yeah.
I think that's important.
Do you think this-
Which is like how because we're all wearing masks these days.
And the government made all the virus. Yeah.
I mean, we're wearing physically masks, but also emotionally we're wearing masks, I think, also.
This one is
When
actually...
we're like, I like this Eggy and a Bready, but you actually don't. You know?
I get
An
it.
emotional mask.
Mason, Green Lantern Caravan of Garbage.
Oh, yes.
Teth Adams says, also, what are you doing? With
Oh,
that
that's
username?
it's a Black
Yeah.
Adam reference, isn't it?
What are you doing?
Here we go. I'm excited for this.
I didn't watch this one. This is out there, quoting you, I think.
Uh-huh.
But you decided to review it, and that's the problem with fandom, folks. Bullshit reviews from MFs that are not objective and gear reviews to the negative because it drives clicks. Essentially, they are click whores. You're nitpicking at stupid shit and sound like you're desperately trying to sound funny, but comes off as pubescent incel losers laughing at their own quips. Honest review from someone who actually watched it. The movie fails largely because they should have had more space battles and they picked the wrong villain. Imagine seeing one of us go, no, we didn't watch it. Anyway, here's all our thoughts. And not thinking...
I did watch it. I didn't watch it but I have seen. I watched it
You've seen
for the video.
Yeah, but I think you also said maybe you didn't watch it. I don't actually remember.
Oh, as a joke?
I don't know. Yeah, exactly.
One of
what
my
I mean.
pubescent jokes.
One of your, incel
One of my
pubescent jokes.
horny pubescent jokes.
This one's from Dork Brandon 4422, who just says, couple of limey turds.
That's us.
There's a couple of Star Wars ones here from our...
Hello.
From our... This one says... What's another turds one? You
did say you grouped them.
This is... Yeah, that's true. You turds are in love with the sequels, probably. That's us.
That is us.
We're turds.
A couple of sequel-loving turds.
Is that the same guy? Bryce Graves. No, different guy. Same guy, actually, on the 2 different prequel reviews. There you go.
All right.
Mr. Daddy 4240 says, all caps, by the way, stop being stupid. Black Adam was one of the best, as this is how ever sup movie should be made with this type of action. Little G boys and little girls that aren't a love story in every fucking movie because your life is pathetic. Sup movies should have huge and long fights.
Still all caps?
Yep.
Okay.
That's all caps. Huge and... Sup movies should have huge and long fights. Sends, not like Marvel 2 punches and the fight is over style. Black Adam better than every movie other than Infinity War and Civil War.
Now, I should let you know that was me.
Yeah, it's good. I like it. That's why I read it
like
out.
the movie Black Adam.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
This is on Mission Impossible Caravan of Garbage from Charles DeWard, who says, oh, I get it. This video popped up in my recommendations and clicked on it thinking that the Caravan of Garbage was the movie. But as I continued watching the video, I realized the commentators are the garbage.
Yes, he's got us.
He got us.
That is good. That was the mistake we made.
Yeah.
And it's been years, but someone's finally cottoned on and they've got us with the ultimate insult where they go, actually, the garbage is what you do.
All right, we've got 3 left.
Oh my God.
2 of them are to do. 2 of them are they're a bit of length to them. They're about the Dracula. Recently, we talked about Bram Stoker's Dracula.
Oh yeah,
The
horny
Ford
Dracula.
Cop Horny Dracula.
Very
from
horny
1992.
stuff.
It's from Adam X Environmental. Ooh, maybe you should be more environmental, Adam. That's all I'm saying. It's important. It's important to support the environment.
Sure.
In all its
Maybe he's
endeavors.
doing the best he can, all right?
Hey, how is it that some unintelligible goofball gets 250k views on his opinion?
Oh, a bit more than 100,000.
I thought so. Opinions are entirely like anuses. Everyone has one, but this fool sports a cloaca when he starts talking nonsense. I'm an expert on Dracula. I've been following every storyline from the printed page to the silver screen for over 5 decades, and Coppola's version of the timeless vampire tale is the most accurate of any besides the original novel. Well, yeah, because that was the original. I mean, the novel would be the most accurate because that was the source material of this particular.
The novel's actually the second most accurate.
The only drawback was Keanu Reeves as a Brit. He wasn't the perfect guy for the part, but the story was spot on, with only one deviation from the printed page. I'm not going to mention it because anyone agreeing with this tool doesn't have a clue about it. It contains every character and scene described in the book. It gives a reason why Count Dracula became the vampire extraordinaire after Vlad Tepes defeated, brackets and then lost, to the Turkish horde. Don't forget, all of the battles actually happened and are documented in history. The outrageous garments and hairstyles of the 1897 Dracula who meet Harker at the front door of his castle, it was what noble elite wore at the time. That's not true. The woman we talk about in the video, she designed the clothes off like Japanese art and all sorts of stuff, remember?
Yeah.
Anyway, I don't think this guy's an expert on Dracula.
You know what I think, though?
Yeah.
I think this guy, I reckon if you searched, I reckon this guy just puts this spiel on every Dracula video that exists.
Oh, okay. I've already gone on and on about this, but after 50
no,
years
not
of
kidding, mate.
50 years of following every horror-generated form of entertainment.
Old.
Yeah.
Oh,
Boom.
this guy's old. I didn't even think about it, but he's old.
And that's also
Yuck.
50 years of following. So he wouldn't have followed from birth. I'm tired of reading and listening to morons just looking for attention. This amateur with a camera and microphone.
You don't have a camera.
You don't have a camera. Is no different. Maybe
He's
you're
talking
right.
about Francis Ford Coppola.
Yeah. I wish I had the time to make videos like this. Newsflash, modern cinema, especially horror, sucks. You don't know shit.
So we said it was pretty good.
I mean, I remember saying we liked it a lot.
Yeah. Also, this guy doesn't have the time because he's too busy eating his own poo.
Do you think that's why?
Yeah.
And this one is from the 26th hour, also about Dracula. Yeah, kid. It's just old men coming at me here. Well, as soon as someone who's...
There's 2 of us.
Yeah.
How could you not pick that up if you watched the video, which I don't think they did?
Well, as someone who's been in the film industry, this is a masterpiece of filmmaking with full in-camera effects. Do you even know what that means?
Yeah, we talked about it in the video.
And the only Dracula film that actually tried to reproduce the book, which it did quite successfully. I suppose you think Silence of the Lambs is also shit. They didn't say that. Not this one.
I don't like it as much as Hannibal, but it's fine.
So I suppose you think Silence of the Lambs is also shit. Not my favorite film, but the best film ever made.
All right, great. That guy had some sort of mental problem, I think, that emerged as he was writing that.
Time to go back to flipping burgers and frapping over Twilight because film critique ain't your forte.
Disagree. I think we're very good at it.
Yeah. And this last one is from Cameron Matlock, who says, Rambo 3 is the second best Rambo, so WTF are you talking about? Shut the hell up. It's always somebody trying to discredit something good. Just shut the fuck up.
No, it's not.
It's a bad movie.
It's a bad movie, yeah.
And that, Mason, is Hate Mail, but the hate has an 8 in it. The not regularly recurring segment that we do on this show.
I think we learned a lot there. What
Yeah.
we mostly learned is the internet's a mistake.
Yeah.
And you should have to pass a test before you're allowed to make a comment on the internet.
And also, look, I know I bring on this stuff because I call them caravan of garbage. Half of those are people who like just saw that and flew into a blind rage. And that's fine.
I think it's cool.
I think it's cool too. Remember, we're also observing, aren't we, Mason?
We're observing.
And we're not involving ourselves.
That's correct.
Mason, what's the next segment of the show?
Next segment is called What We Read.
Yep.
What We Gonna Read.
Wow, I'm ready for that right now, actually.
Nice.
It's the theme song, though. I'm doing the theme. What are we reading today? We're here in this segment of the podcast, and this is the part where we talk about what we did.
That's right. What?
What are we reading?
Oh.
I'm watching it, whatever.
Well, on your recommendation, James, I watched, it's a movie from last year, but I watched Emily the Criminal.
And what'd you think?
With Aubrey Plaza as the titular Emily the Criminal. I really liked it.
Very
It's good.
good.
It's a good
Very
movie.
good
It's
movie.
very tense.
It's got shades.
It's so powerfully tense. Yeah, Theo Rossi is his name.
He's very good.
Who's been in, I think he was in Sons of Anarchy and some other stuff, but we know him as Shades from the TV series Luke Cage.
That's right.
Where everybody was always like, Shades. He was like, yeah, I'm wearing shades.
That's
what of it?
me.
That's right.
Got any questions?
Yeah, where'd you get your nickname?
What?
Your nickname Shades.
Mm-hmm.
How'd you get that nickname?
How did I get it?
Yeah.
It's a great question. Thanks for asking.
Yeah, well, I am asking. Yeah.
Yeah, I know, and I appreciate that is what I'm saying to you.
Okay. Now, you seem to be avoiding the question. I'm thinking maybe because the answer's embarrassing for you somehow.
Yeah. Well, look.
The obvious answer would be that because you wear shades all the time, but the fact that you have an answer.
Yeah, no, that is why. Yeah, that's now that you mention it, that's correct.
Okay.
It's not a weird reason.
Okay.
It's a normal reason. Not your reason. My reason. That's my reason as well.
Okay. Thanks for your time, Shades.
You're welcome.
Wow.
Normal conversations happening in real time. Mason, what did you think?
Is it because you got your dick stuck in lampshade?
Yes, I did.
That's why I knew it.
2 shades.
2 shades. More than once. I knew it. Because otherwise your nickname would be Shade. I knew it. I gotcha. And you're going to jail.
What?
For all the crimes you did.
Oh, yeah. That,
You did a lot of
unrelated
crimes.
to the
unrelated to that
the
weird
dick
thing.
Yeah. Cool. Mm-hmm. What are you doing?
That's a great question. You know what's coming out in Australia middle of this week?
A Pavlova.
No.
A Lamington.
Maybe?
A hat with corks on it.
You know, up until that last one, you were very correct and you were very actually on theme.
Oh.
Because it's season 2 of The Bear.
I've already watched The Bear,
Yeah,
Mason,
you would
season
have.
2.
Because you stole it off the internet?
No.
How'd you see it then?
VPNs.
That's stealing it off the internet.
No, I disagree. It's actually very good, season 2 as well.
Oh, is it? Okay,
yeah,
great.
a lot of people are like, oh, it's not very good.
Wow.
Oh, it's actually, no one's saying that, and it is good. It's a good series.
I want to watch that. 'Cause I don't know why they're doing this. I assume it's because they wanted to get the entire season out before they put it on Disney Plus. But it's coming out on Disney Plus this week. I'm watching it all. I'm having a great time. I mean, sure, I got to go see Barbie and Oppenheimer, but I'm going to watch The Bear too because I thought it was.
What day is it out this week?
Wednesday, I think. The 19th.
Oh my god, well, that's great news. Yeah, well, that was my thing that I watched The Bear season 2. Very intense.
Oh.
And what's interesting is it's very intense about things that I don't care about.
Oh yes.
It's like this restaurant's good, and I'm like, ultimately, I don't care.
Wow.
But I like your tattoos.
Well, what if you were going?
I like how cool you are.
Is that because you're not invested because you know that restaurant isn't actually real?
Yeah.
And you can't go and visit
If it
it?
was a real restaurant, I would care immensely. That's not
Interesting.
actually true.
No, I think you wouldn't go there because it doesn't look like anything on the menu you would like.
I like all of that stuff. I like a fancy food.
You just like protein shakes.
That's not true. If I'm going out, you know what I fucking hate, Mason?
What's that?
I hate when you go to an average restaurant for no reason.
Oh, yeah.
I like not even fine. Fine's the
Wow.
wrong word. I like dining experiences with good hearty food.
Wow.
Which put a bit of love into it, Mason.
Like a McDonald's.
Not necessarily.
Interesting.
But just not this bog standard shit. I live in the suburbs. There's fucking nothing here, mate. I'm dying. I'm drowning in terrible food, Mason. I just want to go to a good restaurant.
Oh, yeah?
You know what Claire said to me once? The
Here we
absolute
go.
gall. She goes, "You didn't even like food." And I'm like, how fucking dare you? She's like, "You didn't appreciate food like I don't appreciate food." And you know what I said?
Wow.
I said, "You didn't appreciate the Marvel Cinematic Universe."
Oh, no.
Okay.
Oh, no,
And
you
she
said
lost
it.
I said it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Look, she doesn't appreciate the Marvel Cinematic Universe, but I also think your taste buds are dead.
That's not true because I love awesome food.
Yeah.
I just don't eat like a bunch of like junk all the time. Not even junk, just nothing food. You know what I
Right,
mean?
okay.
You go and you get a meal and you're like, this was whatever. What a waste. Should have just eaten 4 boiled eggs.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Anyway,
That's pretty good.
what's next?
It's a good question. Did I watch anything else, though? I don't know.
I watched New Rick and Morty.
Yeah?
Oh, yes. I settled into the voices.
Okay.
As the episode went, I just stopped noticing. So I think it's going to be fine. And it'll largely depend on the writing.
Okay.
But I'm also halfway watching the movie Old Dads on Netflix.
Yes.
Which is the Bill Burr directed comedy where they're old dads.
Written by Bill Burr,
Written by
starring
Bill-
Bill Burr
Yeah.
and Bobby Cannavale and
Yeah.
another guy.
Yes. And it's
Would you say it's great?
no, it's
Good?
the problem because it's that thing and I like Bill
James,
Burr,
are you
right?
going to have a Bill Burr style rant right now?
Maybe I will. Bah, I'm from Boston. Bah, bah, bah. But I think Bill Burr is like really thoughtful in his comedy, and even though he's like an older comedian, he's not all just like, "Are you triggered? Is this too snow?" Like he doesn't. He does do variations on that, but he thinks about it.
Yeah,
Like, his comedy is still good,
Yeah.
right? But this is so much just like, I met another dad and he was a vegan. I met this mum and she was triggered. She's triggered. She said that she's triggered because I said a word and she didn't like the word. Oh, why do these kids they fall over when they get up or whatever? And it's fucking exhausting. And it's also, it feels like.
I'm just imagining him just in a room by himself.
Well, a
That's
lot
the
of
whole
it-
movie. He's just sitting there being like, these kids and this woman.
But a lot of it is that because he's just like standing and he's like, he's just driving, and then it's just like the Bill Burr podcast,
Yeah,
like
right.
voiceover, just like I hate this person because they said I wasn't allowed to use this word back in my day or whatever, and the kids that got no respect, the people they're always on Twitter and blah blah. It's just that, right?
Yeah, right.
And it's just, and I said this to you before the show. It feels like it's basically making commentary on like younger parents, and I'm not like a young parent, but I'm younger than Bill Burr or whatever.
That's
whatever.
so true.
And these parents, like, they don't exist. Like the parents that you're talking about, I'm sure there are like pockets of LA where there are people like this, or like, oh, my kid, he drank a green juice, but you put something in it. Like, I'm sure that these people are real, but if you go any corner of the globe, you're talking about people that don't fucking exist. You're complaining about people that aren't real. Everybody is just normal and just getting by, and they don't give a shit about other parents or what other kids are doing. Do you know what I mean? It's just, and if you're standing around being like, this is too woke and whatever, no, it's just not how things are.
Wow.
Anyway, that was my Bill Burr style round, Mason. What do you think?
I love
I'll
it.
make a movie. It's called Dad Who Doesn't Want to Talk to Other Dads.
Wow.
What do you think of that?
Just does his own stuff. And it's just you, and you're in the shopping, you're in the supermarket, and then you see another dad and you just hide around. It's sort of a thriller. And you just hide around a corner, you wait till he leaves, and then you check out.
To be fair, I do have other dads that are friends now, Mason. You know that about me.
I do.
I'm getting out and among it because it's good for the community. It's good for my kids to see that I'm capable of conversing with other people.
That is true. Otherwise, you look like a freak.
They need to know that I can do that. And you should do that.
You don't want any of your kids telling other kids, yeah, my dad's a real weird shut-in freak.
Yeah, he's a YouTuber.
That's right. Every time he sees another dad, he goes, like he's a Nosferatu.
Anyway, check it out. Old Dads on Netflix.
Yeah, it sounds
it's really good. Mason, what have you been reading?
It's a great question.
Happy to ask.
I rewatched John Wick 4.
How was that?
Holds up, looks
Yeah.
good, even on a smaller screen.
Yeah.
Delightful.
Do you think it's the best John Wick, or is 1 the best John Wick?
I think 4 is the best John Wick.
Might be the best John Wick.
Having, we've all gone on a journey with John Wick.
Yeah.
It feels like we're on a journey with him together.
Sure.
But I think, at the start of the journey, I'm like, this is the best John Wick, because at the time was the only John Wick.
It was, in many ways.
And then the second one, I'm like, this is too silly.
Yeah.
And the third one, I'm like, this is silly and boring. And then the fourth one, I'm like, no, I get it.
I like the second
This
one.
is cool. Yeah. The second one is good as
Yeah,
well.
yeah.
Yeah.
Third one was
Red and Love.
okay.
Yeah.
Had a bit where he went to the desert and cut his dick off or whatever he has to do.
Yep.
He always has to do something weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, for whoever's running whatever the thing is.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
this one's got the stair fight, which has an incredible
That's true.
joke.
They should
within
do
it.
something other than you have to cut off your ring finger to prove your
Like what?
something that wouldn't interfere with your ability
You have to
do
learn
big
saxophone.
Yes.
But quickly.
Yeah, that's right. Welcome to the table, Mr. Wick.
They slide you a weird coin.
That's right.
Mr. Wick, please. You've proven your credentials. But it holds up. That's good to know,
that's true. And also, I rewatched Dungeons and Dragons: Honor Among Thieves.
I
Because
saw
it's
that-
free now. It's free on,
free on-
Paramount Plus, I think.
You have Paramount Plus. Good for you. Must be nice. But
You have Paramount Plus.
yeah, it must be nice. But Chris
There's
Pine.
no way you don't have Paramount Plus.
I don't know if I do. I probably might, just by accident.
What else? I haven't watched The Bear yet,
No,
so I don't know if they're ever going to catch that bear.
I can spoil it for you now.
Whether they catch the bear.
They shoot the bear in their first episode.
Oh, man.
And then the bear's in the ICU, and they're all remorseful. So they're all huddling around the bear's bed while it's in a coma.
Yeah, wow.
And then in the last episode, it wakes up from the coma and it kills everybody
Oh, my God.
in the hospital room.
Wow, okay.
Yeah, even the main guy from the bear. You know the guy that everybody loves?
Yeah.
Yeah, it just kills him first.
Damn.
Yeah.
Who's going to make the sandwiches in season 3 of The Bear?
Well, that's what the bear said.
So the bear got kind of meta.
Yeah.
He killed So did he feel remorseful?
I don't think so. I think it was more kind of just thinking out loud.
Wow. I
Yeah.
mean, you would wonder, wouldn't you?
Yeah. I didn't know the bear could talk either.
Yeah. I wonder if because maybe he just saw a bunch of people around his hospital bed. And he killed them all.
Yeah.
And then after that, he realized it was the cast of the TV series The Bear.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know whether they're going to recast everybody. Like, is it?
You can't recast the bear.
No. Do you go with like the MASH effect? Are you familiar with this?
Yes.
Where you basically the next people you write into the show are the opposites of the current ones.
So since Jeremy Allen White was killed by that bear, you get Michael Ian Black.
Exactly. Yeah.
Interesting. And so forth.
Instead of a bear, you might do a dolphin,
Yeah, nice. Nice.
which is the opposite of a bear.
So we're talking Flipper starring Michael Ian Black.
Exactly.
Okay, right. Interesting.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Shall we move on?
We should move on momentarily.
All right.
Because the next segment's called Letters. And we treat ourselves to a letters theme that I play off my phone. And it's right here.
Yeah.
The classic one was
Letters, oh letters, we love you. Some letters, they're only a day away.
we're going to hear right now. We're going to do letters. We are going to do letters. You got any letters?
I do, but if you want to reach the show, you can hashtag Weekly Planet Pod on Twitter.
That's right.
Or weeklyplanetpod@gmail.com. I've got one here ready to go if you want, Mason.
Please do.
It's from Phenomenon.
I love that.
It says hashtag Weekly Planet Pod and it says thoughts. And this is via Screen Crush. Adam Driver says Kylo Ren's arc was originally planned to be totally different. So I think Daisy really also talked about this week with her character. But basically the idea of Kylo Ren initially was that...
And we're talking prior to the release of The Force Awakens.
Yeah. Oh, even then, I think it was still going to be the through line until Rise of Skywalker. Was that he was the opposite of Luke Skywalker.
Yeah.
Where he was conflicted and then he becomes the most evil man in the galaxy.
Luke Ground Shuffler.
Very good.
Yes!
That's
Put
good.
that on a t-shirt.
You should have said crawler, but shuffle is way funnier.
Yeah.
Shuffle it in the dirt.
Puke Ground Shuffler. Put that on a t-shirt. I think.
I think so too.
Yeah.
And they just kept changing it. And then,
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah.
Where would you want it to have gone?
I think there is something to be said for him coming back around to Ben Solo, but it
Right.
didn't feel earned. Also, he didn't say anything.
Yeah.
As Ben Solo.
What I wanted for Rise of Skywalker was him and Rey to be like to abandon the whole thing and just be like, well, maybe we'll take over the galaxy, or like or just like be in a position where we have all this power. And maybe one of it, maybe like Kylo Ren is like, and they're together and they have that connection, so they feel like they should be doing something together. And then maybe Kylo Ren's like, we should take over the Empire, and she's like, well, no. But then there's
let's live in a weird stone temple.
Yeah, so there'd be like an internal conflict, but they both feel like they need to be together. So there needs to be some sort of consensus, and there's the tension is there.
And then it goes.
Yeah, exactly. It's never resolved. Yeah, sure. Oh my God,
they did episode 7 and then went, I don't know.
Yeah,
they probably figured it out.
Yeah, because that's what I feel. That's where I feel like The Last Jedi was going. But
well, they all felt like they were going somewhere, didn't they?
They all felt like they were going. No, the last one never felt like it was going anywhere.
That was. I still maintain that, like, if that last one had have stick the landing, it would have been a very different opinion on these movies.
Yeah.
Because I know a lot of people, we've talked this to death, but like who don't like The Last Jedi, but still are like, well, at least it had a point, or it tried to make a point and did something.
Yeah.
Whereas that last one was just like, oh, the Emperor's back.
Yeah, it was overcorrecting to try and make everyone happy. And
Han Solo's a ghost.
It's such a fascinating piece of
Luke
media.
caught the lightsaber, he threw it, but now he loves lightsabers now.
Exactly. Like it tried to, it's fascinating that they spent hundreds of millions of dollars in an attempt to placate everyone, and everyone hated it. I think that's really interesting.
Right.
Like just such a fascinating case on, and I don't know if there's any behind this, like if there's any like real behind the scenes.
No.
Info or like, but I would love it's
just rushed as well.
In decades to come, like the like that history of the MCU book that came out recently, just a bunch of interviews with people going, it was going to be this, and then this happened, and then we had this meeting, and everybody was panicking, and I would just love to hear about that.
Every ship's a Death Star.
Yeah.
Everyone can destroy a planet. The Emperor shoots lightning, and he goes, "This is my place." But then Lando shows up and he's with everybody in the galaxy. He brings them all.
Because he can do that. Because last time they wanted everybody in the galaxy.
They didn't come.
They didn't come.
They didn't want to come. They were busy.
But they didn't see Lando.
They slept in. And now he's here and he's like, wahoo. And guess Wedge is there? And Wedge is from original Star Wars. Is he in an X-Wing? No. But he's there. A girl kisses another girl. We cut it out.
We can cut that. Don't worry about it. Yeah.
The Chinese market.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look, Chewbacca gets a medal. Remember, people say that he didn't get a medal. But
I said we killed him earlier in the movie, but I forgot to say we only killed him for like 45 seconds, and then we brought him back.
Yeah, Knights of Ren, they're there.
Remember them?
He killed Ben Solo. He kills them all. He had a lightsaber. And it's Luke's.
He had it behind his back, I guess. I don't know.
They used the Force.
This is two guys, and they're pitching it, and they're panicking. They went out drinking the previous night, and they swore they were going to write the pitch when they got home, but they forgot.
Zori Bliss. Is that anything? New character.
There's a little guy.
Oh, yeah.
Littler than you've ever seen.
He goes, wah!
He's so little.
BB-8 has an even littler friend. You know, he's little. People like that. We're going even littler.
Littler.
He's a triangle on a wheel. We'll sell 1 billion toys.
They had fun. It seems like they had fun on the shoot, you know?
They seem to.
Yeah, they had a lot of fun.
It is fun because, like, watching the behind the scenes of that, because it looks good.
Yeah.
And it's just people just pouring themselves into this thing that's just nothing.
Just giving them nothing back. And that's beautiful, I think.
Anyway, you got a letter?
This is an email from Alexander.
Hello,
listening
Alexander.
from the hospital, he says.
Whoa, what are you doing there?
G'day, James Mo. So assorted dogs and children in the background.
Yep.
Alex here from down the peninsula way in Victoria.
Oh, yeah.
I've been a listener to the show and enjoyed every YouTube video for at least the last 5 years, and I must be on my 5th or 6th listen back through.
Damn.
Yeah. Here's his question. So what do you think or hope will be the next cinematic juggernaut with what feels like the MCU starting to stagnate? I'd love for something D&D-esque to give some huge fantasy epics.
Mason, that's a great question. What do you see as, you're giving away $1 billion idea here, but what do you think is the next kind of hot property? I think I even somewhat predicted a few years back that, this is years ago, that we were going to get like Force Awakens style reboots for a while.
Yeah, legacy sequels.
I think that was after Mad Max, maybe.
Yeah, that was my first thought here. Is like this might be an era.
Yeah.
We might do 10 years of legacy sequels. You know, because people love nostalgia, and Maverick did really well, and
oh yeah, they did a good one recently, so that's going to keep happening.
And Avatar is not a legacy sequel, but it kind of is because it's been a long time.
That's true, yeah.
So I reckon it might be that. I reckon it might be everything we loved from the 80s 90s, 2000s again.
The problem with legacy sequels, though, you eventually run out of legacy.
You run out of legacy.
Because then you hit the era of legacy sequels.
That's right. And then they'll stop. But I'm sure they've planned that out. They're like, okay, we've got 3 decades of this and then we'll whatever. And I mean, it relies on all the actors still being around.
True.
And they can afford them. And also, can they transform something into a legacy sequel without... Is it still doable now?
Yeah, absolutely.
Can you make an American Pie present-day sequel? Would you take a shot at that in the present day?
That's not straight to streaming.
It's not straight to streaming, but also there's a lot of stuff that's problematic from that stuff.
Yeah.
If you take it all out, is it still the same movie?
Yeah,
I bet a lot of conversations have been had.
Oh, no
about
doubt.
This sort of stuff.
Well, if we could do an episode on legacy sequels, but like Ghostbusters legacy sequel.
I want Tron, obviously, is coming
Halloween,
back.
Tron. Well, Tron itself, last Tron was kind of a legacy sequel.
That's true.
Scream, Hocus Pocus, Space Jam. We mentioned Mad Max, Blade Runner, the Creed movies, Scream, Cobra Kai.
Okay, I think this is what we're in. I think this might be it, honestly.
Godfather Part 3, Terminator, last one.
Godfather babies.
I'm vetoing babies, Mason.
You can't veto all the babies.
I've done it.
Wow.
I was waiting for you to say it. I've used my first veto of the year.
Email in if you think James is able to veto all babies-related jokes.
It's the same joke, Mason.
I know. That's why it's funny.
If you really want it, I'll take that back.
No.
Do you need it?
No.
Okay, I've used my first veto for the year.
Interesting. You don't even want to hear what Baby Godfather has to say?
No, Mason.
Wow.
Do you want to say it? I'll take it back.
I'll be honest, I haven't thought about what he would say yet. But it would be like...
No. It wouldn't be
like
anything. It's like nothing.
Be like a Marlon Brando voice.
No, it wouldn't.
Baby Marlon Brando voice.
I get this veto back.
Nah.
This is ridiculous.
Fine.
So I get it back?
Yeah, no, you can have the veto.
No.
I think I'm done with babies.
No, I'm taking it back.
Okay, great.
Because you broke the veto. I still have 3 vetoes.
You come here you come here on the day of my christening.
You needed this, did you?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, that's right. On the day of my christening, you asked me for a bigger favor. See, it's pretty good, right?
That's nothing.
But it's funny.
Oh, give me a little carrot stick or something.
What?
A carrot stick.
No.
No, it's not good, is it? Well, you wanted this to continue. This is what happens.
All right. You could have a little carrot stick, but he'd say it in Italian.
I guess he would.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, I've got to use my 3 vetoes, Mason. You can keep doing babies if you want. The riff.
Yeah.
This is from John Pound, who says...
You have a little baby Chino.
It's true.
Yes.
I knew you did need it, didn't you?
Yes.
You did look upset when I mentioned it. What's the point of a veto if I can't use it, Mason? If you can just deflect it.
Vito Corleone.
I know. I thought of the joke already, but I didn't say it.
Well, you should have. Next week, a different show.
And?
Same show, different stuff.
But Snake Eyes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's going to be really good. I can't wait to actually watch it. I'm actually going to sit down. I'm going to do it this week, Mason. Really excited.
Snake Eyes babies.
Yeah, I guess it is. Because you could just reject a veto, which is like the point of a veto.
I didn't reject the veto.
You rejected it. You kept doing the joke, and that's not part of the veto. If I veto, you have to say, okay.
Oh, okay, I didn't know that.
And then that's it.
All right, no, I know for next time.
You will.
But I feel like I should still be able to say a thing about it.
What about this is the thing I was going to say.
No.
It's too vague. I need specifics.
All right,
we need something in writing.
Okay, next week we'll do Snake Eyes and we'll just do veto rules.
Maybe we'll do veto rules
first. No news,
first.
just veto rules.
We'll do veto rules first, and then if we can get to Snake Eyes, we'll
okay, great.
Cool.
That's true.
Okay. If you do want to reach the show, #WeeklyPlanetPod on Twitter.
That's right.
Or weeklyplanetpod@gmail.com. Yeah. This one's from Shinzaimon Le Criminel.
That's French or something?
Don't know.
Okay.
It says, please tell me you've watched One Piece live action. My number one favorite Australian after Thor Hemsworth and of course Wikipedia Brown. I watched one episode. I really liked it.
Okay.
I probably talk about it next week.
As a guy who loves everything and knows everything about anime, how did you feel?
Well, obviously, like it's true to the narrative. I'm like,
Interesting.
I remember that this guy's he's a rubber boy. I knew that.
Is he? Is that his thing? What do you mean?
He's like a Gumby guy.
Is he?
Yes. Yeah.
The guy with the straw hat.
Yeah. One Piece.
When you say he's a Gumby guy,
he's rubber. He can
but he was a pirate.
I mean, he is a pirate too.
Oh, interesting.
And he can stretch and shit.
Huh.
He's like invulnerable.
This is the thing, because I've never seen any One Piece, but I'm sure I've seen like if you Google One Piece, it's the guy with the straw hat and he's got a red shirt or whatever. But you never see him do a Gumby thing. I've never seen him. I'd be like, if I Googled One Piece and it was that guy and he was doing a Gumby thing, I'd be like, oh, he's a Gumby guy. I get it now. I see the appeal now.
Anyway,
Are you doing a bit?
No. I think it's. Oh, here we go. Look at all this Gumby stuff this dude's doing.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Anyway,
Okay. But did you Google One Piece Gumby guy?
I wrote One Piece stretch.
Oh.
It's the thing that he does. He had a weird fruit.
Can everybody else do a thing like that?
No, it's the thing he does.
But can other people do other weird things depending on the fruit that they eat?
I don't. Yeah, maybe. I mean, I do know, but I'd hate to spoil
Oh, yeah,
it.
no, fair enough.
So he's a Gumby guy.
He is a Gumby guy, that is true. On account of the fruit he ate.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think it's a ploy to encourage children to eat more fruit?
It could be.
'Cause if you do,
this
you
didn't
become a
look like
Gumby
any
guy?
fruit I'd ever seen. But yeah, I think it's also like it's got a very specific tone and rhythm.
Okay.
It reminded me of Kung Fu Hustle.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah, which I didn't like. When
Yeah,
I
I
first
don't
saw
remember
it.
liking that.
But I liked this. So I think if I went back to Kung Fu Hustle, I'd probably be like, I get it now.
Do you think it may be the mood you're in as you watch it?
Yeah, maybe. But I wasn't in any kind of particular mood when I
Okay.
started it.
All right.
Yeah.
Damn! I would have kind of liked to not know that he was a Gumby guy before going in. Is
It's
there a
pretty
reveal?
early, it's pretty
Okay, right.
early.
So it's not a reveal. Like it's.
I mean, it was to me.
Yeah, right. Absolutely. Yeah. Maybe it's better for my state of mind that I know he's a Gumby guy going in. Is it like in Scott Pilgrim versus the World, where initially it seemed if you didn't know anything about it, you hadn't seen the trailers, you'd think it's just like a romance, but then he turns out it's a weird video game fight thing.
Yeah.
It's a bit like that.
It was a bit like that. Sort
Okay,
of, yeah,
interesting.
I guess, yeah.
All right.
Anyway, we'll probably talk about it next week.
Yeah. Okay, I'll give it a go.
Yeah. He's a Gumby guy.
Yeah.
What else you got?
Here's an email from Nick. Not me, a
Nick!
different guy.
Nick, you're sending emails in.
Yeah.
They're your Nick Mason.
Yeah, different guy.
Oh.
Hi guys, long time listener, first time letterer.
Prove it.
Love the show. Me and my wife Tilly love listening weekly, and the show always helps us on our long road trips.
Where you going?
Doesn't say.
Oh. It's not you, is it?
No.
Okay, sorry, go on.
Currently driving from Newcastle to Tasmania on a baby moon.
Wait a
discussing
minute.
baby names. Any thoughts?
Well, first of all, you'd have to catch the ferry from Victoria to Tasmania. So
Maybe
you're not
they
doing
did.
the drive, are you? Unless you're doing laps of the boat in your
Maybe
car.
they're doing laps of the boat.
That's understandable.
And if you are, we're happy to be your soundtrack to that.
Yes. So baby names
I say don't.
don't have a baby?
Don't have a baby name. Leave it blank.
Interesting.
You could be one of those mysterious people with no name.
Now, we don't know the gender of this baby, so
Doesn't say,
I
no.
recommend charcoal chicken because that could be anything.
That's great, actually.
Yeah.
And they could shorten it to Charlie, which is good for a boy or a girl.
Charlie chicken.
Charlie Chicken. That's right. That's great. I was going to suggest some other stuff, but I think you've nailed
I've done
that.
it, haven't I?
Works for any gender.
Yep. It's delicious.
Their middle name's Chicken,
Yep.
which is funny.
No, first name.
Oh, Charlie
Charcoal
Chicken.
Charcoal chicken.
Oh, okay. Is it hyphenated?
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Okay, that's good. That's good.
Any other names?
I mean, what name is better than Charcoal Chicken?
Do you think there should be new names? People should be, because whenever you hear a new
Yep.
name, it's like unusual. It's startling at first.
That's right.
But then it becomes part of the public whatevers. But I think there should be some new names. Let's get some new names.
yeah,
Too many
yeah.
Jameses. Yeah.
Agreed.
Let's give it a rest.
Yeah.
Do you think my name, like in your name,
Yes.
in the future will be like there'll be old guy names?
Yeah, like Caracatus Potts or whatever.
Correct. Yeah. What's not someone whose name's like Gunther or whatever?
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or
'Cause there'll
Dirk.
be cool names.
Dirk Henderson.
There'll be names like Space James.
Yes.
You know?
Yeah. NFT James.
Oh, yes. there's an opportunity.
Yeah. NFT James.
Yeah.
If you see my YouTube comment from NFT James, that one is
That one
me
is you, yeah.
giving away NFTs.
That's right.
For money.
Anyway, we're glad to have provided your child a name, Charcoal Chicken.
Or Charlie Chicken.
Or Charlie
for sure.
Chicken. Charlie
Yeah.
Chicken. Yeah.
Do you have another letter?
I'll find one.
Well, while you're doing that, I've got one here from Santa Claus. If he came on Labor Day, #Weekly Planet Pod. If someone gave you several $1,000s with one condition that it can only be spent on arcade machines from your childhood,
I'd buy some arcade machines.
What 3 arcade machines.
Ooh, Ninja Turtles.
I was going to say I would get Daytona, but I wouldn't. I would get Mario Kart, the arcade cabinet.
Was there a Mario Kart?
There
arcade
was,
cabinet?
so I could play
I
with
believe
my
you.
kids. There is, Mason. I've looked into it. It's very expensive. You can also get those, I mean, assuming you can't get one of those arcade cabinets that have 1 million games in it.
Yeah, right.
Or like you can get the car one, but it's got 1 million different car games in it. So I picked Mario Kart, real kart though.
What about, can I get a Neo Geo cabinet?
No, Mason, you got one big game. Oh, I don't care. It's not real. You can pick whatever.
That is true. Ooh, Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3?
Really?
Maybe.
I'd go 2.
Interesting.
Or would I go 3? I don't like Sub-Zero's Unmasked. It upsets me, Mason.
But with Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3, I think you can play either Sub-Zero.
Oh, then I'll get that one.
Sure. Maybe Super Street Fighter 2?
You want a brawler in there?
Or one of the Dungeons and Dragons games.
Oh, yeah.
Which were good. Brawler, maybe a brawler. Well, I said Ninja Turtles.
You did say Ninja Turtles. Yeah. Orig Ninja.
What about yourself? Daytona, you said no.
No, I'd get the Mario Kart one.
Yeah. And you've got two more then.
I'd get the Star Wars Arcade Battle Pod.
Whoa.
It's a new one. It's a big pod and you sit in it.
It's a new one, did you say?
It's like from 5 years ago.
That's not your childhood, James. It has to be from your childhood.
Doesn't say childhood.
Yes, it does.
It says you can pick one from 5 years ago.
It doesn't say that.
It does
You're
say
a
childhood.
liar.
You're right.
Yeah.
Damn it.
Is there another Star Wars thing that would be good?
Yeah, but they're not. I want that one.
Well, you can't have it.
I mean, there's that one that we played. We did the arcade one. It's on Caravan of Garbage.
Oh, yeah.
Where you fight Boba Fett and whatever.
Yeah,
I want that one. I don't want. Can I get the pod race? No, I don't want another racer. Fuck. I'd probably want an arcadey fighty one. So I guess I'd pick maybe an X-Men one. That 8-player X-Men one, whatever it's called.
Oh yeah. 6 players. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which was based on the X-Men animated pilot.
Yeah,
right, of the X-Men that didn't get picked up. Yeah, that one's great.
But I'm not doing like a Pac-Man. Maybe I'll do an NBA Jam or maybe a shooting one.
Yeah, nice. Like a Time Crisis?
Yeah, something like, oh no. Remember that sniping game?
Yes.
Where you had a sniper rifle?
Sure.
And you look through the scope and it's got a little screen in the scope so it looks closer through the scope. I get that. So I get Mario Kart,
Yeah,
I
nice.
get that weird sniping one, and I get the third thing that I said, which is the Star Wars Battle Pod.
Yeah. You can't have don't slip that one through the end. You can't do
the
it.
X-Men one, man.
You thought about that.
I've thought about, and I could never obviously do it because it's ridiculous. What if I dug a room out under this studio and just put arcade cabinets in there? And not me, obviously, pay somebody to
And
do it.
not plugged in, just
Yeah.
falling on their side and stuff.
Yeah. It'd only be what? $100,000?
That's too much, I think.
Maybe.
Yeah, no, it's too much, I reckon.
Okay, but I've got unlimited money here.
That is true, actually.
How would they even get the battle pod under the ground?
As soon as we finish recording this, I'll think of 1 million arcade cabinets, and I'm like, oh my God, that one was incredible.
Okay.
Because Mortal Kombat 1 was like a revelation at the time. I remember...
Yeah, but by today's standards,
not
it's
as
like,
great,
it's good, but it's
But again, it is from our childhood, isn't it?
Point blank.
No. Original Double Dragon.
One of those ticket games where you throw a basketball
Oh,
into
and then I
a
could...
hoop.
and I could
win.
set up a booth in my house.
Yeah.
And I could exchange the tickets for stuff in my house. I already have, and then I
something to
can
think
use the
about.
stuff in my house.
Something to think about. Anything else, Mason?
A couple more. Here's an email from Nick Norris. He says, what even happened in Phase 4? Speaking of Secret Invasion.
It's great. Okay, I don't know.
Hey, guys. I just wanted to ask a question that popped in my head. What even happened in Phase 4? This is of the MCU.
Yeah, I know.
I watched all the movies and shows, but I can't really name anything of significance that happened. I guess Kang sort of arrived maybe, and we got She-Hulk and Kamala Khan. But we're several years removed from Endgame, and it feels like we're still just mourning Iron Man in the blip. Personally, I've moved on from Iron Man.
Yeah, have you?
It's fine. Yeah, he's fine. The multiverses open up kind of, I guess, but not really. I don't know. I just feels like the story of this phase has been moving so slowly, which is weird considering we've had 1,000 movies and TV shows. Agree or disagree?
I don't disagree.
Yeah.
I think that's a pretty accurate criticism. I also don't think that I think there is still a number of things within that phase which I like.
Yeah, a friend of the show, Nando V Movies, has done a video on what happened in Phase 4. People should check that out. And I watched that and I went, oh yeah, a bunch of good stuff in that.
Yeah.
Once it's laid out in front of you, you go, oh, okay, it's
Yeah, Loki, WandaVision,
that sort
I
of
like
stuff,
Doctor
yeah.
Strange. Shang-Chi was good. We both loved Ant-Man 3. We both loved Thor, Love and Thunder. We both loved The Flash.
That's true.
That was Phase 4.
That is true.
But no, that is fair in terms of what is this about?
Yeah.
Especially when we're conditioned for everything to be building towards something.
Yeah, that's
and
true.
it is vaguely multiverse stuff.
Yeah, but a lot of comic book stuff in the comics isn't always
just
building up to a big stuff. It's just various adventures.
blokes
I
having
guess.
a fight.
Just blokes having a scuffle. What I've One of the things that I think is an issue, I've been thinking about this week, especially since The Flash, is that there seems to be the strategy going forward with both DC and Marvel seems to be now just get it all out.
Yeah.
Just get every event, every big event and every huge storyline that happened, just knock it out real quick. And I think partly is that, like if you think about Thor Love and Thunder, which I always do.
I always
about it all
do
the
too,
time.
yeah.
That had 2 massive storylines in it, each of which could have been like a trilogy in itself.
Yes.
Like Gore the God Butcher and Lady Thor, which in the comic books ran for years and spanned all these series and mini-series and were incredible, but they just went, knock them out, just knock out both of them in 2 hours kind of thing. And I think partly it's because it's an actor thing. Like you can't get – Chris Hemsworth isn't going to be available forever.
No, you'd have to do them like at once.
You'd have to do it all at once. Yeah, and, he's not going to be available forever. He doesn't want to do this character forever. He's not going to be able to get into Thor shape forever.
Yeah.
And you can trick some of that out with effects, I guess. But
no, you're right. Yeah, he could wear his suit.
But I mean, they're not going to want to do this forever. So if you want these Thor adventures with the Thor you know and love, you got to do it now. And it's the same with Flash. With Keaton, you got to do it now because he's not going to want to do it. Maybe in 2 years' time, he's not going to want to do it.
Wait till he's dead and then do it then.
And he'll have no choice.
Yeah.
But my personal preference would be recast and then take the time. But it's too late now.
Or even like, would you do like an Ultimate Universe situation?
You do an Ultimate Universe situation.
And then they meet eventually.
That could work, sure. But I think the thing is like, well, Chris Hemsworth is Thor.
Yeah.
But with Batman, there's been a bunch of different Batmans. And I think maybe the MCU should take a cue from that and go, well, maybe we do another Thor and then we take the time with those storylines.
I think there is a fair chance that within the multiverse saga, they decide at the end of it, it's a universe reset.
Yeah, right.
And then there is an ultimate situation, which is pretty much what they're doing with the DCU.
Yeah, true.
And then they can recast.
Yeah.
Because you can't just keep everyone's getting older, but you also need those characters. Not you, you're not.
Yep.
But you want to keep watching these.
That's true.
You can't keep using these characters if the actor doesn't want to do it or ages out or dies.
True, yeah.
So it's inevitability. That's just about how you do it, I guess.
Yeah. And I think, and it's also that case, I think, as well, where I also kind of think Kevin Feige just wants to do all the story before he leaves.
Yeah.
And I think that maybe is a mistake.
Yeah.
And I feel like maybe, again, James Gunn, I hope, is going to learn from this and not go, I've got to do every storyline. I don't think he's doing that. I don't think he's going like...
Maybe he does Superman Legacy slash Death of Superman.
Superman.
Slash Superman fights Batman
Oh, my God, yeah. Just knock them all out again.
Slash, I don't know, the one where he travels through time or
Flashpoint.
Flashpoint.
We could do Flashpoint.
I was just thinking that. What if they called it Batman Flashpointing?
Batman Flashpointing at stuff.
There he is.
Batman Flashpointing at dead actor cameos. There's one. Oh, he died. Oh, he died in real bad circumstances. Oh, that guy died penniless. This is great.
This is great.
He could say that. As a representative of Warner Brothers, I think this is great. Wow.
Can't wait for Batman Flashpointing.
At dead celebrity
cameos. Yeah. They seem like they've both got problems.
James, there's one more email. It says, we have non-Maryland versus Virginia emails, but I'll do this one first. This is from Caleb, settling the Maryland versus Virginia debate once and for all.
Oh, we'll see about that.
Yeah, we'll see about that. Hello, I'm from Maryland, but I actually lived in Virginia for the last 2 years, so I think I can settle this definitively. Drivers from both states suck.
That's what I said.
To be fair, I think most people are bad drivers, he says. However, I will say that Maryland has a much better state flag. People will tell you it's ugly, and they would be correct, but that's what we love about it. Virginia's flag sucks and is boring. The Maryland flag sucks, but in a cool, fun, quirky way.
Hang on, I'm bringing this up. Maryland
That's from Gabe.
Flag.
Yep, and Virginia flag, which sucks and is boring, apparently. What I like about this, James, is we're opening up more wounds and we're pouring salt on them.
Who even, I don't know any of the flags in, Victoria. I couldn't even tell you.
Yeah.
God, this is weird.
Which one is this?
Maryland. Maryland.
Well, Maryland, we don't know what we're saying.
So this is Virginia.
Okay, it's got a wizard? Is that a wizard?
It's a wizard stepping on a person.
It's an enrobed wizard stepping on another person.
Holding a breadstick.
Marylanders love their bread.
Out.
Yeah, right.
That's cool.
Okay, is it a wizard or a hermit?
Is this the good one or the bad one?
Which one is that?
That's Flag of Virginia.
Okay, the flag of Virginia is It sucks and it's boring, according to
Got a
Caleb.
boob out.
And it's a wizard or something, or a hermit.
Or is it this one? It's a.
Maybe one's a parody or something. I don't know.
No, I think this is the real one.
That's a wizard, all right.
That's weird. It's like a little train conductor hat. Got a spear. That's rad.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's one of them.
That's Virginia, which sucks.
This is very.
Oh, Maryland's is like a
is
test
wild.
pattern. It's like a test pattern on a TV or something. Those could not be more different.
No.
One's like a medieval.
You can't even compare these. They're
One's a medieval woodcut, and one's like what you'd see when your visor reboots in Cyberpunk. Make any sense?
How are you supposed to compare these?
I don't know.
They're completely different.
That's madness. Well, I'm glad we learned. That's something we've learned. I think that's wonderful.
I mean, I like the idea that everyone sucks.
Yeah, sure.
Like that I like. Flag situation is wild.
Yeah.
It's so weird. All our flags are boring. It's like Union Jack, a different colour
And
flag.
a wattle. There's a wattle on them
I don't
sometimes.
give a fuck.
Wow.
That's what I mean.
You're disrespecting our wattle.
Yeah,
Wow.
I am. Wow. Wattle they think of next, Mason.
Okay, well, you should find a tweet, and then I'll try and find an email that isn't about
I have one.
this can of worms that we are actively encouraging.
I got a tweet here from Sasha who says, #Weekly Planet Pod. And Sasha says, excuse me. Oh,
Whoa.
sorry, excuse me. You can't just drop the name Animorphs like that and not elaborate at Wikipedia Brown at Mr. Sunday Movies. What is going on?
I don't know anything about animals.
Okay, I'll tell you about Animorphs.
Okay.
Alien comes down. He goes, hello, I'm also the guy from Spooks season 1 to maybe 4. I'm
Matthew
in charge of
McFadden?
it. No, he's in charge of stuff or whatever. And he's a bad guy.
Oh, yeah.
But then kids, including the guy who plays Iceman or the guy who's Iceman's brother, because there's two of them.
One of the
twins.
Ashmores.
One of the Ashmores. And some other people. They get given alien animorph powers, which means they can animorph into an animorph, into an animal.
Okay.
And it might be like a tiger. It might be a bear. It might be a chicken neck.
Oh, my.
These are all things that happen on the show Animorphs, and they fight aliens and crime or something.
I did read a Twitter thread where somebody sort of summarized all the books.
Oh, yeah.
And a lot of people getting their limbs cut off. And
Oh, yeah.
horrors of war and so forth.
Only-
a lot of people going insane.
Yeah. I only remember the show. I didn't read any books.
Right.
But that, you've seen those covers where somebody awkwardly transitions into a horse.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love it, man. Big fan of
Oh,
that.
that's the good stuff.
Yeah, it is. And once also, I don't know if you know this, but in the Animorph universe, and Sasha would know this also, once you animorph, you can't unanimorph. You're just stuck as like a turtle.
I don't think that's true.
Have you read any?
No, but I think you can change back. Can't you?
Well, if you look at the book, they're normally turning into an animal.
Oh, and they're never
not turning
changing
out
back.
of an animal.
There's no covers that are like someone changing from a majestic hawk just to a regular guy working at the shops, working down at the Boost Juice.
That's right.
Wow.
So you got to use your animorph power at the exact right moment. Otherwise, you've wasted. Also, you don't know where you're going to turn into.
I don't think that's true.
So you could turn into like, I don't know, say like, we got to get out of here. We got to go. Like, jump on my back. And then you turn into a dolphin and you're fucked. Because you just did a field.
Right.
This is the world of Animorphs.
I don't think you know anything about the world of Animorphs, James.
Well,
I think you're trying to upset the hardcore Animorphs fans. If I had to guess,
They're the
if I had
morph
to
heads.
guess, yeah, the morph heads. That's right.
no.
Yeah.
Anyway, you asked me to elaborate and I've done it.
You've done it. That's true. That's great
Yeah.
stuff. I think we've all learned a lot.
I agree. What else, Mason?
Here's an email from Nick.
Yep.
He says, hello, boys. My girlfriend is the daughter of 2 Australian immigrants in the US. They moved here to Alabama in the 80s.
What?
Can you give me some 1980s Australian slang and references I can use to impress them?
Jeez.
Crocodile
1980s.
Dundee, obviously.
Yeah, that's
but
a big
Paul
one.
Hogan. Just
Paul
say
Hogan.
Paul Hogan.
Say, hey, it's Saturday.
Say that, obviously.
Just say, hey, it's Saturday.
Say, how about that Bob Hawke,
Yeah.
Prime Minister of Australia?
Say America's Cup,
America's
1983.
Cup. That's right.
Yeah.
I bet you conflicted about that, you could say.
Yeah.
Because you live in America.
What else could you say?
Dame Edna.
So you could say Dame Edna.
You don't have to say Dame Edna sucks, because in the 80s probably didn't suck as much.
No, yeah.
Paul Keating.
Paul Keating, classic.
Yeah.
Treasurer or whatever he was.
That's right. The Ford Falcon.
Yeah, that was a big one.
Yeah.
Slamming down a can of Solo.
The Holden Kingswood.
Oh, that's good.
That is good. Yeah, slap the Solo Man.
Yeah, exactly.
Say the Solo Man says hi.
Yeah.
You know?
Say Albie Mangles.
Say Albie Mangles. Yes. Famous beach bum adventurer Albie Mangles. Say
The comedy company?
Say the comedy.
Might be a bit late. Depends when they move.
Yeah, so maybe say, do you remember the comedy company?
Yep. Say Kylie Minogue.
Say Alvin Purple.
Yep.
Say, what came before the comedy company? Probably something bad.
Something bad.
Something awful.
Something even worse than the comedy company.
Yeah.
Say Some Mothers. No, what was the Australian version of that?
I don't know.
The sad guy who lived with his mother with Ruth Cracknell.
There's a remake of that now.
Is there? Oh, yeah, there is too.
It's called Mother and Son.
But he did one before that, didn't he? Say Norman Gunston.
Norman Gunston. Say
Peter Russell Clark.
Say getting a big M at the what do you call them? What do we call
the whatever?
No, what do you call a
a milk bar?
The milk bar. Say getting a big M to the milk bar, and also getting a one of those awful meat stick things.
Yep.
What are they called? A bloody
kebab?
No, a Chico roll. Say Say here's how you open. If you want to impress him. This is it. And this is the final thing. Say, hey, I bet you remember going down to the milk bar for a Big M and a Chico roll and then watching Norman Gunston on the telly.
Perfect.
Yeah. And they'll say, you marry this girl. Whatever. The thing, you better marry her. You know?
Say the first singer of AC/DC who died.
Bon Scott, probably.
All right, last one.
John Farnham.
John Farnham.
Yeah.
You're the voice.
You're the voice. Say
etc. Lightning Jack, whatever. Was he Lightning Jack?
He was Lightning Jack.
Yeah. All right. Do you have another email?
No, that's all the emails.
I got one more. It's from Johnny Yabes, who says #WeeklyPlanetPod. We'll do this now, Mason.
Okay.
But we will do a versus episode. But why not throw this in? Hey, James and Mason, just wondering that Pedro Pascal is the most famous person now. Who would win a fight, Joel Miller or Din Djarin? Joel Miller would murder the Mandalorian.
Do you think so?
Absolutely.
Again, I haven't watched The Last of Us at all yet.
He's just a monster of a man.
Okay.
Yeah, especially if it was for, if he had not even good reason. He'd just do it.
How would he do it, though?
Just shoot him.
Doesn't that
neck.
Mandalorian have a bulletproof suit?
Yeah, he'd get him under the neck.
He's got one of those
He's
bulletproof
smart,
zeitgeists.
Man. He's so smart and he's got old man strength.
Okay, all right.
And he's there's a reason he's alive in that universe. The only reason...
Can he fly?
No, but the only
then
reason...
he's going to be dead.
And the only... Okay, I'm going to slightly spoil the latest episode.
Of The Mandalorian?
Yeah, I'm going to do it right now for you.
Is he incompetent?
It's not a big... Yeah, he's always incompetent.
I
like
isn't.
that show, but he's a fucking idiot.
Yeah.
Remember the times the Jawas fucked him up? Jawas. Embarrassing.
Remember the time jars?
Yeah.
I can't open this jar.
How many times has he just been shot in the armor? He's just I'm running into... he's an idiot.
And yet he's lived.
And yet he's lived because he's got plot armor and literal armor, right?
And he's probably got Grogu on him.
So he goes... That's true. But he goes to the mines of Mandalore to dip into the water to replenish himself. And he's wearing his big, heavy Mandalorian armor.
I probably would have taken the armor off.
Well, he can't, can he?
No.
Because he's a fucking idiot. And he steps in and he sinks like a stone 100 feet and he has to be rescued.
Yeah.
What a fucking idiot. He's an idiot. He's a big idiot. And again, I like the show, but he's a fucking idiot.
He is a big idiot with a flamethrower, though, isn't he?
Yeah, but also Joel...
Is Joel fireproof, is he?
No, but Joel Miller... God, he's got such a normal guy name, doesn't he?
Though?
I'm
Yeah.
just someone I know. He'll straight murder somebody immediately. The Mandalorian would he'll want to have a conversation, then you can draw fast or whatever. But he's not a ruthless, relentless, survivalist killer psycho, which Joel is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, look, maybe my opinion...
I know they both have a little person to look after, but no.
Yeah. Who would win between Ellie and Grogu then?
Ellie.
Okay, all right.
I mean, Grogu can sort of do the Force, but
you don't know what's behind Grogu's death.
That's true. It probably would be him.
Yeah. See, I feel, look, maybe my opinion will change when I watch The Last of Us, but I feel like, he probably has that drive to survive and live, but he doesn't have that wrist thing that shoots out 1,000,000 missiles.
But neither does the Mandalorian sometimes.
Yeah, I guess, when he forgets he has
Joel's also not a guy that you'd immediately attack.
Okay. Oh, because he looks like a regular guy.
He looks like a guy.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
Anyway, he's crazy. You should watch the show and then you'll know.
Okay.
Yeah. He's a loon, Mason.
Is he more of a loon than he is in the game?
Probably.
Wow.
He probably kills less people.
Huh.
Because in the game you kill 100,000 people.
Yeah.
But the way he kills and his reasoning for killing is it's more impactful, I feel. Though he's yet to hit somebody with a brick. So we'll see.
Yeah, nice.
There's one episode I haven't watched yet.
That's right. And he's been holding that brick the entire season. He keeps throwing it up in the air like it's a baseball. And he's like, one of these days,
Bam. Moon.
You
boom.
go and get bricked, baby.
Bricked to the moon.
That's right.
What's up, Mason?
What are you, an old phone? Because you're going to get bricked. What are you, computer and you've put some malware on it? Because you're going to get bricked.
Blue screen of death. And by that I mean brick.
That's
I'm gonna
right.
hit you with a brick.
What are you, old Xbox? Because you're going to get bricked.
What are you,
by that I mean current Xbox. It's 2003 or something.
What are you, an unfinished brick wall where there's one space left for a brick? You're going to get bricked.
Nice. Hell yeah.
Also, what we're not factoring in here
Yes.
is the Mandalorian is 100 feet tall.
Oh my God, I forgot.
So he just...
All right, yeah, so he just takes one single step. Squish.
Yep.
All right, moving on. Hey, do you want one more letter that is immediately dated? It will never be more dated, and minutes after we do it, you'll not understand. No one will
100%.
understand. Okay,
Is it like the exact time it is now that we're recording this? Is they just set that through?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
This is from Will.
Yep.
Hey mates, as you may or may not have heard, Baby Gronk, the number one college football prospect in the country, was rizzed up by Livy on his recent visit to LSU and stole her from the Drip King. Do you think Baby Gronk is the new Drip King, or is Livy just using him for clout? That's from Will.
You're telling me that that's not going to be relevant in 100 years from now?
I'm saying that. I'm saying that I've already forgotten the context, and it's about
so the
somebody's...
Drip King stole a baby from the what?
Oh, I'm thinking, is this the movie Labyrinth? Is that what's happening here? No, there's some kid on the internet, and he's like 10. You're aware of this?
I'm not.
There's some kid on the internet. He's like 10, and his father's like, "This kid's the best footballer. He's going to be the best footballer in the world, and everybody's got to pay attention and give me money. And I'm not. This is good for my kid.
This isn't a scam?
No.
Okay.
His kid's name is Baby Gronk." And he's taking photos with like weird influencers and stuff.
Is he a good footballer?
He's 10.
Yeah, I know, but like for a 10-year-old.
I don't know. But
I'm not like, is he tackling grown men in the NFL?
Yeah.
Like I'm aware of that.
Okay. But I don't know. It's just this thing happened, and I don't like it. Leave your kids alone. Probably doesn't even want to play football.
No, Baby Gronk, he sounds like he might want to play some football. What is he, a Gronk?
His name's Baby Gronk.
But what's his actual
Google
name?
Baby Gronk. I don't know.
My computer's about to die.
Wow, well.
This is going to kill it too.
Good.
I don't know about...
I'll put Baby Gronk into Twitter.
What's his real name?
Baby Gronk.
I mean, I don't really want to know his name.
Okay.
Is this a parody? Real name's Madden. I guess like John Madden?
Like John Madden, probably.
God, this is insane. Is Baby Gronk actually good at football? He's actually really advanced and very good at football.
That's terrific.
Plays 5 sports. A lot of people don't know this about him, but he's a better baseball player than a football player. I didn't know that.
Wow.
So that's certainly something I didn't know. How much can Baby Gronk lift?
That's a great question.
Does Gronk have a punctured lung?
These are all very relevant questions and will remain relevant for the next 100 years.
Baby Gronk can lift 500 pounds on TikTok. I doubt it. I seriously doubt
I think you could beat him up.
10-year-old can lift 500 pounds. And my computer's off. Thanks, Mason.
No problem.
You fucking cooked my computer with this nonsense.
What's fine? It's all fine.
Now, I know, but how am I going to record I got to open my phone for the reviews.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point.
Baby Gronk stole a zoo animal or whatever happened.
Where's your charger?
I didn't bring it because I thought I wouldn't need it. Don't look down your eyes, your glasses at me, Mason. Don't prop your glasses onto your nose and then look over them at me in a way that's, I find, condescending.
Anyway, perfect ending.
Stop it.
Perfect ending to a perfect podcast as far as I'm concerned. Folks, thank you so much for listening. If you have any Baby Gronk news. James, I gave you Baby Gronk news to save you from Maryland versus Virginia news.
That's true, you did. I appreciate that.
Yeah, but then it'll be back.
I might have vetoed it this week.
That's exactly right. Folks, thank you so much for listening to the podcast. We absolutely appreciate it. Oh, he's drowned in the toilet. He's dead.
I'm died. I'm the one from another multiverse.
Oh, wow.
If
We're
that's
doing
what
that,
we were doing. Yeah, I came over.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow, and you've got jet black hair. It's canonical now. Wow. Wow, he got everything he wanted.
I'm going to be real with you.
Yeah.
I fell in the toilet again, and that's what turned my hair jet black. Because in my universe, that's the thing that happens.
That was the secret all along.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So what are we doing?
Well, nothing. We're done for the...
Oh, we did it already.
Yeah, we escaped, I think.
Great.
Yeah, because we thought of the precious memories.
Yeah.
And then we ended up back in our own universe.
Terrific.
Or you drowned in the toilet.
Doesn't
and
matter.
this is your last neurons firing. I
Cool,
don't know.
man. I love this. Yeah.
It's great. Isn't
Are
it?
we going to be back soon with a regular episode?
Yeah, a couple of weeks, I reckon.
I think it's the 29th, isn't it?
it's exactly when it is, yeah.
I believe. But again, if you're still looking for things, you can head over to bigsandwich.co. There's bonus stuff still
James,
going
you're talking crazy.
No.
Probably because of the oxygen deprivation because you fell in the toilet.
on. The toilet thing that happened. And you're real or not real? It doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I think you're from an alternate universe and I've never been real. So
Great. This
that's
is great.
We like to establish new canon in this last bit
Yeah.
nobody listens to.
I feel like the way that this has devolved is just the way that the big comic book movies have devolved also. It's
Just
like,
whatever.
whatever a dumb thing happens.
Flailing. We're
You
panicking.
figure it out.
Yeah. Take the bits you like and maybe we'll use them later.
All right. Hope you're having a safe and happy January.
Grab that gem, you guys. Grab that plunger.
Whoa.
That's the new canon.
Is it?
Yep.
Great.
Nah.
I love having jet black hair. See you soon.
Bye.